The United States in Another World. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. The satellites aren't broken. Question mark? Not this, nor that. The inhabitants in this one are still using flint spears. That's not going to be useful at all. No intelligent creatures in that one. A few, later. Whether, these are somewhat advanced and look similar to my mortals, but they are definitely not acceptable. They look terrifying, and what's with their armor? They even have a god emperor of some sort, definitely not using them. Aha. Finally. This one seems fairly advanced, not super terrifying, and the mortals in this one look similar to my mortals. I suppose I should investigate it. I can only use a part of it. Question mark, later? I could just, use one so I don't disrupt much? I'm pretty sure whoever is in charge of this world won't mind. Right? That one seems to be the most powerful one according to this thing that these mortals call the internet. Let's just use that. Question mark, later? This is far more complicated than I thought. Why did they place their military all over this world? I have to make sure that I summon them so that they won't collapse the moment they get to my world. Well, this internet thing is quite useful in making sure I summon everything. July 18th, 2019 AD. Heavenum. God, what is it, my child? I think you have to look at this. God looks down on Earth. 0505 July 18th, 2019 CE Washington, D.C., United States of America. The sun was peeking out of the horizon on a seemingly normal day in the United States of America. Since it was about an hour before the rush hour, the streets of its capital made little sound. On a table near a bed, a phone rang. What now? I still have. The person on the bed opened his mouth in a yawn and rolled his body towards the clock that was on the table. An hour and a half. He reached out with his hand and grasped his phone. He slowly put it to his ear. Ugh. What is it? This better is important. You know how I like to sleep. The voice over the phone line sounded worried. Mr. President. It's urgent. We need you at the Situation Room now. Sounds like my Chief of Staff, John Wills. Are we getting nuked, invaded, or is there some kind of crisis? No, but, not important. The president hung up without waiting to listen. Give me 15 minutes. He mumbled to no one as he closed his eyes. 15 minutes later, the president was sitting on his chair in the Situation Room. The Situation Room was a room with one big table and multiple chairs surrounding it. There were also TVs on the walls around the Situation Room, and one large TV situated in the back. There were also other rooms around the Situation Room, which consisted of officers who were receiving information and processing it. The National Security Council and advisors were all there in their seats, and the officers were present in the other rooms. The National Security Council consisted of President Ronell Haye, Vice President Maxwell Woggs, Secretary of State Katerina Clifford, Secretary of Defense Carlson Roberts, Secretary of Energy Kobe Elliott, and Secretary of Homeland Security Lenny Clark. The advisors were the Chief of Staff John Wills, National Security Advisor Blair Howards, and Homeland Security Advisor Taylor Skye. Mr. President, you can't always ignore us. John sounded very annoyed. The president sighed. I know, John, but you should get used to the fact that I like to sleep. The president looks at everyone in the Situation Room. What is it this time? The last time I was called because of urgent matters was when the Middle East was literally falling apart. What is so important that you have to call me during the most important part of the day, my bedtime? There was a tense silence for a few seconds before John decided to continue talking. Sir, it's going to be hard to explain, but we think we might not be on Earth anymore. After he said that, the president just sat there and stared at his chief of staff for a good minute. John, it might be easier if you look at our satellite images. John swings his chair towards the main TV and turns it on. It showed a planet that was similar in size and shape to Earth. The president stares at the image. What the? That seems just like, wait, what's with all these continents? That continent seems like North America. Canada looks a bit weird and Mexico doesn't exist. Are you telling me that that's the United States of America? Sir, that's what our satellite indicates. This is not going to be good. Sigh. Great, just great. More sleepless nights. Okay. So what do we know? Well, let's at least gather as much info as we can. Well, We are unable to communicate with any foreign countries, but we still have all of our satellites. That's confusing. If we are on another planet, why do we have our satellites? How about the satellites of other countries? It seems that only ours are in space. What is this? This does not make any scientific sense. It could make more sense if a part of the stuff in space and a part of the Americas to be transported to another place, like an anomaly that affected that area. However, our satellites are quite scattered. We have about 900 of them in space. It's weird since only specifically American satellites got transported. Anything else, if I may? Carlson, the Secretary of Defense, was waiting patiently for John to finish. Go ahead, Carlson. Well, it seems all our major foreign military bases are spread out in a pattern across what used to be Canada, so in addition to the satellites, our foreign military bases were transported with us. This gets stranger by the minute. How many is that, and what do you mean by spread out in a pattern? It should be about 50 in total. In addition, it seems that our men and equipment in minor foreign military installations, on the battlefield, and stationed in other areas that are not on the United States somehow wound up near where the major military bases are. The pattern seems to be naval bases on the coast, army bases inland, and air force bases further inland. They all seem to have a similar distance to each other. Moreover, the ships that we had deployed overseas have reported that their positions have changed to our coasts. They are also spread out in a pattern, so what I am getting here is that even though the United States is not on Earth anymore, anything that belongs to it, even if it wasn't in the United States, also got transported here. It's as if someone picked up the United States and its possessions and deliberately moved it to another world. The phone in the Situation Room started ringing. The Vice President, Maxwell, picks it up because he was the closest. Okay. So all of the foreign ambassadors disappeared. Okay. I will relay this to the President. He puts the phone down. What is it, Maxwell? Sir, it seems like all the foreign diplomats in the embassies in the United States have been replaced by their American counterparts. It's probable that people who aren't American citizens were transported out. So basically, the assets and the people of the United States from Earth were transported to this place, except for probably a few minor military buildings and embassies. We can assume that, this solves quite a lot of our issues, like our debt to other countries, and creates much more. Taylor, do you think we might need to impose martial law in order to keep order? Most likely not. This shouldn't cause major panic and the police can deal with minor unrest. The states themselves can send in the National Guard if things get too out of hand. Well, I suppose I need to prepare for a cabinet meeting and address the nation. How much information should be released? Sigh, this is going to be a long day. More nights of not much sleep. 0630 July 18, 2019 CE. The TV crews from all major networks were swarming the North Lawn. The president was in front of his podium with the North Portico in the background. He was about to address the nation on the unprecedented and bizarre situation that had occurred. My fellow Americans, as of 5 a.m. Eastern Time today, the United States finds itself in an unprecedented and bizarre situation. Although we cannot confirm everything yet, we seem to have been transported into a new world. The following information is what we currently know. We seem to have lost all contact with our previous world, and all non-US citizens have disappeared. However, the people and possessions of the United States, even the ones not on US soil, have been transported along with us. Our military bases in foreign countries have been transported to the lands we considered as Canada in our previous world. All American satellites are currently in the space of this world. My fellow Americans, I ask for all to remain calm as your government seeks more answers. May God bless the United States of America, and may He watch over us in this new world. 0645 July 18, 2019 CE. Inside the cabinet room, the president and most of his cabinet were convened for an emergency meeting. The cabinet included members of the National Security Council and the Chief of Staff. The cabinet meeting also includes the Secretary of the Treasury Stephen White, Attorney General Lara Wallace, Secretary of the Interior Kirby Richmond, Secretary of Agriculture Irving Patton, Secretary of Commerce Michelle Sue, Secretary of Labor Solomon McClurk, Secretary of Health and Human Services Brady Saunders, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Francis Moody, Secretary of Transportation Danielle Paul, Secretary of Education Leon Crawford, and Secretary of Veteran Affairs Alvin Johns. The President looked at everyone. As all of you have been informed, we have been transported into a new world. Because of this, we have many urgent issues we need to solve in order to survive in this new world. Irving, Can we sustain our population using our own production? Mr. President, I can guarantee you that the United States has a rate of more than 100% food self-sufficiency. However, we might be unable to produce some exotic crops. We might be able to find some exotic crops in this world. Good. Michelle and Solomon, some of our companies are going to be hit hard by this. Especially the ones that have foreign branches. In addition, some businesses might be hurt by a lack of workers. I need you two to sort this out. Both spoke at the same time. Understood, Sir Carlson. I need the bases that are in. The president was. I suppose we can't call it Canada anymore. He pondered a bit. An alternative name. The Northern Frontier. I want the bases in the Northern Frontier to explore their surrounding area. We are already doing that, Sir Carlson said confidently. Good. Now, the most important part of this meeting. Kobe, can you tell us our oil consumption and production? I'm afraid that I might need to make an announcement to the American people that there will be a restriction on oil use. We currently consume about 19 million barrels per day, and we produce only about 9.3 million barrels per day. That's a deficit of about 9.7 million barrels per day. We will need to greatly increase our production to keep up with the consumption. I recommend that as of right now we tap into our strategic petroleum reserves. It's also a good thing that we have about 36.5 billion barrels of proven oil reserves, so we need to ramp up the production from our oil companies. That's true, sir. Good. Well, on to the next important resource. In addition to our oil issue, we probably need to ramp up mining of metals since we can't import them anymore. Probably easier said than done. The environmentalists are definitely not going to like either of these. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. That reminds me. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. The president immediately stood up and bolted out the door. The Secretary of Energy looked at everyone in the cabinet room. What was that about? Everyone looked at each other and shrugged. Chapter 2. The Civies, the Military, and Liberals. 0600 July 18, 2019 CE Suburbs of Nashville, United States of America. The alarm was beeping like there was no tomorrow. Jack groggily got out of his bed like a zombie after he shut down his alarm. Sigh. Another day. 45 minutes later, after brushing his teeth, taking a shower, and getting dressed, Jack went into the kitchen to cook his breakfast and to make his coffee. A day like any other. Jack brought his cup of joe and his breakfast to the table in front of the couch and reached for his remote. I wonder if anything interesting is happening today. I still have 25 minutes before I need to go. Jack turned on the TV in front of the table and started with his breakfast. Many Americans feel apprehensive about the future. Scientists are very baffled at how this could have occurred. For more information on the ongoing situation, we now go live to our White House correspondent Jimmy Hess. Jimmy, can you explain what the president is doing about this situation? Jack was savoring his bacon when the news caught his attention. We should be hearing from the president again very soon. There was a long pause. Thank you, Jimmy. For the viewers that are just tuning in for the 7 o'clock morning news, we will replay the president's address to the nation. Jack started sipping his coffee while listening closely to the TV. Eastern Time today. God bless the United States of America and may He watch over us in this new world. Jack took the time to process that like a computer that just downloaded a massive file. He then proceeded to stare at the TV in disbelief before ejecting the coffee that was still in his mouth. What the fuck? New world. What do they mean, new world? Jack fumbled for his remote and started frantically switching through the channels on the TV. It was all about the same situation. Holy shit. This better is an April Fool's joke. It's already past April. Jack then noticed that he spat all of his coffee onto his pants and table. After tidying up, Jack picked up his phone and started dialing his main man Jerry. After a short ring, Jerry picked up. Jerry, man. Have you seen the news? Of course I have. You always seem to be behind on what's happening. Do you know what the exact fuck is happening? Well, it seems like the whole world has gone crazy. According to the news, Mexico is now just an ocean and Canada disappeared. My family also can't contact my grandparents in England anymore. 15 minutes later, Jack exited his apartment building and got into his car. I'm going to be late, but I'm pretty sure the boss wouldn't mind. I mean, like, this weird shit that's happening should be enough explanation for why I am late. Sigh. I wish that this was just another day. Jack turned on his engine and started to back out. Life seemed somewhat normal even with all this going on. Maybe it is another day. 1059 July 18, 2019 CE Rose Barracks, Germany. Sergeant Kevin Vander was sitting in his room in the barracks and reading a book. He was a driver for an M1126 infantry carrier vehicle. 1 https://www.military-dashtoday.com/military/systems/ground/IF-ICV.htm or a Striker ICV for short. He was part of the Iron Troop of the 3rd Squadron Wolfpack of the 2nd Cavalry Regiment of the 7th ATC, Army Training Command, under the USAR, United States Army Europe, that was based in Germany. Today was just like any other day, and it was going to be chow time soon. 1113? July 18, 2019 CE Rose Barracks, Germany? This romance novel is great. I never thought that I would actually like it. Thought it was done that Brian actually liked this. All of a sudden, the base alarm started blaring. Huh? What the? The PA system came on. All personnel, report to your units. All personnel, report to your units. Holy shit. Are the Russians invading? Kevin rushed out of his room and bolted down the stairs. Some of the soldiers that were goofing off in the barracks were already running down the stairs. Although it wasn't full panic, there was an air of urgency. When Kevin exited the barracks, men were running around like ants. Kevin started going towards his troops area. Something doesn't feel right. Kevin paused and looked up at the sky. What the? Although it was supposed to be nearly noon, the sun wasn't up in the sky. Instead, it seemed like the sun was just barely coming out of the horizon. It's already past 11 a.m., the sun is supposed to be up there and not down there. It isn't supposed to be rising like the early morning. What the hell is happening? I hope this isn't because of the Russians. Kevin arrived at his troops' designated area. He went to where his section was. Brandon Watson, a staff sergeant and the commander of Kevin's Striker, and the infantry squad of his Striker were there. Kevin's captain, the commanding officer of the Iron Troop, was at the front of his troop. The other troops of his squadron were on his troop's sides with their captains. At the very front and middle was the lieutenant colonel, the commanding officer of the entire 3rd Squadron. Once everyone was there, the lieutenant colonel started speaking. Men, our guards have noticed a sudden and unexplainable change in our surroundings. We have also noticed the disappearance of our friends, the Germans. However, we are still able to contact Washington. While the colonel is talking with the high command, he has ordered the 2nd Squadron and our squadron to secure a surrounding perimeter about 1.5 miles away from the base. The regimental engineer squadron will be setting up fortifications about 1 mile behind you once the perimeter has been established. Your job after establishing the perimeter is to protect the engineers while they set up the fortifications. The 4th Squadron will do recon a while after the perimeter is established. 1150-0450 July 18, 2019 CE Rose Barracks, Germany. Somewhere far north of Michigan, Kevin was sitting in his Striker and looking out of the driver's hatch. Their squadron had secured the plains that were east of the base about 15 minutes ago. The 2nd Squadron had secured the plains a bit outside of the forests that were far west of the base. The engineers should have started work already on the fortifications behind them. Kevin learned about what was happening by listening to the comm channels. According to the other soldiers who somehow caught wind of what a brass was saying, we were transported to another world along with the other bases in the United States of America. We also seem to be somewhere north of Michigan and what used to be Canada. That would explain why the sun was just rising. I'm pretty sure that the Russians or the Chinese, maybe even aliens, might have used some secret advanced technology to get rid of us. The infantry was standing around in front of the Strikers and talking. Brandon, the staff sergeant, was on the commander's hatchboard looking at the horizon. 0550 July 18, 2019 CE Rose Barracks, Northern Frontier, far north of Michigan. Kevin overheard from the radio that part of the 4th Squadron will arrive in about 15 minutes to do recon outside of the established perimeter. It was already an hour and everyone was as bored as hell since nothing was happening. There was a sense of tension that was mostly dissipated by now. All the squadrons that were protecting the engineers were ordered to retreat behind the fortifications once the engineers were done. It seemed quite calm even though the surrounding seemed like a foreign country. All of a sudden a loud noise was heard in the distance. Huh? That sounded like a bird. Everyone in the area turned and looked towards the distance. For a bit, there was nothing. Then, a continuous and loud sound began. It sounded like a huge flock of birds. Out of the horizon, a single bird appeared. It seemed like a normal bird. Kevin could see it all the way from here, and its size is too normal for that loud of a noise. Wait, if we could see it all the way from here. Before Kevin knew what was going on, the font bird propelled itself, dived, and landed in front of the infantry. Holy Bloody Mary and Jesus Christ! It was a colossal, red, and vulture-like bird that was about 2 stories tall. Everyone was stunned and bewildered for a second. One of the infantrymen, Ruth, was standing right below it. "Ruth, look out!" someone shouted, and everyone noticed that the bird had its beak open. The birds had dived down and lifted Ruth with its beak. Then the bird pointed its beak upward. Ruth's head was in the bird's beak, and everyone could see that his legs were out of the beak and flailing around. Then he was swallowed. Holy shit! Open fire, open fire, open fire! M4 carbines 2 https://www.military.com/equipment/M4-carbine and M249 saws 3 https://www.military.com/equipment/M249-squad-automatic-weapon from the infantry started lighting the giant bird up. The bird reared its head like it was in pain and started screeching. Brandon got back into the Striker, and the Striker's .50 calories M2 Browning machine gun started firing. The other Strikers followed. The .50 calories went through the bird like paper. The bird was cut down in an instant. It was a bit of an overkill since they didn't expect this to happen. It seemed as if it was over just then, and everyone sighed in relief. Then the radio crackled. It was the captain of our troop who was in another Striker. "We got more company incoming. All Striker units fire when within range. Infantry retreat behind the Strikers and open fire if the birds get close enough. The 4th Squadron is coming in as reinforcement." Ada about 5 minutes. "Aw shit." Kevin looked through the driver's viewport and saw that a huge flock of birds was drawing near. Their fur color was different from the first and was bright orange. It seemed like a fire was moving toward them from the sky. The rifles and machine guns started firing again. It was the music of the battlefield. Although they were cutting them down by what felt like the hundreds, the birds were getting closer. They had started to back up in order to get some distance. The birds didn't seem terrifying, but the amount of them was overwhelming. The Strikers poured heavy machine gun fire into the flock, while the infantry did whatever they could with their rifles and light machine guns. The infantry was more effective when the birds closed in. When a bird started a dive, multiple small arms fire ripped it apart. The birds in front of the massive flock faced hail upon hail of .50 calories from the Strikers, which tore through the birds. Then all of a sudden, explosions rocked the air. Several birds fell out of the sky at the same time. Behind the 3rd Squadron, there was the 4th Squadron Striker MGS's 4 https://www.military-artillery.org/artillery/systems/ground/military/IF-MGS.HTM with their 105mm cannons. The Striker MGSs had loaded M1040 canister shots, which were extremely lethal to massed assaulting infantry. In this case, it seems to be quite lethal to massed assaulting birds. Additional 4th Squadron Strikers armed with .50 calories also arrived. "Just in damn time," Kevin Staff Sergeant commented. 0615 July 18, 2019 CE. The fight only lasted about 20 minutes before the birds started to retreat. With the help of the 4th Squadron, the 3rd Squadron was able to hold off against the birds without suffering heavy casualties. The birds got close multiple times, but the immense firepower that hammered the birds was enough to ensure that the birds didn't swoop down on them. The canister shots were extremely effective and tore through multiple birds with every shot. Kevin sighed in relief. "Well, seems like the days are going to be more exciting now. Those damn Russians transporting us to another world. I'm pretty sure this is all those damn commies' fault." Brandon was looking down at Kevin. "You aren't thinking that this is the Russians' fault, are you?" "Well, of course it is. What else could it be? Every damn time with you." "It's not always the Russians. Then what about aliens?" A massive sigh came from Kevin Staff Sergeant. 0720 July 18, 2019 CE. Washington, D.C., United States of America. "I just finished my breakfast, What is it this time? The president was back in the situation room after being forced to quickly eat his breakfast. I told you guys I will be back once I finish calmly eating, Mr. President, this is extremely urgent and we can't wait for you to finish your breakfast. John, you have literally dragged me to this room twice today. Now, what is it? Well, Mr. President, it seems like giant birds are attacking our military bases in the northern frontier and the towns on the border with it. Giant birds. We have some footage of one of these in Ogdensburg, New York. A shaky video that seems to be taken from a person's iPhone appears. A giant bird appears to land on a street near Sunoco gas station. Police sirens are also heard in the background. Look at that. OMG. It's tearing up a house. The video cuts off. This is definitely not our world anymore, isn't it? How concerning is the current situation? I can imagine all the work I have to do now. Sigh. Well, it's my job and the American people are depending on me. I mean, I am dedicated to changing America for the better, but what is happening right now is ridiculous. Well, Mr. President, attacks like these are occurring at random places on the border. However, since it's usually only one bird, police are able to deal with it with small arms. On the other hand, our military bases inside the northern frontier are experiencing large numbers of these birds. Currently, most of them have fought them off with minimal casualties. We currently believe that casualties are well below 100. I suppose that this isn't that big of an issue. Increase the DEFCON level to 4 just in case. We also probably need to send in the National Guard to protect the border with the northern frontier and supply anti-air to our bases in the northern frontier. Ron the Black Cat. Another quote, we are a land of many nations. We are New World explorers. We are the huddled masses, yearning to breathe freedom. We risk it all. We have the courage to dream the impossible. And make it the truth. We stand our ground. And charge headlong towards destiny. Chapter 3. Uncharted Territory. 1300 August 22, 2019 CE Washington, D.C., United States of America. It has been a little over a month since the United States had been transported to this world. People are still getting used to it, but they have remained relatively calm, and no major incidents have occurred so far. Problems with resources were being solved. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve was used for a short time while oil companies ramped up production. It was a good thing that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve had 713.5 million barrels of oil. President Ronell Haye, Secretary of State Katerina Clifford, Secretary of Defense Carlson Roberts, and Secretary of Energy Kobe Elliott had been talking for a while in the Oval Office. Mr. President, according to our experts, the northern frontier is a treasure trove of resources. My department and the experts believe that the region is rich with oil and a variety of metals. It's perfectly untouched land with a number of resources that are beyond our wildest dreams. That's pretty good news, Kobe. The negative impact we will experience in being transported to this world just lessened by tenfold. However, we still have to worry about those phoenix birds attacking. The president sighed. Carlson decided to interject. Well, Mr. President, I believe that our military might be able to push back these phoenixes. Although they come in large groups, they can't launch a massive assault on us. And why is that? That's because it seems like these birds are separated into something like tribes. They seem to attack and destroy other tribes? Well, that sounds even better. Once we push the birds far enough, we can start exploring and extracting some of the resources that the northern frontier can offer us. I feel like I'm Thomas Jefferson. With that out of the way, let's talk about something more complicated. Carlson, your report on the satellite images. What satellite images? Oh, for God's sakes, Carlson. The images of possible civilizations on this planet. Oh yeah. Mr. President, through our satellite images of this planet, we were able to find civilization. However, we are unsure whether or not they are human civilization or some other possible being. Adjutant, the satellite images. Carlson's adjutant hands him a suitcase. Carlson opens it up and displays the satellite images on the table. Okay, as you can see here, Mr. President, we have found multiple cities scattered throughout this world. This means that there are intelligent beings in this world. From our observation, all the continents are quite populated. One thing we noticed about them was how different the technology level was between them. What do you mean by different? Well, here's an image of a city on a continent that is about 6,000 or so miles south of us. As you can see, they have medieval castles and seemingly medieval cities. However, if you look at the coast of this continent, there seems to be a large amount of something that looks like World War I era coastal guns. In addition, if you look at this continent that is about 6,000 miles southwest of us, they seem to be in the World War I era. What is with this disparity? Well, we believe that the more developed nations might be safeguarding their technological advancements from spreading to the less developed nations. It's like how Great Britain during the Industrial Revolution tried to prevent their technology from spreading. However, in this world, it seems that the developed nations have been more successful. The president considered things and directed a question at the Secretary of State. So how are we supposed to approach these nations? Well, Mr. President, we aren't quite sure. Heck, we aren't even sure if they are human. For all we know, they could be intelligent insects. I'm pretty sure that if we try to approach them, we will be fired upon. There seem to be a lot of hostile states, as you can see by the coastal guns of the continents south of us. In addition, if you look at the continent that has World War I era technology, you can clearly see a massive no man's land that cuts it in half. It seems to be more militarized than the Korean DMZ. The president looked over the satellite images. Do you think it's a better idea to let them approach us? I highly doubt they have noticed us yet, seeing that no one seemed to live on this continent because of those phoenixes. As of right now, I believe that it's for the best that we try to establish communications with the continent south to us, seeing that they are the closest and are less of a threat. The only issue is that the fortifications on its coast is like the French Maginot Line from World War II, except for with much more forts and no weak spots. We aren't sure if our ships will be fired upon if they try to get close. Might as well prepare Katerina. I want a couple of ships to depart within a week. I will give you whatever ships that you seem fit to try and meet with these people. Understood, Mr. President. 0500, early hour, quiet 71st, 195 AE 1000 August 10, 2019 CE Port of Stelsel, Kingdom of Albia, Son Continent. It was early hour at the port of Stelsel. Men were loading up a metal ship that was sitting in the port. Chief Mate Henry Rolfe was running to his captain, Captain Raoul. What's happening? Why are we departing so quickly? We just came back from the Septentrio Magus Imperium yesterday. We got orders from the Magusians through the Magraph. One of their great Magus felt a disturbance on Formido. The questioning sailor who was running toward the captain stopped. The Formidan continent? Yes. What else? There's no other location by that name. Henry was visible with fear. Sir? Why do we have to go there? None of us are going to survive if we get near Formido. Haven't you heard of those horrifying tales of giant birds devouring men and sinking ships? Orders are orders. The only reason that the Magusians even allowed me to buy this beauty was that I agreed to pay a high sum, keep the technology secret, and follow their orders when they needed us. The sailor sighed at his captain. Sir, could we have just bought an armed Son merchant ship? Why do we have to buy an armed merchant ship built by the Magusians? It's obvious. Son ships are copied from 145 AE designs of Magusian ships that the Magusians gave to the League. This ship was built by the Magusians in 180 AE. There are massive differences. Look at its beauty and majesticness. No other Son owns a ship this advanced. The captain started rambling about the greatness of his ship. Oh, Captain, anyways, don't worry about it. We have guns around the ship to protect us. At most this is just a 30-day round trip. We only need to take a look at Formido and then return. We don't even need to land. 1000 August 26, 2019 CE Washington, D.C., United States of America. After the United States was transported to this new world, the Navy decided to reorganize itself and split its ships into 7 fleets that surrounded the United States and the northern frontier. Just a few hours ago, a ship was detected by the U.S. First Fleet. The First Fleet patrolled the ocean from Maine to the tip of Florida. The ship was detected miles off the tip of Florida. Through satellite imagery, the ship was identified as a late 18th, early 19th century steamship. The president was once again in the Situation Room with his cabinet. People, this will be a very important event in U.S. history. Our first contact with people of another world. Although it isn't under our terms as we wanted it to be, we still have to meet them. We don't know if they will be hostile. We don't know anything. From our satellite images, we can only deduce that they may be inferior to us in technology. However, that might not be the case. We can't just base their capabilities on how they seem. Meanwhile, the USS George Washington 1 Nimitz-class aircraft carrier https://www.military.com/equipment/Nimitz-class-aircraft-carrier https://www www.navy.mil/navidita/fact_display. Asp question mark sit equals 4200 ampersand tit equals 200 ampersand c tech equals 4 and its carrier strike group were currently heading towards the steamship 0500, early hour, quiet 87th, 195 AE 1000 August 26, 2019 CE about 40 miles off the coast of Florida. Captain Raoul was looking through a spyglass. One of the older and veteran sailors came up to him. "Hey, Captain. What you're looking at? There's nothing out there." "It all Ackham." The captain looked at the bearded sailor. "Doesn't it seem weird?" "What you mean seem weird? Usually at this point, we should be able to spot some of those giant birds in the distance but I see none." "Well, Captain, we may be lucky. Maybe." The captain went back into the ship after looking for a while. At this time most of the sailors were relaxing and talking. None of them noticed the ships that were approaching them from the distance. 1009 August 26, 2019 CE Rear Admiral, we have visual on the steamship. Rear Admiral, lower half. Kennedy looked towards the steamship that they were approaching. He was the commander of the carrier strike group that consisted of the Nimitz-class nuclear aircraft carrier that he was on, a Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser 2 https://www.military.com/equipment/tyconderoga-class-cruiser-cg/https://www.navy.mil/navidita/fact_display. Asp question mark sit equals 4200 ampersand tit equals 800 ampersand c tech equals 4. To Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer 3 https://www.military.com/equipment/ddg-51-Arleigh-Burke-class-destroyer https://www.navy.mil/navidita/fact_display. Asp question mark sit equals 4200 ampersand tit equals 900 ampersand c tech equals 4. A Virginia-class nuclear attack submarine 4 https://www.military.com/equipment/Virginia-class-attack-submarine-SS-NHTTPS://www.navy.mil/navidita/fact_display. Asp question mark sit equals 4100 ampersand tit equals 100 ampersand c tech equals 4, and a supply ship. Rear Admiral Kennedy thought that the addition of the submarine was overkill. In reality, they probably only needed the aircraft carrier, destroyers, and the cruiser. Although it was only a single steamship, the higher-ups were being very cautious. 0507, early hour, quiet 87th, 195 AE 1015 August 26, 2019 CE Captain. There is a big group of ships that are currently approaching us. The crew of the steamship started to take notice and ask questions. Why are their ships so close to Formido? Are those mock Imperium ships? Some started to feel uncomfortable. Turn back. If those are Machian warships, we are done for. A clear and strong voice was heard. It was the captain. Everyone, get back to your stations. You are sailors of the Kingdom of Albia, a part of the League of Soane. Have some pride and bravery. A short silence followed. Then Chief Mate Henry Rolfe spoke up. Sir, those could be Machian warships. Chief Mate, have some sense. What would a group of Machian warships be doing so far away from their home? The Machians should still be tied up in a stalemate and uneasy peace with the Magosians. They won't send any ships to Formido if they don't have to. I get the feeling this related to disturbance that the Great Magus felt. We will close in on those ships. The captain looked towards the ships. Also Chief Mate Rolfe, tell the Magraph operator to send a message to the Magosians. Tell the Magosians that we have discovered ships of unknown origins near the continent of Formido. The crew felt apprehensive but didn't ask any further questions. As the captain said, they were sailors of their kingdom and the Glorious League. Their apprehension grew as they got closer to the ships. The ships looked massive, especially the one in the middle. Their apprehension lessened a bit when they noticed that 3 of the ships had only what seemed to be a singular gun on each of them. The unidentified ship seemed to be a few poorly armed ships protecting a massive merchant ship. On the other hand, although their ship had 8 guns placed around it and the unidentified warships were poorly armed, They were still outnumbered 3-1 when it came to fighting capable ship numbers 1016 August 26, 2019 CE Rear Admiral, lower half, Kennedy looked through his binoculars. Captain Jones, who was the commander of the USS George Washington, was looking too. Rear Admiral, it seems like they noticed us. How should we proceed? I suppose we could try to get closer, or we could send in RIB 5 https://www.military.com/equipment/rigid-held-inflatable-boat https://www.navy.mil/lit-sit=tit=200 %. Sir, I'm against the getting closer idea. They might open fire on us if we get closer. I suggest we send in RIB so they feel less threatened. Ron the Black Cat. In the future, when I'm rewriting this, I might actually name the destroyers, cruiser, and submarine. The steamship is something like this: USS George Washington Carrier Strike Group Chapter 4 First Contact 0511 Early Hour Quiet 87th 195 AE 1022 August 26, 2019 CE. About 40 miles off the coast of Florida. As the steamship got closer, a smaller ship seems to have appeared from one of the armed ships. Look at that. They seem to be sending some people over. Captain Raoul looked through his spyglass. Let them approach us. We outnumber them and I don't see any weapons. 1022 August 26, 2019 CE. Petty Officer First Class Glenn Jackson was on the RIB with 11 other seamen and petty officers. They were each carrying an M4 carbine rifle that they received from their destroyer's armory. They were on their way to the steamship. Remember, our job is to only tell them to follow our ship so we can get them to land and probably get them to some diplomat that flying into port in Key West. Don't raise your weapons unless you're threatened. Yes, sir. Oh boy. I'm definitely not qualified for this. They should send some sort of diplomat or something. A few minutes later they arrived and positioned their RIB next to the steamship. A rope was thrown down to them that seemed quite hospitable of them. Well, up I go. Well, this was as expected. What greeted Jackson on the ship was a few men aiming what seemed to be ancient muskets at him. Jackson's men also got onto the ship and they raised their rifles upon seeing the situation. The moment was tense until a man that was dressed in what seemed like what a captain of a ship from the 18th century would wear stepped forward and offered what seemed to be a handshake. Huh? Seems like the handshake is multiversal. Is multiversal a word? Jackson gladly shook his hand, smiling. The 18th century captain smiled back. Nice to meet you. I'm Petty Officer First Class Jackson of the United States Navy. I came from one of the ships over there. He just stood there and stared at Jackson in confusion. What? Sorry, I didn't get that. Can you repeat that? What? Crap, language barrier, of course. This is a different world. Do you understand me? Then the captain turned to someone next to him. Rolly, try speaking the common language to them. What do I say, sir? Just tell them nice to meet you and see how he responds. The man that the captain talked to looked at us and spoke. Nice to meet you. Still not English, but it sounds weirdly familiar. One of the seamen behind Jackson spoke up. Sir, I think that's Latin. Jackson looked behind him at the seaman that spoke up. The seaman explained. I learned it in high school. Then do you understand what they are saying? It seems like they said something along the lines of nice to meet you. I don't quite remember much about what I learned in Latin, so I can't really speak it. Any of you guys know how to speak Latin? Jackson's entire team shrugged. Oh, guess I could try gesturing. Jackson started pointing at the deck of the steamship and then pointing at the fleet. Then he started gesturing in a waving motion towards his fleet. This feels dumb. The captain was confused at first, but something sparked in his eyes. He started by pointing to himself and then at his ship and then pointed towards the fleet. Jackson immediately nodded and hoped that he understood. 0515, early hour, quiet 87th, 195 AE 1030 August 26, 2019 CE. Captain Raoul watched as the weirdly uniformed men that came from those ships got off of his ship. A sailor piped up. What did they want, Captain? I think they wanted us to follow them. Follow them. They may be trying to bring us to their base. I think we should follow. Another sailor joined the conversation. But Captain, it could be a trap. Discussion among the other sailors started to erupt. Some wanted to turn back while others wanted to sally forth for adventure. The captain raised his voice. They are too poorly armed to make this trap successful. We could stay a distance behind them but still follow. We were tasked with this job and I want to see it through. Chief Mate Rolf: Yes, sir. Have we gotten a reply from the Magosians? Seeing that our Magraph operator has yet to report, I believe it takes around 15 minutes to get a message to them using magic. 0820, early hour, quiet 87th, 195 AE 1040 August 26, 2019 CE Primopolis, Septentrio Magus Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, Continent. A tired and haggard man was sitting in his chair looking over papers on his desk. Although he was only 51, he looked like someone who just turned 65. There was pounding on the door. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Calirius Arstant, the fourth emperor of the Septentrio Magus Imperium, calmly replied. Enter, Your Majesty. Calirius looked up from his papers. Yes? You have Cal. His personal messenger cut him off and started rapidly speaking. We get report that the ship was sent to Hadjid and had seen a shipnet Michianus Buden Formido. Calirius smiled lightly and started chuckling. Your Majesty, his personal messenger was a fumbling young man named Robertus Casca. The main reason that he was Calirius's personal messenger was that he was fast. However, there was a problem. The problem was that he was fast at everything. Speaking included. But this made the day feel easier for Calirius. Something calmed him about this overexcited and bumbling young man. Calirius smiled. Calm down, Robertus. I couldn't understand what you said. Now, what report? Yes, Your Majesty. I mean, Your Majesty. Robertus started calming down. We got a message from the Albion ship that was sent to check out the disturbance that was felt by the Great Magus. It appears there was a group of mysterious ships there. They don't seem to belong to any known nation. It is possible they came from Formido and was related to the disturbance. Calirius was immediately interested. 1230 August 26, 2019 CE near Key West, Florida. Rear Admiral Kennedy was standing in the bridge. When the team sent to establish contact with the steamship came back, they learned two things. First of all, it seems that the people on the steamship seem to speak Latin. Washington was informed about this. They are now trying to get a Latin translator to the diplomat in Key West. Second of all, their guns are even more ancient than the steamship. They seem to be using some type of matchlock musket. Now they were closing in on the Key West. It took them an hour longer than expected because of the slow speed of the steamship. It really seemed to be from the 19th century. 0615, mid-hour, quiet 87th, 195 AE 1230 August 26, 2019 CE. The sailors had noticed the giant ship seemed to be much faster than their ship. It greatly confused them and they wondered if these weird ships came from one of the empires. No ship that big could be that fast unless it was from one of the empires. It couldn't possibly be from the Magosians since the Magosians asked them to come here. They hoped it wasn't a trap by the Machians. On the other hand, the lack of weaponry on the weird ships felt a bit reassuring. They also noticed that they were closing in on what seemed to be a small island with what seemed to be a city on it. The Magosians had given Captain Raoul many orders through the Magraph. First of all, Captain Raoul needed to observe these ships and learn more about them. Second, the Magosians wanted him to contact them immediately through the Magraph if these mysterious people lived on the Formidan continent. The Magosians also told Raoul to stay there if they lived on Formido. The Magosians would send diplomats that would arrive within 7 days to establish relations with them and learn how they were able to live on Formido. From what Captain Raoul could see, it seems like they lived in a big city on an island that was very close to Formido. Rolf, tell the operator to tell the Magosians that they seem to live very close to Formido on an island. Yes, sir. 0623, mid-hour, quiet 87th, 195 AE 1246 August 26, 2019 CE. Key West. Captain Raoul, Chief Mate Rolf, and a few sailors including Rolly stepped down onto what seemed to be a port and surveyed the area. The giant ships also docked near them. Two men dressed in suits approached him. One of the men spoke. Hello. Do you understand me? Rolly was excited and quickly looked at his captain. Sir. They can speak common language. Rolly then looked towards the man. Yes, the man shook hands with Rolly. Nice to meet you. I'm Luke Hoffman. I'm a translator. I'm Rolly Paulin. I'm also a translator. The man to my right is the captain of my ship, Jacob Raoul. He can't speak the common language. Common language, what you are speaking right now? The captain interrupted. "Rolly, what is he saying?" Rolly explained. When Rolly stopped explaining, Luke started talking. "To my right is a diplomat representing the government of the United States of America. Clark Underwood, United States of America, my country's name." Rolly and Luke turned towards their superiors and explained what had just been said. The captain proceeded to shake hands with the diplomat. From this point on, Luke and Rolly translated whatever was said. "As you know, I'm Clark Underwood, a diplomat assigned to you. I will be representing my government. I hope we can get along. Likewise. I'm the captain of this ship. We are Albion, sent here by the request of the Septentrio Magus Imperium." Albion? Septentrio Magus Imperium, countries. My country's name is the Kingdom of Albia. We are allied with the Septentrio Magus Imperium. The Septentrio Magus Imperium may send actual diplomats to meet with you. We are only here because they requested us when their Great Magus felt a disturbance." Clark was confused. "Great Magus? Disturbance? What is he talking about? I suppose I should just go along." "Well, we don't know much about this world since we only arrived here about a month ago. We are Americans." The difference between how time was told was somewhat confusing, but the translators were able to explain to each other what they were talking about. "Arrived here only a third of a season ago? Yes, my country was inexplicably transported here from our world." Now it was Raoul's time to get confused. "We ourselves don't understand what happened. Anyways, what are your current plans?" "My government will accommodate you in every way possible." Raoul decided to think about it later. "We will be staying here for about 7 days while the diplomats from the Magus Imperium travel here. Since you are staying here for a while, I suppose you can visit one of our bigger cities." Bigger city? We are currently in a small city called Key West, Raoul thought to himself. "Well, there is no palace or castle or anything here. They must be taking us to their capital. Probably another island. If you don't mind, Luke and I will be boarding your ship. One of our ships will lead you there." "How will the Magusian diplomats know where we are?" "Once our ships spot them, we will guide them over." Luke and Clark boarded the steamship and Captain Raoul told his crew to set sail and followed one of the armed American ships towards the city called Miami. Captain Raoul personally went to the Magraph operator and gave a message about what he found out. He also told the Magraph operator to ask for Magusian diplomats 0300, early hour, quiet 88th, 195 AE 2200 August 26, 2019 CE Industropoulos, Mark Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, Continent. Your Highness, we have gotten reports from the spies we sent to the Septentrio Magus recently. The new wireless telegraphy technology has proven its use. There is some information on here that may interest you. Desmond Industris, the 5th Emperor of the Mock Imperium, was viewing the report that his servants gave him. His advisor was talking to him. A possible country on Formido. That's interesting. It is possible that they are descendants of the people that we sent there decades ago? Well, sir, then that means that they should still be your subjects. Chapter 5 New Knowledge. 0900, end hour, quiet 87th, 195 AE 1800 August 26, 2019 CE near Miami. The steamship was passing by Miami towards Port Everglades under the escort of an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer. Captain Raoul was staring at the skyscrapers of Miami in amazement. "My angel, the only countries that are capable of building these are the Imperiums," Chief Mate Rolf disagreed. "Well, sir, that's not quite true. The lost country of the elves could. It's said that they did it better," a young sailor interjected. "Elves? They're just a myth made up by old geezers." Rolf looked toward the sailor. "There are clear records of their existence. They lived on a continent near the Magus Imperium. Then where is the continent? They say it disappeared, so you have no proof." Captain Raoul wasn't listening and started muttering. "They seem taller than the Tower of Magic in Primopolis. That's impossible. To build so much of these tall structures, this country may be on par with the Imperiums." The chief mate was listening closely. "Captain, we can't just base their technology level on how tall their buildings are." 2000 August 26, 2019 CE in a hotel near Port Everglades. Diplomat Underwood was in a hotel room. They had reached Port Everglades only about 30 minutes ago. Captain Raoul decided that it was late and he wanted to have dinner and rest. Underwood was thinking about accommodating them with hotel rooms, but wasn't sure if it was a good idea. Captain Raoul said that he and his sailors were perfectly fine with staying on their ships. Underwood posted a lot of soldiers around the ship to protect them. It was also out of caution to make sure that none of them snuck out. Underwood agreed to let Captain Raoul and a few of his sailors tour the city tomorrow after an informational meeting. Underwood was under orders to gain information about this world from Captain Raoul. 0800 August 27, 2019 CE. In a hotel meeting room near Port Everglades, diplomat Underwood, translator Hoffman, and a few other personnel were present on one side of a long table. Captain Raoul, translator Paulin, chief mate Rolf, and a few other sailors were present on the other side. They had gone through introductions. Diplomat Underwood started to talk with the help of his translator. "I suppose we should tell you about our country before you talk about your world." "Sure, as you already know, my country is called the United States of America. We come from another world that we call Earth. Our land area is about 9,833,517 square kilometers. We have a population of about 300 million people. Our language is English. We are a constitutional federal republic or simply a democracy. Our capital city is Washington, D.C., which is a city further north of us." Captain Raoul, having basically accepted the Americans' claim of being from another world since the existence of a country on this continent was supposed to be impossible, commented in surprise and disbelief. "That's quite a large amount of people. Our most populated country is about 100 million. And we never had a successful democracy in history. You are also telling me that this isn't your capital city. Miami isn't a large or a major city. We have much bigger cities than this. That's the basic information about our country. Can you tell us about your world?" They could be lying. Even if it is true, they shouldn't be better than the Magus. Captain Raoul decided it was best to calm down and proceeded to explain and answer questions about his world. 1030 August 27, 2019 CE. In the hotel where the informational meeting finished, Diplomat Underwood was getting them ready for their tour of Miami. The other personnel had already written a report about what they had learned and sent it to the government. Captain Raoul had consistently praised the Septentrio Magus Imperium during the informational meeting. During the tour, the group wasn't that surprised about the car, seeing that there were cars in the Imperium, but were interested in it. Captain Raoul, the only person among his group who has been to Bromopolis and ridden a car, was surprised by its features and speed. Captain Raoul was surprised about how seemingly advanced a car was when compared to one from the Magus Imperium. The group, with the exception of Captain Raoul, was very fascinated by the city. Captain Raoul showed interest and commented about how it was similar to Bromopolis. 1100 August 27, 2019 CE. Washington, D.C. Once again, President Ronell Haye found himself in the Situation Room. "At this point, I should just live here. Mr. President, we have received and compiled the report from the information that was given to us by the captain and crew of the steamship. Basically, we can split this information into 3 parts: the history, geography, current relations, and the technological capabilities of each country. Let's start with history." Secretary of State Katarina Clifford was giving the president and the rest of the department heads a briefing about what they had learned. The president interrupted. "How long will this be?" "I have lunch at 12, it shouldn't take that long." "Then by all means continue. The history of this world is centered around the Imperatoria continent, which is located here." There was a big satellite image displaying the world. The Secretary of State pointed towards the large continent that was east of the United States. "This world's lingua franca, the common language which is also known as the imperial language, and date system came from here. They have 2 eras like us. However, they call it before exploration, B for short, and after exploration, AE for short. B is counted like BCE while AE is counted like CE. I will be giving a crash course on the important parts of their history. On the Imperatoria continent at around 770 B, the empire was formed after the kingdom of Jephoria slowly defeated the rest of the countries on the continent. Wait, it was called the Empire? Nothing else, that's what they named it. At that time, no one on the continent was interested in venturing far on the ocean, so they thought that the continent was the entire world. Anyways, for about 770 years, the empire prospered on the continent. At the year of 0, the empire decided to start exploring the world beyond the ocean out of curiosity. That's why the eras are named that way. When they started discovering different continents, they established friendly relations with the natives. Most of this didn't really have a major impact on the empire. Except for one continent that wasn't located that far from the Imperatoria continent. The continent of the elves that is located here. The Secretary of State pointed to the ocean below the Imperatoria continent. The president was confused. Wait, that's just ocean. What continent? We are getting to that. The elves had a major impact on introducing magic to the empire. The elves were also a bit more technologically advanced when compared to the empire. The empire learned a lot about the elves. However, around 50 AE, the elves kicked all humans off of their continent and disappeared. What do you mean disappeared? The entire continent was just gone the next day. According to the crew of the steamship, some say it never existed. However, there is clear evidence that the empire discovered magic during their explorations. When their last king died with no heir in 76 AE, the empire was split in a civil war between the nobles that saw magic as evil and the ones that embraced magic. The nobles that embraced both magic and technology formed their own country called the Septentrio Magus Imperium. The nobles that embraced only technology and shunned magic created the Mock Imperium. They fought wars against each other and spread their influence to other continents. That would be the situation today. Next, we will be talking about the geography of this world. There are 6 continents in this world. The Imperatoria continent contains the Septentrio Magus Imperium to the south and the Magus Imperium to the north. Interestingly, according to our translator, Septentrio means north in Latin. It seems that to them, our north is their south while our south is their north. Before the president could question it, she moved on. The continent of Son, also known as Son, contains many kingdoms and is where the crew of the steamship is from. The Eleven continent may or may not exist. The continent of Formido, also known as Formidon, is the continent we are on. Bem, which is a continent north of Imperatoria. And the Insula continent, which is this group of big islands. Through this lecture, she was pointing at the locations on the map. The president was getting very bored. Now we talk about relations. As I have said, this world seems to be centered around the Imperatoria continent, which means the Mock Imperium and Septentrio Magus Imperium. Those two countries are sworn enemies of each other. The kingdoms on Son are allied to each other in this alliance called the League of Son. They support the Magus. The kingdom of Bem, which is the main country on the continent of Bem, supports the Mock. According to the crew of the steamship, it's more like a satellite state. The relations of the Elven continent are unknown, seeing that it disappeared. The Insula continent is like a battleground for the Imperiums. This is because there were no original humans on it. It's populated by an assortment of fantasy creatures. Orcs, goblins, beastmen, and many different creatures. Both Imperiums have sent forces trying to colonize it and are fighting over it. The continent that we are currently inhabiting originally had natives that were one of the least technologically advanced of this world. The Mock Imperium tried to subdue and colonize the natives. At first, they were successful, but the phoenixes appeared and killed all humans that lived on the continent. According to the magicians of the Magus Imperium, it could have been summoned by a native who wielded a large potential of magic but couldn't control the phoenixes it summoned. That's an overall simplified version of the relations of the countries. The president's interests perked when he heard about the phoenixes. So basically, the phoenixes aren't natural. We could say that. I get the feeling that even if it is a fact that the phoenixes aren't supposed to exist, some will still complain about us killing them. On to the most important part. The technological capabilities. From our satellite images and the information we gained, we know a lot. The Imperiums have technology comparable to peak World War I era nation. The Bem Kingdom is the Revolutionary War era. The Son League is the medieval era, so basically no one is really a threat to us. That should be guaranteed. The Secretary of Defense, Carlson, interrupted. There is one place that might have some issues. All eyes were on him. According to some people at my department, some battleships have enough armor to withstand a couple of hits from our ASMs, anti-ship missiles. What I'm most worried about would be if they have anything comparable to a World War II battleship. Those can probably withstand 10 or something ASMs, so what you're telling us is that our main weapon against other ships can't sink a World War II battleship? Well, yeah, but bombs, torpedoes, and anti-tank missiles can easily destroy a battleship. Well, Carlson, tell me, do we need to produce a new type of anti-ship missile that can destroy a battleship? Oh, Mr. President, we could, but we can just barrage the battleship with a ton of ASMs. After multiple hits, it should be disabled. Then why are you telling me this when we could disable it with ASMs? I'm telling you just in case. As long as the enemy doesn't have an absurd amount of battleships, we should be fine. 0800 September 2nd, 2019 CE 0400, early hour, quiet 94th, 195 AE Port Everglades Diplomat Jacques. I didn't expect you to come here, Captain Rahul. How are you doing, Ron the Black Cat? It's nearly time. Updated map https://drive.google.com/file/d/0b83661IQBSNBZHLSDD for 2L cut M4WJKXTE85MJK2B0XXCTZF/view a Speckwalshring Chapter 6 The Empires 0403 Early Hour Quiet 94th 195 AE 0806 September 2nd, 2019 CE Port Everglades, United States of America, Forbidden Continent. When I heard you were involved, I requested to be sent here and the Emperor accepted. He even appointed me as the main diplomat. That sounds great. I can't thank you enough for allowing me to acquire that magnificent steamship. You don't have to thank me. We're friends. 0815 September 2nd, 2019 CE Diplomat Underwood was leading Captain Raoul, translator Paulin, and the Magusian diplomats toward a car. It seemed like Captain Raoul knows the Magusian ambassador. The Magusian was talking to him in the Albanian language and seemed quite happy. The U.S. Navy had detected and guided the Magusian diplomat ship and its escorts to Port Everglades. Their diplomat Underwood greeted the Magusian diplomats. The Magusian ambassador introduced himself as main diplomat Jacques. There were two other Magusian diplomats 0430, Early Hour, Quiet 94th, 195 AE 0900 September 2nd, 2019 CE in a hotel meeting room near Port Everglades. Once again, they were in the meeting room where they had held the informational meeting. This time, instead of a Captain Raoul and his crew, it was Captain Raoul and the Magusian diplomats. After more basic introductions and diplomat Underwood explaining about his country, the main part of the meeting came. Our government is looking to establish relations with the Son League and the Septentrion Magus Imperium. We want to send diplomats to your countries. In addition, we are also interested in the possibility of opening trade. Ambassador Jacques was the one who replied. Although we are interested in what you have just said, we have a more important matter that we want to attend to first. What is it? We would like to present an important treaty to your president. In order to get that to our president, we will have to look through it first. The treaty, which was written in Latin, was handed to Underwood, who gave it to translator Hoffman. Hoffman looked through it. He turned to Underwood and started explaining. This seems to be a defense pact. It says that the Septentrion Magus Imperium will provide defense, necessary weaponry, and the men required to operate the weaponry to the signatories, while the signatories will provide men, requested equipment, and requested goods to the Septentrion Magus Imperium for free during its times of war. The Septentrion Magus Imperium also requires a monthly payment for the defense. The specific payment and amount of troops will be discussed and negotiated depending on circumstances. Payment can range from slaves to gold. I don't think we can accept this. My country, Ambassador Jacques cut him off. I think we need to elaborate on the dangers you face. The Magus Imperium will definitely target you. The formidable continent is a land full of resources. Full might be an understatement. It's overflowing with resources. Many decades ago, the Magus Imperium tried to wipe out the natives and acquire the resources so that they didn't have to bother with trading. If they know that you exist and that the giant birds are gone, they will definitely try to wipe you out to gain the resources. We fear that they may already know of your existence. My country knows that spies have infiltrated us, but we don't know who. The spies may have already told them. We still don't think our country will require your help in a conflict with the Magus Imperium. Then allow me to elaborate on their fearful weaponry. The Septentrion Magus Imperium knows perfectly well the power of the Magus Imperium. We have so far fought 4 wars with them. They have all ended in a stalemate, with one side gaining some land and nothing else. As of right now, our army is on par and in some areas superior to theirs. They have guns. Guns are, we know what a gun is. Ambassador Jacques paused for a second. That does make sense. With your ships and buildings, you should know what a gun is. Well, they use guns called bolt-action rifles and machine guns. Here are some pictures. Their machine guns, called the AG-2, are frightening. They have thousands of these and it can fire 500 rounds per minute. Ambassador Jacques was watching Underwood's expressions. It's either he's very good at keeping calm or that his country already has machine guns. Moving on. They have a menacing armored vehicle called a tank. Hey, race a picture of their tank called the Industrial II. They have about 1,000 of these. Its armor can go up to 22 millimeters thick. It is armed with a 40 millimeter cannon. Underwood just nodded his head. Ambassador Jacques was surprised. Do they have tanks? They probably do. My country's tanks are slightly inferior and we can't produce as many guns or tanks, but our magic makes up for it. We have earth magic that can act as a gun or anti-tank weapon depending on how powerful the magus is. We also have shield magic to protect our soldiers. Basically, our army can face them as equals. Our navy may be somewhat inferior to the Mach. However, that is fixed by my country's use of coastal guns. Coastal guns are offered to all our allies as a way to defend themselves against the Mach. The coastal guns are guaranteed for your country if this treaty is accepted. Machian ships are truly terrifying. I have seen your country's ships, but they are no match for the Machian battleship when you compare their size and weaponry. This is a picture of their Desmond-class battleship. As you can see, it has 6 turrets with 12-inch guns. They have about 26 of these terrifying ships. I see. That's it? Even our country was surprised and panicked when our spies found out about this ship. We spent a lot of resources improving these coastal guns so they have a chance against these battleships. We also have 5 barely comparable battleships, and we don't have enough Maguses that have enough power to put up a shield around the entirety of our ships. And all he's saying is I see? Ambassador Jacques started to look a bit unhappy. Diplomat Underwood noticed. Are you fine? Yes, I'm fine. They also have this thing called a plane that is able. We know what a plane is. Ambassador Jacques looked up and shook his head lightly. Sure. Here is a picture of their Maximal fighter aircraft. It is armed with 2 of their standard machine guns. Our country's air force is on par with them. Our flame-breathing dragons that can carry Maguses can take down any Mach aircraft. Ambassador Jacques paused in an effort to let it sink in a bit before continuing. Recently, through their increasing technological capabilities, they have been becoming more and more powerful. Our Imperium's technology may be lagging behind theirs, but our magic greatly makes up for it. Our country is willing to help you in any way possible as long as you agree to this treaty. I will repeat what I said before, we will not accept it. Our country is not willing to immediately agree to a treaty that may drag us into a war. Ambassador Jacques tried to press on. You are making a terrible decision here. Our country also doesn't want a war with the Mach. By signing this treaty, this ensures that we prevent the Mach from invading you and growing stronger by gaining the resources of this land. If this land is so full of resources, wouldn't they try to start a war anyway? No, as long as they know that we are supporting you, they will think twice before starting a war with you. Our army and air force are a force that can't be ignored. Our country isn't willing to agree to something that may require us to fight your war. As of right now, our country is more willing to agree to a non-aggression pact. Can you at least give the terms of this treaty and these pictures to your president? We can do that, but it is unlikely that he will agree. Though the non-aggression pact, trade, and our wish of sending diplomats to your country is still on the table, as of right now, we would like to establish a temporary embassy in the city and get a response to this treaty from your leader before we continue. That can be arranged. 0942 September 2, 2019 CE Washington, D.C., United States of America. Forbidden continent yet. We can't accept this. I mean, it's ridiculous. We have to pay them monthly and give them a ton of free stuff during war. This also basically requires us to house foreign soldiers on our soil. At most, I can accept a mutual defense treaty. Thinking about it, the mutual defense treaty is still a bit overboard. The chances of it passing Congress are slim. I mean, look at these weapons and their descriptions. The capabilities confirm the Mach to only be a peak World War I nation. We can easily defeat them. The Secretary of State, Katerina Clifford, had given the president the details about the diplomatic meeting with the Magusians. Diplomat Underwood, the diplomat we had down there, had suggested that we can at least give them a non-aggression pact. Well, let's see if they can agree to a non-aggression pact. 0500, early hour, quiet 94th, 195 AE 1000 September 2, 2019 CE in a hotel meeting room near Port Everglades. This area seems good. Well then, we can arrange that easily. The diplomats were discussing the location of the temporary embassy. Then the phone rang. Diplomat Underwood had sent the information about the meeting through others since he had to continue on with the meeting. Now the Secretary of State herself was directly calling him. He agrees that we can't accept it, but we could try to negotiate a mutual defense treaty. Diplomat Underwood nodded and hung up. Ambassador Jacques was curious. What was that? This is a telephone that my country commonly uses for long-range communications. I got a call from my superior about the treaty that you presented us. The Magusian diplomats were surprised that the Americans had a telephone and were interested in its weird shape. More and more, It seemed to them that this country called the United States of America may be on par with them or the mock. The buildings and some technology of the Americans seemed like it. Their reaction to the weapons also made sense if that was true. So what was the reply from your president? As I have said, we can't agree with your treaty. However, we can agree to a non-aggression treaty. Well, that is disappointing to hear. We will discuss this non-aggression treaty that you proposed in the future. Allow us to continue talking about establishing this temporary embassy. 0700, mid-hour, quiet 95th, 195 AE Port Bannock, Mock Imperium, Damam, Imperatoria, Continent 2 Desmond-class battleships, 8 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 20 destroyers were leaving port. Force A, a naval squadron put together by the Mock Imperium in a week, was steaming towards the Bem Kingdom in order to gather more forces 7 days earlier. 0600, mid-hour, quiet 88th, 195 AE Industropolis, Mock Imperium, Damam, Imperatoria, Continent. Whether or not they are descendants of our people, I don't care. That continent is full of untouched resources. If we could get our hands on it, we can build a bigger navy than our current 230 ships and an army with thousands of tanks. Think about it, Your Highness. Think about it. Thousands upon thousands of tanks rolling through no man's land as we smash through the Magusian defenses. Hundreds of ships shelling their coastal defenses while they try to feebly counterfire. With an army and navy like that, the Magusians will stand no chance. We need to subjugate that nation on the Formidable continent as quickly as possible. A seemingly crazed man was talking to the Emperor. That crazed man was the war advisor and head general of the mock military. We can send a naval squadron to do that. Sir, just a naval squadron is not enough. We need to send soldiers to completely subjugate the land. Then send BEM soldiers. Why include the BEMs? We can send our own soldiers. Have you forgotten what happened when my great-grandfather tried to take over that continent? Thousands of Machian soldiers were slaughtered when the birds appeared. Only the Navy was able to escape. I'm not doing a repeat of that. We're sending a naval squadron with soldiers from BEM. We can spare some resources as a reward for their kingdom's participation. As you wish, Your Majesty. I will prepare a squadron and notify the BEM of our intentions. Ron the Black Cat Rifle AG-2, apparatus gun, which is Latin for machine gun. Industro II has a slightly bigger gun than shown in the picture. The picture shows a 37mm instead of a 40mm. Desmond-class battleship Maximal Figure Chapter 7 become our vassal state. 1000, early hour, quiet 94th, 195 AE Primopolis, Septentrio Magus Imperium, Damam, Imperatoria. Continent news about how the meeting went with the Americans and the information gained about the Americans were reported to Emperor Arstant. I suppose we can agree to their non-aggression pact. Even though Robertus was only a messenger, he was also a close friend and advisor. He may not have as much experience as the actual older advisors, and he may get easily excited, but he is bright. Your Majesty, if I may express my opinion, go ahead. I believe that they might have refused because the required payment might be a bit too high. You have always expressed that, Casca. It definitely wasn't because of this. According to the report, Jacques told me that the United States wasn't willing to agree to our defense treaty because they felt that this will get them involved in wars. You should also think about the reason why our payment is so high. The reason why we have that payment is because of the stress on our imperium and the resources we have to expand. We are like a world police that ensures the safety of the other nations. We must accomplish this duty while still taking care of our own country. Why must our imperium be like a world police? Well, Cascas, the reason is that there is no other nation strong enough to counter the Mock, who is the criminal. If there were, I would gladly let them take care of the world. I myself am getting tired of always having to keep the Mock in check. If only there was another country. 1500 September 5, 2019 CE Washington, D.C., United States of America. Formidable Continent. President Hayes was enjoying a nice glass of sweet tea in his office and was looking over various reports. Sheesh. I'm tired. All I wanted was a quiet term to serve and lead my country. At least nothing else is happening and things are going great. Fuel problems are resolved. Relations with other nations in this world are being established. The phoenixes have been pushed back to the ridges of the northern frontier, and companies have begun setting up mines and other things there. Some people have even started to settle the land. A defining feature of the American past. The Wild West. I wonder if the northern frontier can be something like that. A revival of a defining feature of American history. There are some minor issues as of right now, but nothing too major. Some people are protesting the massacre of the phoenixes, and some companies have been impacted badly from being cut off from our original world. Nothing too bad. Congress is also passing quite a few laws. I was very surprised at the amount. Usually, it takes them ages to get something passed. The most important of them would probably be the Technology Safeguard Act. Just something to make sure we maintain technological supremacy. I hope this calm goes on. As my motto says, work hard and fix everything first, then be lazy. I will be so unhappy if someone tried to invade us or start a war or something. Unknown to the president, he's going to be very unhappy very soon. Somewhere in the ocean between the Bem Kingdom and Formidon at night, 2 fleets of ships were making their way towards the Formidon continent. Accompanying the Machian squadron is 20 Bem ships of the line carrying 2,000 soldiers. The Bem ships of the line were in a columnar formation. On the flagship, a Bem admiral in whose quarters was drinking some liquor with his vice admiral. Damn mock thinking they can do whatever they want and damn king licking their feet. Admiral, those are treasonous words, but I do agree, this is a suicide mission. A nation on Formidon. PFFFT. Last I heard, it was infested with man-eating birds. The admiral downed a glass of liquor and continued rambling. He was missing his family and home. The people hate that the king listens to the mock. The mock literally is the king of our king. We can't do shit. He drank another glass and slammed it down. Further ahead of the Bem fleet was the ships of the mock. On a Desmond-class battleship, another admiral was talking with his close aides. They were enjoying some fine wine. This will probably be an easy conquest. A bunch of savages that just sprouted up as a nation after the birds disappeared. The Machian diplomat among them joined in. Although they are a bunch of savages, we are still required to try to make them a vassal state. Wastes fewer resources than fighting them. Of course, I do hope that they disagree so we can show them the might of our glorious Imperium. To our Imperium, the people in the rooms raised their cups. Glory to our Imperium. May it last 1,000 years. Unknown to them, the mock Imperium will probably not last another year. In a random bar in Industropolis on the same night, the room was filled with people talking about various things. It ranged from personal matters to current state affairs. A common topic was the nation on Formidon. It started after people noticed and spread the news of the gathering of ships at Port Bannock. The emperor wasn't that concerned about keeping it a secret, so it soon got out that there was a nation on Formidon. 2 men, acquaintances from work, had begun talking about it. Finally, with this, we can win against those pigs. I don't understand how conquering a bunch of savages will help us against a magus, you numbskull. Is there only air in that brain of yours? The reason why we wanted to conquer that continent in the past and now is the resources. Whatever, I relatively don't care about this politics stuff. As long as it doesn't affect me. On the subject of me being a numbskull, does your wife know you're here? 0930 September 6th. 2019 CE 0545, early hour, quiet 98, 195 AE Miami, United States of America. Formidon continent diplomat Underwood and translator Hoffman had come to the temporary Magusian embassy after Ambassador Jacques called him about urgent matters. Our spies say that a Machian naval squadron consisting of around 30 warships are sailing towards you. Do you know what their intent is? We aren't quite sure, but we believe that they may be on their way to invade you. 0950 September 6th, 2019 CE Washington, D.C., United States of America, Formidon continent. We need you in the situation room now. This is urgent. I got a bad feeling about this a few minutes later in the situation room. Great. I really shouldn't have thought of that yesterday. The President and the rest of the National Security Council learned that the Magusians had intelligence about a possible Machian invasion. Currently, satellites were trying to find out whether or not this was true. 1112 September 6th, 2019 CE. They were looking at satellite images depicting a total of 52 ships. 32 ships were in a group and all made of metal, while another 20 ships were in a group behind and seemed to be made of wood. Carlson was explaining. At around 1050, this morning, our satellite spotted 2 formations of ships in the middle of the ocean between our continent and the Imperatoria continent. We believe it's a mix of Bem and Machian warships. They seem to be sailing directly towards Miami. Everyone showed faces of concern. The president was asking questions. How long will it take them to get here? It is predicted that it will take them about 14 days. The Machian ships have greatly reduced their speeds to somewhat match with the Bems. What do we think their intention is? It doesn't seem peaceful, seeing that they are a group of heavily armed warships. According to the Magicians, it is hostile. 1500 September 6, 2019 CE 0730, mid-hour, quiet 98, 195 AE Miami, United States of America. Forbidden Continent Diplomat Underwood, I believe it is in your country's best interest in accepting the Mutual Defense Treaty. I have said it many times. My country has absolutely no interest in that. The Machian will probably back down if they know they will immediately have to go to war with us if they attack you. Agree to the treaty and your country is saved. Our country is able to defend itself. Then I will have to leave. I believe it isn't safe for me to be here. However, I will leave behind some minimal personnel to maintain contact. Then I hope we can meet again. Ambassador Jacques got up and left with a solemn face. 1323 September 20, 2019 CE 0641, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE Miami, United States of America. Forbidden Continent. A few days ago, the United States went into the EFCON3. Most Magicians and all the Albians have left. However, a group of 4 very low-rank Magicians have been left behind with some communication equipment. They were ordered to escape and destroy the equipment if the Americans failed to stop the Machians. A few miles away from Miami, Admiral Publius was looking out a bridge. Within an hour, they would arrive. While looking through his binoculars, he noticed something that was approaching at a very fast speed. He focused on it and waited for it to approach. It didn't seem like the man-eating bird. As it got closer, he identified it as a weird aircraft. Instead of the propellers being in front of the aircraft, it was above. All the others in the bridge started to notice it. People started murmuring to each other. "What is that? I don't know." Admiral Publius took the initiative, put everyone on alert. Prepare for battle. A few minutes later, the weird aircraft was only a few miles away. A loud voice came out of it. "We request, on behalf of our government, that you advance no further. We will allow one of your ships to dock and explain. I repeat, this is the United States Armed Forces. We request, on behalf of our government, that you advance no further. We will allow one of your ships to dock and explain." "Admiral, what do we do?" "Let our ship advance. Communicate to the others to stay behind." Couldn't this be a trap? That weird aircraft could be using it as a chance to destroy our ship and escape before the others can catch up. We could just all advance forward and blow them apart. Do you doubt the power of a ship named after our emperor? That aircraft will be blown out of the sky if they do anything. Our diplomat wanted to open up negotiations first before any action. The Desmond-class battleship started to move forward. 1410 September 20, 2019 CE 0705, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE Miami, United States of America. Forbidden Continent. There were news crews and civilians everywhere. The people were being kept back by police and military. This was receiving much more coverage and much earlier than the Albians and Magicians because of the obvious military buildup in the surrounding area. When the Albians and Magicians came, it was more unexpected and the government tried to keep it low. There was a bit of news coverage after people noticed. This time it was different. Diplomat Underwood was there to greet the Machians. The Desmond-class battleship had just docked. 2 well-dressed men accompanied by 10 sailors carrying rifles got off. Diplomat Underwood greeted them. One of the well-dressed men spoke. "I'm Admiral Publius of the Machian Navy and this is Diplomat Felix. We would like for you to hear our proposal." Translator Hoffman was also there and explained it to Underwood. Diplomat Felix handed a paper to Underwood who gave it to Hoffman. "Basically, we want you to become our vassal state." Diplomat Underwood raised an eyebrow after Hoffman translated what was said. "Ron the Black Cat them ship of the line Mock Heavy Cruiser Mock Light Cruiser Mock Destroyer." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. It has begun. 1414 September 20, 2019 CE 0707, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE Miami, United States of America. Forbidden Continent. Hoffman, are you sure you translated that correctly? I'm pretty sure that is what he said. Make him repeat it, Hoffman asked. Diplomat Felix started gloating. I might not have been clear. Our generous and almighty Mock Imperium have given you barbarians a chance to become a vassal state of our glorious country. It would be wise to accept, Hoffman translated and also explained the contents of the papers that were handed to him. This treaty is basically what he had just said. It also adds certain conditions. Something along the lines of complete obedience and high amounts of tribute. They want us to become a vassal state to their country. Diplomat Underwood looked towards Diplomat Felix with a calm face. Our country will not become a vassal state to your country. We have already refused the mutual defense treaty given to us by the Magosians. We would like to stay neutral to any conflicts that you two countries may have. The United States of America will not agree to any proposal that is against its interests. Diplomat Felix started to sound more and more threatening. Then that is really regretful. We have given you barbarians the great honor of being able to ally yourselves with us. Since you have refused, the Mark Imperium and Ben Kingdom hereby declare war on you. However, we are merciful people. You have 12 hours, 24 hours in our time, to surrender. If we get no response within that time frame, our fleet will invade. We will burn this city down to the ground and kill every single one of your people. After the Machians departed, Diplomat Underwood stood there with an extremely and uncanny calm face. Contact Washington 1500 September 20th, 2019 CE 0730, mid-hour, quiet 112th, 195 AE. Many miles off the shores of Miami, Admiral Publius was talking to Diplomat Felix when they returned to the rest of the fleet. Diplomat, are you sure about this? The aircraft they used earlier seemed to be advanced. Admiral, I know the situation of the world. No country other than the Magosians can put up resistance that can stop us. Sure, their aircraft with a propeller on top may seem advanced. In reality, it is inferior to our aircraft. It doesn't have any weapons on it and it seems less maneuverable compared to our Maximal fighters. It is not fit for air-to-air combat or anything else in particular. These Americans might have created it because it was easy to make. The anti-air cannons on our ships can easily deal with it. As a military man, the Admiral has some doubts but didn't question the superiority of his Imperium. Unknown to them, they were already surrounded 1500 September 20th, 2019 CE somewhere, Commander. They are well within the range of our torpedoes. We can blast every single one of them out of the water within mere minutes. The commander was stern and focused on the radar screen. Washington hasn't given the go-ahead yet. Hidden underwater near the BEM and Machian fleet was Submarine Squadron 6 and Submarine Squadron 4. It consisted of a total of 6 Los Angeles Class 1 https://www.military.com/los-angeles-class-fast-attack-submarine https://navy.mil/nvidita.mil/asp?mark/sit=4100 *C-Tech 4 and 7 Virginia-class nuclear attack submarines. Out of sight but close to the BEM and Machian fleet was also 2 carrier strike groups. This was a total of 2 Nimitz-class nuclear aircraft carriers, 2 Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruisers, and 4 Arleigh-Burke-class guided missile destroyers. There was also an additional 6 Arleigh-Burke-class guided missile destroyer present as an engagement force. The submarines have 4 torpedo tubes each and have a large number of torpedoes in stock. The Mark 45 5-inch, 127 mm, guns and Mark 41 vertical launching systems of the cruisers and destroyers were ready. FA-18EF Super Hornets 2 https://www.military.com/equipment/F-A-18E-F-Super-Hornet https://www.navy.mil/nvidita.mil/navy.mil/sit=120%tit=1200%C-Tech 1 were also ready for liftoff from the USS George Washington, CVN-73, and USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, CVN-69. F-35 Lightning IIs 3 https://www.military.com/equipment/F-35A-Lightning-II https://www.af.mil/about-us/fact-sheets/display/article /478441/F-35A-lightning-II/ from multiple Air Force bases across Florida were preparing as extra support. The fighter jets were loaded with a variety of air-to-surface missiles and guided bomb units. GBU 1420 September 20, 2019 CE 0710, mid-hour, quiet 112th, 195 AE Washington, D.C., United States of America, Forbidden Continent. The president was on his phone in the Situation Room. After a few more minutes of talking, the president got off the phone. Get us to DEFCON2. I'm going to need to inform the people about our current situation, Mr. President. News outlets have already had Latin translators translate what was said. The people know and they are outraged. 1445 September 20, 2019 CE 0722, mid-hour, quiet 112th, 195 AEA. Random news stations across America were in a frenzy. In channels that report news, all other programming was pushed back for this breaking news. Here is an example from a news channel. I'm Martin Sods. We are interrupting this broadcast to bring you breaking news of a possible declaration of war against the United States. At around 2:10 this afternoon, a ship representing the Mock Imperium and Bem Kingdom arrived in Port Everglades. This was also the place where the Albions and Magosians docked less than a month earlier and established a good relationship with the United States. A labeled political map appeared on the screen that labeled the countries. From our translators, we were able to learn that the people who represented the Mock Imperium and Bem Kingdom immediately demanded the United States of America to become a vassal state of the Mock Imperium. Of course, our diplomat immediately refused. Then the representative of the Mock Imperium and Bem Kingdom proceeded to declare war on the United States. The representative said that they were willing to wait for 24 hours for a response from the United States Gover. I'm getting word that the president is making an announcement. This is live footage of the president's address on this situation. The screen switched to the president behind a podium. My fellow Americans, at around 2 p.m. Eastern Time today, our diplomats made contact with diplomats representing the Mock Imperium and Bem Kingdom. They gave us the offer of becoming their vassal state, and when we refused, they threatened us with a war within 24 hours if we did not submit. As we speak, there is a Machian and Bem fleet positioned right outside of U.S. territorial waters near Florida and are ready to advance. However, the U.S. Navy is positioned and ready to strike if they dare enter American waters. Although we want peace, we do not believe that peace is so sweet as to be purchased at the cost of our liberty. As of right now, we will try to resolve this peacefully and request that they advance no further. May God bless the United States of America. 1500 September 20, 2019 CE 0730, mid-hour, quiet 112th, 195 AE Washington, D.C., United States of America, Forbidden Continent. The president was in the Situation Room and was viewing live footage from a surveillance drone. An RQ-4 Global Hawk was flying far above the Machian and Bem fleet while recording and sending live footage to the Situation Room. Mr. President, all our forces are in place and ready to strike. Tell them that we will never agree to their demands and that they will be fired upon if they try to proceed any further. 1520 September 20, 2019 CE 0710, mid-hour, quiet 112th, 195 AE. Many miles off the shores of Miami, Admiral, another plane seems to be incoming. I hope that they are wise and agree to our demands. It would be a real pity if they didn't. We will never agree to your terms. We request that you send a single ship for further negotiations. We will open fire if all of your ships advance. I repeat, we will open fire if all ships advance. The admiral was looking out the bridge. Diplomat, what do we do? Per the king's instructions, if they refuse we will attack. Commence the attack, Admiral. Admiral Publius turned back to his sailors. Let's ignore that puny aircraft. We are heading straight for their city. Signal for all ships to advance. 1525 September 20, 2019 CE 0733, mid-hour, quiet 112th, 195 AE Washington, D.C., United States of America, Forbidden Continent. On the screen, the ship started to advance. The Sikorsky SH-60 Seahawk helicopter 4 https://www.navy.mil/nvidia/fact_display. Asp question mark sit equals 1200 ampersand tit equals 500 ampersand c equals 1 https:// www.military.com/equipment/sh-60-C-Haye was staying a distance away from the ships and was ready to pull back if they were fired upon. Strangely, even though the ships all started to advance, the ships ignored it. The president was confused as to why the helicopter wasn't fired upon, but decided to warn the Machian and Bem again. He had also already been informed about what U.S. naval units were positioned there. Tell the helicopter to warn them again. Also, get the engagement force and fire warning shots if they do not desist. 1530 September 20, 2019 CE 0745, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE many miles off the shores of Miami. I repeat, do not advance any further. The messages from the aircraft were ignored. The two Desmond-class battleships were going at its top speed of 23.6 miles per hour towards the city. Going at top speed will go through a lot of coal, but they had already been replenished by colliers. A sailor on the Desmond-class battleship noticed something. "Admiral, we have multiple ships sighted over the horizon to our left. Let them approach. When they get within 10 miles, our ship and the other Desmond-class battleship will open fire." The admiral was calm since no known ship of the time could outrange the Desmond-class battleship. Being one of the most advanced ships of its time, it had a maximum firing range of about 10 miles. They could pummel any ship that dares try to get close. 1530 September 20, 2019 CE 0745, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE many miles off the shores of Miami. Commander, we have spotted the Machian and Bem fleet. The commander of the Arleigh-Burke-class destroyer got on his radio with the other commanders. "Once we get into range, we will each fire a warning shot and then disengage." The Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers were going at a top speed of 35 miles per hour and were quick long approaching its effective firing range of 15 miles. It could fire up to 20 miles but wasn't 100% accurate beyond 15 miles. It also could fire 16 to 20 rounds per minute automatic. Of course, after exhausting 16 to 20 rounds, it will take time to reload. 1545 September 20, 2019 CE 0752, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE many miles off the shores of Miami. Admiral, they opened fire. Open fire? What does the rangefinder indicate? They are about 14 to 15 miles out, sir. Those are probably warning shots. Those can't get anywhere near us. Right after saying that, 6 pillars of water rose up around the fleet. The admiral was flabbergasted. What? Impossible. To have a range of more than 10 miles. Is that rangefinder accurate? It is, sir. Turn back now or we will be forced to fire with intentions to sink. I repeat, turn back now. Both Desmond-class battleships had its guns pointed towards the 6 ships that had opened fire on them. However, they were way out of range and seemed to have no interest in getting closer. Admiral, what do we do? Press forward. They don't seem to fire accurately and seems to take time to reload. 1550 September 20, 2019 CE 0755, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE hidden under the ocean near the Machian and Bem fleet. Washington has given the go-ahead. They want us to sink the 2 battleships. Chapter 9 Part 1 One-sided naval battle. 1555 September 20, 2019 CE 0752, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE many miles off the shores of Miami. Press forward. Show no fear. For the glory of the Imperium, the majestic and invincible steel beast of his Imperium was going full speed along with its fleet. Admiral Publius's eyes filled with determination as it always does when he goes into battle mode. All of a sudden, the ship violently rocked to the left and everyone on the bridge was thrown off balance. There was a massive and brilliant explosion on the right of the ship. The admiral was thrown to the ground. He was only dealt with a couple of scrapes and stood up soon after. What in His Majesty's name was that? As everyone started to recover and assess the situation, an officer shouted out, "Admiral, our ship was hit and is listing to the right." "What hit us?" "It could be a torpedo. We are currently taking on large amounts of water. Can it be repaired?" "No, sir. The hole is too big." Just as that was said, there was a massive flash behind them. "What was that, sir?" "The IS Imperium ship, Atticus, our other battleship, was hit." "What's its condition?" "We don't can use the telegraph." A telegraph was immediately sent to the IS Atticus. A reply came a few minutes later. "Admiral, it reads listing right." Taking on water. Unrepairable. Preparing to abandon. What kind of torpedo can do that? Where are they firing from? We don't know, Admiral. We believe that it's a submarine, but the destroyers have not detected anything. Try anything to repair the damage. The Admiral was beginning to panic. Admiral, it's impossible. Water is gushing in so fast that our men can't seal it off. The Admiral started to sweat. Abandon ship. A minute ago nearby under the sea. After given the go-ahead, one torpedo came out from each of the 6 Los Angeles-class nuclear attack submarines. 3 of the torpedoes headed to one of the battleships, while the other 3 headed to the other battleship. The Virginia-class nuclear attack submarine did not fire. The government wanted them to surrender for some political reason. 1600 September 20, 2019 CE 0800, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE. Many miles off the shores of Miami. Captain, our flagships IS Marcus and IS Atticus is sinking. We are receiving a telegraph message from the IS Atticus that they are abandoning ship. The captain of the heavy cruiser Victorium, third in command of the fleet, was taken by surprise. The other officers in the bridge were terrified. In mere minutes of the order to attack, both of their flagships were sinking. Their flagships, the Desmond-class battleship, should be able to take any heavy fire from any navy and still stay operational. There were no munitions capable of sinking it in a mere few shots. Even the Magusian Navy, the only navy capable of somewhat standing up to the mock, could not face any Desmond-class battleship with any hope of winning unless they outnumbered it 20-1. Now, right in front of their eyes, these invincible beasts were sinking. Captain, what do we do? Should we turn back? We can't press forward. The captain had a solemn face. Telegraph to the other mock ships to retreat. Should we signal to the BEM to do that too? We got no time. Retreat as fast as possible. The BEM will stay behind to cover our retreat. The captain of the heavy cruiser Victorium knew that it was less of a cover and more of a sacrifice. Captain, we must go save the survivors. We will meet the same fate as our flagships if we do. Ignore the survivors. But Captain, the captain gave a stern look and the opposing officer backed down. The group of heavy cruisers, light cruisers, and destroyers were turning around in a scattered position. Far behind them, the BEM fleet, which had seen the destruction of the Machians' battleships, noticed it. Admiral, they are turning around. Have they signaled to us their intentions? Negative, sir. They are abandoning us, aren't they? Those bastards. The 6 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers that were staying 15 miles out also noticed. We have just received orders to intercept and prevent their escape. Focus fire on the Machian ships. Aye, sir. The gun on each of the destroyers immediately turned and fired on the ships that were in the front of the Machian formation. At that moment on the IS Victorium. Captain, the enemies have opened fire. Try to evade. The IS Victorium was hit. So were 5 other Machian ships. 2 destroyers were immediately obliterated upon impact. A light cruiser's bridge was destroyed. Another heavy cruiser and the IS Victorium sustained heavy damage. The ears of the captain of the IS Victorium were ringing from the explosion. What's the situation, Captain? The enemy shell hit the center of the ship. 2 of our side main guns have been destroyed. All of a sudden, a zooming sound could be heard coming from above and passing over. The captain looked out to the left of the ship. He could see 2 arrowheads at incredible speeds going outwards. What is that? Multiple Machians noticed the arrowheads flying over by and were alarmed by it. Its speed was something that seemed to be impossible. At that moment on the IS Marcus, Admiral Publius was grimly looking out of the bridge. The rest of the crew and the diplomat had abandoned ship. Based on Machian naval tradition, an admiral cannot abandon ship. If they did, they will have their title stripped and face mockery while in jail waiting to be executed. Admiral Publius firmly believed in death before dishonor. What is this? What in His Majesty's name is this? The admiral said these words in despair after witnessing the destruction of multiple mock ships and the arrowheads flying by. Chapter 10 Part 2 One-sided naval battle. 1616 September 20, 2019 CE 0808, mid-hour, quiet 112, 195 AE. Many miles off the shores of Miami. We have to get out of here, increase speed, evasive maneuvers, put out the fire. They are firing again. Impossible. How are they reloading that fast? Brace for impact. A variety of shots could be heard from the Machian sailors on different ships. A pair of FA-18EF had just conducted a flyby of the ships as a psychological attack to sow fear in the enemy. The Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers fired again within seconds of firing the first rounds. Explosions rocked the Machian fleet. This time 3 destroyers, the heavily damaged heavy cruiser which had lost its frontal main gun, another heavy cruiser, and the bridge-damaged light cruiser were hit. 2 of the 3 destroyers suffered the same fate as the first 2 destroyers. The heights had nearly evaporated them. The 3rd destroyer was hit in the middle and broke in 2. It sunk like a closing claw. The damaged heavy cruiser caught fire and the undamaged one exploded because of a hit to the ammunition. Through all of this carnage, the damaged light cruiser that was hit again miraculously stayed afloat. However, the deck was a burning wreck. On the IS Victorum, Captain, we can't let this go on. We have no ability to fight back. Even if we tried to escape, we would all be sunk. The captain of the IS Victorum was looking out at the condition of his fleet. Multiple ships were sinking. Some ships were in literal flames. Smoke was rising up around the fleet. There was extensive damage to many ships. They are opening fire again. Many miles away, the guns on the ships of the enemy fleet all flashed. Do they not need to reload? Once again, 6 ships were hit. The accuracy of the enemy scared the Machians. What kind of gunner was able to perfectly hit their target 3 times in a row at this distance? It was possible that this was the act of the Magicians using their evil magic. The only thing was, there was no possible magic that can do that. Magic can only conjure things out of thin air and propel it with an invisible force. It can't improve the accuracy of anything. Unknown to them, this was because of the Aegis weapons system, AWS, that is on every single one of the enemy ships. The AWS uses powerful computer and radar technology to track and guide weapons to destroy enemy targets with near-perfect accuracy. The IS Victorum's back gun was disabled. 4 other heavy cruisers suffered extensive damage. A destroyer was hit and was rolling onto its side. The captain of the IS Victorum felt completely hopeless. It was impossible to fight back because the enemy was faster, more accurate, and more destructive than them. The only chance they had was with a complete retreat, but even when they were retreating, they were being destroyed as if they were training dummies. Stop all vessels. Quickly. Raise the flag of surrender. On the lead Arleigh-Burke ceasefire. Ceasefire, a commander was barking into his radio. The Machian ships had raised white flags and started to slow. The BEM ship of the lines followed suit. The commander was relieved because he was afraid that the tradition for surrender was different in this world. Turns out there was something about the white flag that made it suited for being a symbol of surrender. Although the BEM had not been fired upon, they were too slow to escape. Naval Battle of Florida. Machian casualties sunk dead: 2 Desmond-class battleships, 1 heavy cruiser, 6 destroyers, about 5,000 men captured, 7 heavy cruisers, 6 heavily damaged, 2 light cruisers, 1 extremely damaged, 14 destroyers, about 7,000 men. BEM casualties captured: 20 BEM ship of the line, 16,000 men. American casualties 0,0000. September 21, 2019 CE 0300, early hour, quiet 113th, 195 AE Primopolis, Septentrio Magus Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, Continent. Your Majesty. Yes, I'm right next to you, Robertus, you don't have to scream. Yes, Your Majesty. Sorry about that, it's fine, it's fine. What is it? Is it about how our secret military buildup on the front is going? About it, Your Majesty, we have received a telegram from Diplomat Jacques. Turns out we don't need to prepare a preemptive invasion of Amok. What do you mean? Turns out the Machian weren't able to defeat the Americans. According to the telegram, Diplomat Jacques returned to Formido after receiving, from the people he had left behind to spy on the occupying Machian forces, that the American Navy was able to one-sidedly defeat the Machian fleet. Emperor Arstant was surprised. Give me the telegram. The Emperor was handed it and read through it. This is Diplomat Jacques. I have just returned to the continent of Formido. The American Navy was able to one-sidedly defeat the Machian fleet of 2 Desmond-class battleships, 8 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 20 destroyers. The Americans gave us video footage of the battle. A Machian fleet of this size would be able to easily threaten our coast. I hate to admit this, but this United States of America is more advanced than any country in this world. Maybe the elves are on par with them, if the elves exist. When I first set foot in this country, I immediately noted that it was on par with ours. They had cars, skyscrapers, and their rich wore comfortable clothing. However, as I stayed longer in it, I noticed that they may have been more advanced than us. Their cars felt smoother and more enjoyable to ride in. Their skyscrapers seem to tower above ours. Their buildings are able to effectively keep warmth in when it is cold outside without the use of any heating equipment. Everyone in their country seems to be able to wear good clothing. They even have the ability to produce colored video footage. My list can go on and on. By then I believe that they may have been a bit better than us. I believe that we may have been only a step behind. Now, I believe that they may be hundreds of years ahead of us. I have been trying my best to pretend that I wasn't surprised by any of their better technology in order for us to gain negotiations that favored us. Now I realized my mistake. The moment we arrived was the moment that they knew we were less advanced. In my opinion, we can't dare to anger them. They will be a more fearsome enemy than the mock. Chapter 11 Calm Before the Storm. 0020 September 21st, 2019 CE 0310, early hour, quiet 113th, 195 AE Primopolis, Septentrio Magus Imperium, Domum, Imperatoria, Continent. Emperor Calirius Arstant was stroking his white beard. I'm not sure whether to be happy or apprehensive. Robertus looked at the telegram on the table thoughtfully. I agree, I'm happy that the mock wasn't able to gain the resources that the Formididon continent had, but I'm now worried about the United States of America. They could potentially be a threat. They did just wipe out a mock fleet able to conquer a country in the League of Sohn within days. It's a good thing we agreed to a non-aggression pact, but your majesty, will they uphold it? Emperor Arstant looked at the ceiling of his office room. I believe so. From what Diplomat Jack has said, they haven't acted aggressively at all towards us. They only attacked the mock to defend themselves. This might actually work in our favor. 1200 September 21st, 2019 CE 0900, end hour, quiet 113th, 195 AE Primopolis, Septentrio Magus Imperium, Domum, Imperatoria, Continent. Emperor Arstant was back in his office room. Most would think that being the emperor was very easy. All you had to do was sit in your throne room, look all high and mighty, and command your subordinates. That was completely false. Although he did get to sit in his throne room for official ceremonies, granting audiences, or conducting large meetings. Small meetings, decisions, and paperwork in his office room filled up a large part of the day. The most annoying part of being emperor was the paperwork. He had to look through various reports, complaints, and random things that ranged from taxes to military information. It was tiring work. Of course, there were good sides to being emperor. Good food, great entertainment, and time to relax. He did just have a nice steak dinner. Your Majesty, it was Robertus again. Your Majesty. We have another magram from Diplomat Jacques. It seemed like all the recent news from him was about the United States of America. Give it to me, Emperor Arstant. As usual, skip the formalities that were usually included on magrams sent to the Emperor and look through the content. This is Diplomat Jacques. The United States of America has established contact with the Machians using the telegrams on the Machian ships. Interestingly, the Machians seem to have developed a type of telegram that doesn't require wires. The United States wants to pursue a peaceful resolution with the Machians after the Machians' unreasonable declaration of war. They are also willing to release and send back the about 7,000 Machian prisoners of war that they have captured. Your Majesty, if we can get the United States of America to fight the Machians, then won't we benefit from it? Of course it will. Then can we somehow sabotage the communications to make it look like the Machians are being hostile? I don't think there's a need for that. What do you mean, Robertus? It's the Machians we are talking about. About an hour earlier, Jacksonville, Florida, United States of America. Formididon continent. Can you send a telegram to your country? The Machian diplomat, Diplomat Felix, was sitting in the communication room of a Machian destroyer. He was a survivor of the IS Marcus and was picked up by the U.S. Navy after the battle. The Machian destroyer was docked at the Mayport base along with other captured Machian ships. Diplomat Underwood, translator Hoffman, and a bunch of American officials and soldiers were around him. We need you to tell your emperor the news of your defeat and our willingness to negotiate. Sure, anything specific. Diplomat Felix was extremely bitter but didn't complain. He saw firsthand the power of these Americans. 1200 September 21st, 2019 CE 1000, down hour, quiet 113th, 195 AE Primopolis, Septentrio Magus Imperium, Domum, Imperatoria, Continent. Industropolis, Mock Imperium, Domum, Imperatoria, Continent. Message for Emperor Industrious. Your Imperial Highness, Diplomat Felix, Your humble servant has a message of utmost importance to you. Yesterday, our invasion fleet was defeated. The Americans had sunk 2 battleships, 1 heavy cruiser, and 6 destroyers. They have captured the entire BEM and remaining Machian fleet and have 7,000 of your subjects as prisoners, including me. The Americans suffered neither casualties nor damage. The Americans have allowed me to use the telegram installed in the communication room of a Machian destroyer to report this to you and extend their offer of negotiations. The Americans are willing to see this as a misunderstanding, and they wish to stop the current state of war, which I had declared, between our nation and theirs. They are also willing to further discuss this if you deem it necessary. They promise to keep the Machian prisoners of war in good condition and release them after the state of war ceases. Your Imperial Highness, I have seen the might of the United States of America and implore that you agree to their request for peace. May your reign never end. An extremely unpleasant and enraging look was on Emperor Desmond Industrious' face. Summon my advisors now, a scared-looking servant next to the Emperor responded. Why, yes, sir. A few minutes later in the throne room. Can anyone explain how this happened? In his throne room, Emperor Industrious was still enraged. One of the advisors spoke up. Sir, the Magusians might have helped the Americans. 2 Desmond-class battleships were sunk. 2. The Magusians don't have the weapons to sink them without risking massive damage to themselves. You are telling me that the Magusians had a large fleet there and were willing to risk that fleet to protect an unknown country? Your Highness, what? It was because of incompetence. The Emperor looked towards the military advisor head General Flavius Tullus H.M. The incompetence of the sailors and their officers doomed the fleet. There can be no other sensible reason. Think about it, Your Highness. Because their guards were down, they were easily attacked and defeated. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. Then what about these words written by diplomat Felix? He says that the Americans are terrifying. Lies. Your Majesty. Lies. He has been forced by these barbarians to send this to you. They are threatening us and trying to use this lucky victory to gain from us. They say that they have suffered no damage, but that's made up. They even dare say they are treating the prisoners well in order to make us bow down to them for the prisoners' safety. These words are a veiled threat. Silence perpetrated the air. Emperor Industrious was thinking about those words and came to hate his trusted military advisor Flavius's words. How dare they try to make fools out of our empire with their promise of negotiation? Prepare a massive fleet. We will wipe them out. Tell these barbarians that they have a day to surrender or we will eradicate every last one of them. 1240 September 21st, 2019 CE 0620, mid-hour, quiet 113th, 195 AE Jacksonville, Florida, United States of America, Forbidden Continent. A reply came through. You have within a day to send us your unconditional surrender. This is your last chance. A massive fleet bigger than the first one will be sent and you will suffer the consequences. Choose wisely. The first option is that you surrender and become our vassal state with minor consequences for your actions. Or, you don't and face the wrath of our imperial military. We will kill your soldiers, lay waste to your puny towns, massacre every single one of your people. None shall be spared. 1250 September 21st, 2019 CE 0625, mid-hour, quiet 113th, 195 AE Washington, D.C., United States of America, Forbidden Continent. President Ronell Haye had a somewhat unimpressed, somewhat straight face. Most of the people in the Situation Room knew what kind of face it was. The president only showed that face when he was extremely infuriated. And extremely was an understatement. No one threatens the American people. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Daniel Marks, was in the Situation Room because of the current situation. Mr. President, we need immediate military action. The president slowly nodded. 1400 September 21st, 2019 CE 0700, mid-hour, quiet 113th, 195 AE Washington, D.C., United States of America, Forbidden Continent. Army General Abrams Thompson, former commander of the U.S. Central Command, was currently in Washington, D.C. He became a former commander after the United States was transported to this world because there was no Middle East anymore. However, he was still in charge of the assets and bases that were from the Middle East. Those were located in the northern frontier. Currently, since the time it took to get home was considerably shorter, he had already saved up to 42 days of leave, and the situation in the northern frontier had stabilized. He decided to take a short vacation. Originally, he would have never gone on vacation at this time because he was in the forward headquarters in the Middle East, not in the main headquarters at the MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida. He was watching television with his wife when the phone rang. I will get that. He stood from his couch and walked over to the table with the landline telephone. This is the Thompson household? Yes. You have been ordered to report to the Pentagon? General Thompson felt a bit sad. Understood. He hung up and went over to his wife. He leaned over the couch and gave his wife a kiss to the forehead. He sighed. I need to report to the Pentagon. Something's happening. It's probably related to yesterday, honey. You haven't even been home for a day. You promised the kids that you will spend some time with them after they got back home. Thompson sighed again. Duty calls. A few minutes later. After getting dressed, he was at the front door adjusting his cap and preparing to leave. His wife stood there leaning on a doorway's side. Come back soon, honey. I will, as soon as possible. Tell the kids that I will take them to an amusement park or something when I'm back. 30 minutes later. Pentagon, United States of America, Formosan Continent. General Thompson saluted at the doorway leading into an office in the Pentagon. Mr. President, General Marks. What may I do for you too? General Thompson was a bit surprised that the president was at the Pentagon. The chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, General Marks, looked up. General Thompson, come in, take a seat. I was just discussing with the president about our current ops plan. Thompson came in and took a seat opposite of the president and General Marks. The president was still looking through various papers that were displayed on the table between the seats, so General Marks started. General Thompson, you may be wondering why you were called in on a day that you were taking a vacation. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure you have heard of what happened yesterday, right? The naval battle off of Florida. You know the details, correct? I'm pretty sure I know as far as the news know. The declaration of war by these countries called the Bem and Mach, the one-sided naval battle that occurred where we crushed them, and the prisoners of war and captured ships we obtained. General Marks nodded. About 3 hours ago, we were able to send a telegram message to the Machians using a telegram in a Machian destroyer and with the help of captured Machian diplomat. Haye raised the translated paper copy of that message. The last sentence was added by the diplomat. General Thompson looked over it. And, well, in about 40 minutes, a reply from the Machians came. Haye raised the translated copy. Oh, then the president, who had been just looking at documents, spoke up. Well, former commander of the U.S. Central Command, you have been appointed the commander of the new U.S. New World Command. Congratulations. I hope you do well with the war on Bem and Mach. Chapter 12 Preparations. 1440 September 21, 2019 CE 0720, mid-hour, quiet 113th, 195 AE Pentagon, United States of America, Formosan Continent. What? You are now the commander of the U.S. New World Command? Well, you see, General Thompson, we don't have military bases around the world anymore, so we can't have region-specific combatant commands as we did in the old world. Basically, this command is for our military operations that are not on the United States or the northern frontier, which is U.S. territory now. I'm honored to be appointed to this position, Mr. President, but may I ask a question? Go ahead. Why me? I mean, we have other great generals that have lost their positions because of the sudden transfer to this world. I believe there are 4 other great commanders that can fill that position. This time, General Marks responded. We believe that you are the most suitable. The Middle East has been in a state of constant war for years. You have the most experience with operations dealing with fighting the enemy. Not training and practice like the European Command or the Indo-Pacific Command, and not minor operations like the Southern Command or the African Command. But actual major operations and combat. General Thompson thought about it for a bit. Then I understand, General, Mr. President, and I will carry out my duties. Now, the President and I have been looking at and discussing plans to carry out an attack on Bem. We want to completely knock out the Bem first. General Marks shuffled through documents before continuing. The good news is that we have a lot of intelligence on the enemy we are facing. The Magosians were happy to give us information about their enemies. Beginning with the Bem. The Bem's technology is less advanced than the Machians and is on par with an average advanced country during the 1700s. Their population is very small at around 10 million people. On the sea, their navy consists of around 300 ships of the line. Actually, that should be about 280 now. They vary from being equipped with 50 guns to 100 guns. Their calibers mainly consist of 18-pounders, 24-pounders, and 36-pounders. On land, their army is about 300,000 strong and uses muskets, horse cavalry, and a varying caliber range of cannons. We will be facing wooden forts and linear tactics. In the air, they have virtually no air force. To General Thompson, the prospect of fighting a war against an 18th-century country seemed unneeded. Do we actually need to fight a war against them? Isn't it a bit unnecessary seeing that they aren't a major threat to us? They are less armed than even the minor terrorist groups that I had experienced in the Middle East. Actually, we are hoping to just subdue them. Missile strikes, drone strikes, and airstrikes on their military and political facilities should get the job done. If we are able to take out the king and his heirs, then their country would be completely leaderless. The only reason that we are occupying them is to reform their government and gain the ability to build military bases on their land. That will help us greatly in our offensive on the Mach. Then what if we don't take out the king with his strikes? Or all of his heirs? Attacks from the air won't always get their target. I have experienced this many times. If we don't, let's hope that their king or heir is wise enough to understand the position he is in. We can literally rain down fire from the skies whenever and wherever we want. If not, then we would have to conduct an actual full-scale invasion. Then we will have to prepare for an occupation nonetheless. Do we have any information on the Mach? General Marks pulled out some photos that were copies of what the Magosians had shown to diplomat Underwood. The Mach is a bit more complicated. They have technology similar to an early 20th century European country. They have a population of about 70 million with an army of around 1.5 million strong. Their navy is made up of about 200 ships made up of dreadnoughts, cruisers, and destroyers. Their air force is made up of around 3,000 biplanes and bombers. Their army uses rifles, artillery, and tanks. According to the Magosians, most of the Machian army are based near the border of the Magosians. About 25% of the 1.5 million strong army is scattered in bases around the country and not near the border. Another important thing is that according to the Magosians, the Machians have a complicated hierarchy that allows them to function even if their emperor and his heirs are dead. Shouldn't we do a two-pronged attack? Strike both the Machians and them at the same time so they have no time to react? We will be doing something like that. However, the strikes on the Machians will be limited. Our aircraft carriers don't have enough firepower to completely destroy the Machians. We will need more air power to conduct an intensive attack on the Mach. In the old world, we are able to launch a full-scale air campaign in 2 countries. But this world is different. We don't have air bases around the world that allow us to do consistent airstrikes. We need to construct quick airfields in BEM, which can provide us with extra ground support and air superiority. How about our bombers? Can they be used to neutralize the Mach? We do have a total of 152 bombers, but the logistics required for us to get some of those bombers to the Mach Imperium and back is complicated if not near impossible. The Mach Imperium is more than 6,000 miles away. Even with a B-52H that has a range of 8,800 miles, the highest range out of all our bombers, returning would be impossible since our tankers only have at most a range of 1,500 miles. It could only work if we had the MQ-25 Stingray in operation, since they can be launched off carriers. The Stingray's first flight was planned to be 2 days ago, but it got pushed to a later date because of our transfer to this world. Although even if we had the MQ-25 Stingray able to fly, it is still under development. I see. Is it possible to ask the Magosians for assistance since they are the Machian's sworn enemy? They don't seem to appreciate foreign troops in their land. I see. As usual with any country. 1250 September 22, 2019 CE 0625, mid-hour, quiet 114th, 195 AE Tampa, Florida, United States of America. Former Continent General Abrams Thompson arrived at the MacDill Air Force Base, the old headquarters of the U.S. Central Command, which is now the headquarters of the U.S. New World Command. Right now, General Thompson was preparing for a naval battle. The Machians had threatened to send another invasion fleet if the United States did not surrender within 24 hours. That 24 hours was up. Originally there were plans to launch an attack before the Machians could assemble their fleet, but it was scratched. It was not that the United States was unable to do it. The United States could. There were 3 Marine Expeditionary Units in North Carolina that could mobilize in less than a day, and the U.S. Navy was always mobilized. It was that it didn't make much sense to rush things. The Machian Navy was at most a light threat. The only reason that it was even a light threat was that there was a tiny chance that if the entire Machian navy of around 200 ships were sent to attack the US, some of their ships could get through and attack a city. In reality, they can't be considered a threat at all, since it was highly unlikely that the Machian will use their entire navy to attack the United States. The Machian depended on those ships for defense, so there was no need for a rapid response. The U.S. Marines should be ready within a few days or a week most. The U.S. Army is also mobilizing, but that would take around a month. Currently, the plan was to wait for the second Machian fleet to attack, repel that attack, and then go on the offensive. General Thompson was quite sure that the Machian fleet would try to attack near Florida again, since the Machians don't know the actual size of the United States. Random bar in Industropolis, Mock Imperium. Two somewhat drunk and somewhat sober men were sitting at a table and talking about random subjects. Hey, interesting thing today, I heard from one of my friends, Tiberius. You know him, right? Nothing comes to mind. That Navy person who's my friend, huh? Yeah, you have talked about him before, right? The one holds some position in the Navy. Yeah, that person. Okay, so remember how everyone was talking about a new country in Formidon? I do vaguely. What was it called again? Not sure. But you do know, right? Didn't we send something there? Yeah. That's what I wanted to talk about. So, have you heard of the rumors that are spreading? What rumors? The ones, the about, the fleet getting wiped out. What fleet? That's what we sent to the country in Formidon. I think we sent a couple of Desmond-class ones there too. The country must be doomed. The man started wagging his finger. No. The rumors. What rumors? You have been saying rumor this, rumor that. The fleet got wiped. I said it earlier. That's impossible. There were Desmond-class ships. Yeah, that's what I thought too, and I asked Tiberius about it. What did he say? It's all true. We lost that entire fleet. To what? The Magosians. No. That new country. Do I look dumb to you? There's no way we lose to a new country. You don't believe me? Didn't you notice about words of a naval buildup at one of the port cities? We are trying again with a bigger fleet. Whatever. There's no chance a new country will defeat us. They are just baseless rumors. 0900 September 25th, 2019 CE 0430, early hour, quiet 117th, 195 AE Tampa, Florida, United States of America. Formidon Continent. General Abrams Thompson was looking at satellite imagery of the Machian port, which showed a buildup of Machian warships. It was a great satellite image with no cloud cover. 2 dreadnoughts, 2 battleships, a battle cruiser, and 15 light cruisers or destroyers. Seems like the Machians didn't lie about a bigger fleet. Probably a few more days before they are at full strength. Well, more target practice for the Navy. General Thompson was preparing an invasion occupation force for the BEM. The Marines had already begun organizing at various ports on the East Coast. The logistics needed to pull this off will take some time. A bit less than 2 weeks before the planned amphibious assault. 1000 September 25th, 2019 CE 0800, mid-hour, quiet 117th, 195 AE Primopolis, Septentrio Magus Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, Continent. Emperor Arstant was in his throne room among various advisors. Robertus was beside him. Your Majesty, they may have powerful weapons, but do they have enough of them? War isn't just about how good your weapons are, they are also about how much of them you have. The Imperial Military Advisor, KSI Genis, was arguing with the Emperor about what they should do because of the war between the Americans and Machians. From the observations of our diplomatic team, their weapons may be advanced enough that quantity doesn't matter, but is there any exact figures? It is possible that they only have a few of these weapons to protect themselves. Sadly, it seems that the Americans are unwilling to give out any military information to us. All we know is that they easily won against a Machian fleet without taking any casualties by using weapons beyond our capabilities. Then we should not take any action. We will endanger ourselves if we do. Caius did not trust that a new nation could have the capability to easily defeat the Mach. He also didn't believe the new nation's claim that it was transported here from another world. That just did not adhere to the law of physics and magic. Chapter 13. Beginning of the end of the Mach Imperium. 0200 September 30th, 2019 CE 0400, early hour, quiet 122nd, 195 AE Port Bannock, Mach Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, Continent. On a clear and sunny early morning, A task force consisting of 4 Desmond-class battleships, 5 old battleships, a battle cruiser, 10 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, 20 destroyers and 5 troopships carrying 1,500 men each, a total of 7,500 infantry, left port. If this fleet was lost, that would be a big blow to the Machian Navy. They had already sped up ship production in order to replace the losses from Force A. A few sailors were a bit apprehensive, most of them were very confident. Rumor had spread like wildfire about the complete defeat of Force A, the naval squadron sent to occupy the new nation on Formido. Most people ignored it as baseless rumors or Magousian's propaganda. Most of the sailors on Force B, what this task force was called, believed that they were just reinforcements because of the large amounts of natives that needed to be subjugated. They believed that Force A was able to occupy a small part of the natives' country, but the natives were counterattacking with a huge quantity of ships and soldiers. They were heavily mistaken. Also, unbeknownst to them, they were being carefully observed and watched from a place beyond their wildest imaginations. A satellite in space took pictures of the port as the ships left. Admiral Spurius Nero was on the flagship, a Desmond-class battleship called the IS Julianus. The admiral was secretly conversing with his other officers. "We shall not repeat the mistakes of Force A. The honor of the Navy rests on our success. Don't worry, Admiral. This is one of the biggest fleets dispatched ever since our last war with the Magousians. 1000 September 30th, 2019 CE 0500, early hour, quiet 122nd, 195A Tampa, Florida, United States of America. Formidan continent. Various satellite images of the Machian fleet were taken showing it departing the port. By estimating the speed through comparing satellite images taken at different times and looking at the direction of the ships, General Abram Thompson's staff was able to estimate the time it would take for it to reach the United States. A staff member was telling the general about this. It will take them around about 9 days to arrive off the shore of Florida. 9 days? It took them more than 2 weeks for the first time. There are no BEM ships accompanying them, so they don't have to slow down. 5 carrier strike groups are being deployed to meet the second invasion fleet. This consisted of 5 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers, 25 Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers, 5 Ticonderoga cruisers, 5 Los Angeles-class attack submarines. They were also accompanied by Submarine Squadron 6, which consisted of 6 Los Angeles-class attack submarines and 3 Virginia-class attack submarines. This fleet is able to launch thousands of missiles and more than 200 F-18EF Super Hornets. Only 5 aircraft carriers were deployed because most of the other aircraft carriers were under maintenance and won't be able to be deployed until 2020 and 2021. In Norfolk, Virginia, an amphibious ready group, ARG, was being prepared to strike the BEM in mock. Amphibious assault ships, LHDs, amphibious transport docks, LPDs, and dock landing ships, LSDs, were being gathered. The Marine Corps was divided into 4 Marine Expeditionary Forces. An entire Marine Expeditionary Force was being prepared for the assault. The II Marine Expeditionary Force consisted of the 2nd Marine Division, the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing, and the 2nd Marine Logistic Group. A Marine Expeditionary Force is able to sustain itself in combat without external assistance for a period of 60 days. October 3, 2019 CE and 3rd, 195 AE. Somewhere in the ocean between the Machian Imperium and Formidan at night. It has been 3 days since Force B had set sail for the Formidan continent. Admiral Spurius Nero was planning ship formations for the invasion. The current plan was to first send forth the battleships and battle cruiser to clear out any ships that stand in the way. Then the troopships, which will be guarded by the destroyers, light cruisers, and heavy cruisers, will be behind the bigger ships. This way no surprise attack can occur. Unknown to them, this battle plan would be completely useless. Tomorrow will be the day that the power of the Machian Navy was squashed like an ant under a boot. The fate of the Machian Imperium was sealed the day their first fleet tried to attack the United States. October 5, 2019 CE and 5th, 195 AE. Somewhere in the ocean between the Machian Imperium and Formidan in the early morning, the U.S. fleet had earlier launched an E-2D Hawkeye, an airborne early warning aircraft that was able to detect targets at ranges of excess 345 miles. The E-2D Hawkeye has now detected 47 signatures. The Machian fleet. The Machian have no idea what was about to hit them. A squadron of Fa-18EF Super Hornets, 12 of them, with a cruise speed of 777 miles per hour lifted off from the USS Abraham Lincoln, CVN-72. Each of them carrying 4 Harpoon missiles, Harpoon Block I IRGM-84. A Harpoon missile has a range of around 80 miles and has a 500-pound warhead. Behind them, an A-18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft lifted off. Equipped with an ALQ-122 communications countermeasure set and various other electronic warfare equipment, it could easily jam even the most advanced communication systems of the old world. At the same time, about 345 miles away from the U.S. fleet, there wasn't much to do on a week-long journey to the other side of the world. Some sailors were working. They were mopping the deck, cooking, doing maintenance and various other things. Some sailors were playing. They had conversations and played card games and board games. No one expected anything to happen. What could happen? There was absolutely no navy in this world that can stand up to the mighty Machian Navy. The Machians had the biggest ships with the biggest guns. Those that tried to attack them were fools. As the saying goes, Machia rules the waves. About 25 minutes later, around 70 miles away from the Machian fleet firing all bruisers. In procession on each of the FA-18EF Super Hornets, 4 Harpoon missiles were launched. One of the Super Hornets shot 3 Harpoon missiles instead of 4. A total of 47 missiles were headed for the Machian fleet. They streamed off from the wings of the Super Hornets and each headed for a different ship. The Harpoon missiles, with a speed of around 540 miles per hour, will reach their targets in just about 8 minutes. Around 7 minutes later, Flavius, a sailor on the IS Julianus who is noted for his very good eyes, noticed a small flying object skimming the sea. It was approaching the IS Vigentiduo, 22 in Latin. The names of Machian destroyers are numbers, a destroyer that was further ahead of them to the right, at incredible speeds. Hey, Medius, do you see that? What? Flavius, can't you see I'm busy here? Medius's back was turned and he was focused on mopping the deck. Before Flavius could say a retort, an explosion rocked the IS Vigentiduo. Flavius was shocked. Medius turned around in surprise. What the hell was that? On the bridge of the IS Julianus, everyone on the bridge of the IS Julianus was surprised. Right in front of their eyes, a destroyer had vaporized in an explosion. Wah! Even before Admiral Spurius Nero could question what had happened, more brilliant explosions reduced many more ships in front of them to nothing more than metal floating on the sea. Destroyers and light cruisers that were ahead of the fleet were instantly vaporized as if hit with hundreds of pounds of explosives that were traveling at high speeds. Sir. The IS Vigentiduo, Quadraginta Quachtua or Triginta, before the officer could even begin listing out the sunken, an explosion rocked the front of the IS Julianus. Admiral Nero clutched a side of the wall to prevent him from falling from the explosion. Is everyone okay? Only minor injuries on the bridge, Admiral. Damage report, sir. The front of our ship is taking on a lot of water very quickly. The explosion opened a hole in the keel of our ship. Are those repairable? The repair crew is trying, sir. What in the Emperor's name attacked us? I don't see any enemy ships, unless they are enemy submarines. Get the destroyers to start dropping depth charges. We have enemy submarines near us. Sir, we have no destroyers left. How many of our ships are left undamaged? It seems like some of our ships are. More explosions rocked the fleet. None of our ships are undamaged. Once hit, the light cruisers, troop ships, and destroyers were instantly turned into pieces of metal floating on the sea. Heavy cruisers and the old battleships fared a bit better. They usually had an entire area of the ship gone where the explosion happened. The battlecruiser and the Desmond classes had gaping holes where the explosion occurred. Because Harpoon missiles are sea-skimming missiles, ships that were hit and not vaporized started to take on a lot of water. The repair crew is now saying that the damage is unrepairable. We have to abandon the ship. Get to the lifeboats. We need to telegram headquarters first. Tell the telegram operator to warn the Emperor of the situation. An unknown force has destroyed Force B and may threaten the Imperium, unknown to the Admiral. That telegram message will never reach the Imperium. An A-18G somewhere far off was jamming the telegram. In less than 45 minutes, the U.S. fleet was able to disable the entire Machian fleet of 47 ships. Force B ceased to exist. At this time, the Machian High Command had no idea what just occurred. Battle of the New World Atlantic Imperium Eastern Sea Machian casualties sunk dead 4 Desmond-class battleships 5 old battleships 1 battlecruiser 10 heavy cruisers 3 light cruisers 20 destroyers 5 troop ships about 16,500 dead, 3,500 from not being able to get on a lifeboat. Survivors 12,000 men. American casualties 0.0100. October 6, 2019 CE 0430, early hour, and 6th, 195 AE Industropoulos, Mark Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, Continent. Emperor Industris was grumbling a lot. His sleep was disturbed by his wife, the Empress, and he wasn't happy. Well granted, he overslept by an hour. A servant knocked and entered the office of Emperor Industris. Your Majesty, we have a minor problem. What is it? The Emperor sounded very grumpy. According to the naval office, we lost contact with Force B. It's been about 12 hours and they have yet to respond to the nightly telegram. Could it have been a malfunction? A storm. It has been 12 hours and the probability of a malfunction on all the ship's telegram is highly unlikely. What does the head admiral say about this? It's gone. Just like that? Poof. Disappeared. That is what he is saying. You expect me to believe that? Just tell the naval office that they are overthinking. There's nothing that could sink that huge of a fleet. How many days has it been? 5 days. That is in the middle of the ocean. Do you expect the Magosians to do that? Well, sir, some in the naval office believe it might be the Americans. The Emperor was looking more and more miffed. He just wanted to close his eyes and sleep some more. Americans? This far in the ocean? Luckily stumbling upon the fleet? Sinking said entire fleet. Yes, without us receiving a distress call. Tell the naval office to stop wasting my time. It's just a malfunction in some things or something. The wireless telegraphy is new. The servant looked down, not wanting to further anger him. Understood. The U.S. fleet was about less than 2 days away from the BEM. Ron, the Black Cat. Pictures of some stuff will be inserted in the near future. I'm too lazy to as of right now. XP Chapter 14 Invasion of the BEM. 0330 October 8, 2019 CE 0446, early hour, and 8th, 195 AE Aginport, BEM Kingdom, BEM Continent. Aginport, the capital of the BEM Kingdom, is bustling with people. If it has to be compared to a city on Earth, it would be quite similar to London in the 18th century. It is considered a grand city in this world. Though inferior to Machian and Magosian cities, it is much better than the cities in the rest of the world. One of the grandest structures in the city is the Kingdom Palace, which is situated on a hill in the middle of the city. Most of the Aginporters have just eaten breakfast and are starting the day. Some are opening up their shops and others are visiting stores. In nearby tea houses, conversations were starting. Some talked about everyday business, the newest gossip, or political subjects. When it came to politics, discontent with the government was at an all-time high. This is because of the recent loss of 15,000 BEM soldiers on their expedition with a mock against a new nation on the formidable continent. Mothers and wives are grieving because of this. In one of the tea houses, there is a big group talking about this. We need to change. We are basically reduced to territory of the mock. There was no reason for us to participate in that stupid invasion. I lost my son in that. The man who said that looked very gloomy. He was a good boy. You know. A good boy. Just wanted to serve his country. Not the damn mock. Another man joined in after gulping down his beer. Well, we can't change anything. I mean, people are happy, I guess. There are those that are okay with the Machians. We aren't actually experiencing any war in our country. Things are peaceful and everyone lives a good life. Going against the Machians won't be wise in the end, but the price of that is to send our young men out to die for another goddamn country. Or to lower our prices and trade with the Machians. Or to treat Machian visitors like the upper class. Everything is fucking determined by the Machians. Our laws, our lives, our survival. Everything. Won't it be better if we could, choose our leader? A strong and able leader that is willing to listen to us. I believe that the government should serve the people since it depends on them. The government forcing us to do what a majority of us don't like is absurd. Our king is not listening to us at all. We have inalienable rights that our current government keeps on ignoring. Choosing our leader? The government serving us? Unalienable rights? Have you been reading books by the philosopher Holden Wolf? What if I am? Those books are banned? Well, we are talking about topics that can get us in trouble. And not the regular trouble. Yeah, I swear, one of these days, our blind following of the Machians will doom us. That's probably very far of. A massive explosion cut him off. What was that explosion? People rushed out to see what had just happened. Towards the Kingdom Palace, black smoke is seen rising. At that time fortified port, since the capital city of Bem was so close to the sea, a massive fort garrisoning 30,000 soldiers, a tenth of the entire Bem military, was put a couple of miles out of the city and near the sea. It was one of the biggest forts on the Bem continent. A soldier was patrolling on top of the wall facing the sea. While patrolling, he noticed a low fast-flying object that was headed directly towards him. He hurriedly got off the wall and into the fort to alert the others. "There's something coming towards us. I don't know what it is. Get the commander." All of a sudden an explosion can be heard. And then another one closer. That was the last thing he heard. All across the Bem kingdom, Bem forts were experiencing similar events. Less than an hour earlier, less than 500 miles from the Bem shore, smoke streaked towards the sky as RGM-109E Tomahawk land attack missiles, Block IVTLAME, launch into the sky from Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers, Ticonderoga-class cruisers, Virginia-class attack submarines, and Los Angeles-class attack submarines. The Tomahawk cruise missile has a range of 1,000 miles and has a 1,000-pound warhead. The Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers and Ticonderoga-class cruisers have Mark 41 VLS, vertical launch systems, that fire missiles. Most are carrying Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles, ESSMs, anti-submarine rockets, RSOCs, Tomahawk cruise missiles, RIM-174 Standard Missile 6S, SM-6S, and RIM-67 Standard Missile 2S, SM-2S. The Ticonderogas are also carrying some Harpoon missiles. Most of the Arleigh-Burkes and Ticonderogas are carrying 32 Tomahawk missiles each. One of the Virginia-class attack submarines and all 11 Los Angeles-class attack submarines has 12 VLS tubes that are carrying a Tomahawk missile each. The last two Virginia-class each has 2 Virginia payload tubes, VPTs, carrying 6 Tomahawk missiles each. 100 Tomahawks were launched at major fortifications, important military offices, and important government buildings. The carrier strike fleet currently is in charge of destroying defenses, destroying centers of command, and warning the civilian population of the Bem. Less than an hour behind them is the amphibious ready group of the II Marine Expeditionary Force. It is the biggest deployment of units since the Gulf War. The Gulf War deployment is still bigger than this deployment since it consisted of an entire Marine Expeditionary Force with an extra Marine Expeditionary Brigade attached to it. Because of the shrinkage in size of the amphibious assault fleet since the Gulf War, the entire current U.S. amphibious assault fleet was being used to transport the IMF. 12 dock landing ships consisting of 4 Harper's Ferry class and 8 Whidbey class, 9 amphibious transport docks, all of which are San Antonio class, and 9 amphibious assault ships consisting of 1 America class and 8 Wasp class. Even with all these ships, the U.S. Marines had to work out some extra space in order to fit the entire MEF. In total, the IMF has about 40,000 Marines. Half of the Marines are part of the 2nd Marine Division. The 2nd Marine Division is headed by a headquarters battalion and has a lot of subordinate units. There are 30 M1A1 Abrams tanks of the 2nd Tank Battalion. They used to have 58 M1A1s, but 2 companies had been deactivated. There are also LAV-25s, light armored vehicles, of the 2nd Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, AAV-7S, amphibious assault vehicles, of the 2nd Assault Amphibian Battalion, engineering equipment from the 2nd Combat Engineer Battalion, and the M777A2 artillery of the 10th Marine Regiment. In addition to this is the infantry from the 2nd Marine Regiment, 6th Marine Regiment, 8th Marine Regiment, and 2nd Recon Battalion. Although the infantry mostly uses Humvees, they also have some JT Elvis Joint Tactical Light Vehicles, and MRAPs mine-resistant ambush-protected. The rest of the IMF is the 2nd Marine Logistics Group and the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing. The Logistics Group with logistical vehicles such as Oshkosh Logistic Vehicle System Replacement and Medium Tactical Vehicle Replacement. The Aircraft Wing has aircraft such as the AV-8BII Harriers, FA-18A++CD Hornets, F-35Bs, MV-22B Ospreys, CH-53E Super Stallions, R-1W Super Cobras, and A-1Y Venoms. On the USS Wasp, Staff Sergeant Nick Gray, a commander of an M1A1 Abrams, is getting his tank crew ready for an amphibious landing from an LCAC, Landing Craft Air Cushion. Their tank is supposed to be one of the first to hit the beach. Listen up, boys. We don't know what will happen once we hit the beach, but the moment we do, we are driving forward and shooting anyone that looks like a soldier that isn't ours. Specialist Uma Connolly, the driver, laughed a bit. Light up, Commander. I heard they only have muskets. We don't even need to shoot. I can drive over them. Just be ready." About 15 minutes after missile launches, multiple squadrons of Fa-18EF Super Hornets are being launched from the aircraft carriers. Most are carrying 4 Harpoon missiles, each in order to strike the BEM Navy ships that are around the BEM and docked at BEM ports. Some of the squadrons are carrying PDU-5B dispenser units. 0400 October 8, 2019 CE 0500, early hour, and 8th, 195 AE Agincourt, BEM Kingdom, BEM continent. People felt an air of worry. Their capital city had just been attacked by something. Most did not know if this affected them. There seemed to have been multiple explosions, but they were far away. All of a sudden, there is a deafening roar coming from the sky. People looked up and around until someone noticed multiple arrow-like flying objects approaching at an insane speed. Most looked with astonishment and didn't talk. Their eyes followed the aircrafts as they flew over them. Then something dropped from one of the aircraft. A few moments earlier, closer to the Kingdom Palace, General Ronell Haye set up a base of operations outside of the Agincourt news station. He was lucky. He had been away from the military office when the attack occurred. When he had rushed back to the military office after seeing black smoke rise from it, he found it was completely destroyed. Right now, he is gathering nearby soldiers, military officials, and guards in order to keep the peace. He had also sent a messenger on a horse to Fort Agincourt to inquire for reinforcements. The reason that he set up a base of operations out of the main news station of Agincourt was that it had one of the only 2 telegrams in the city. The other one was in the Kingdom Palace and now buried under rubble. He preferred the one in the Kingdom Palace since it connected directly to the Emperor of the Mock Imperium. The one he has is connected to a news station in Industropolis. Military officials at the base of operations are arguing. Does anyone witnessed what happened? It just exploded. Cannons couldn't have possibly done this. They were disturbed by the same thing that attracted the attention of the Agincourters further out. General Haye looked into the sky. Aircraft? Are those Machians? I knew it, General. It was an attack made by the Machians. Those don't look like Machian planes to me, Captain. One of the aircraft is dropping something. In an Fa-18EF bomb dropped. A PDU-5B dispenser unit detached from the Fa-18 and started falling towards the capital city of the BEM Kingdom. The PDU-5B then exploded into nearly 60,000 pieces of paper. They were leaflets. Back on the ground, a leaflet floated down near the base of operations. General Ronell Haye picked it up and read it. It was in the Imperial language, but he was able to read it since the Imperial language is a required language to learn in school. Attention BEM. This is a message from the government of the United States of America. Our nation was transported to this world onto a continent called Formidon. We came in peace and tried to establish relations with native countries of this world. However, we were threatened and attacked by your country and the Mock. In order to ensure peace, we will be conducting an occupation to replace your government. We request you surrender and do not resist. Any resistance will be met with force. We guarantee that non-combatants will not be harmed. We guarantee the fair treatment of civilians. We also have 15,000 prisoners of your country. We guarantee their safe return after the war with your nation is over. 0440 October 8, 2019 CE 0620 and 8th, 195 AE Industropolis, Mock Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, Continent Extra. BEM invaded. King Arthur is dead. Extra. Once the news station received the telegram from the BEM Kingdom, it immediately started printing out the story. In the palace, the news reached the Emperor in no time. What happened to Force B, Your Majesty? We have lost all contact with them. Emperor Industris looked down at the table with an angry expression. Military advisor General Flavius Tullus strode up next to the Emperor. We need to strike the Tullus. You got us into this. This is all your fault, Your Majesty. We lost half of our fleet. And even now you want us to attack, but guards throw him in the dungeon. But, no wait, Your Majesty. I was just trying, get off me. Unhand me, you vixen. Your Majesty. The military advisor was dragged out of the room. The Emperor was unnerved about the proximity of an unknown enemy. Sure, the Magusians were a fearsome enemy, but they were a known enemy that had known weaknesses. The Americans, on the other hand, have somehow sunk many of the finest ships of the Mock. Prepare defenses. Prepare the navy. Prepare soldiers and trenches. What about the BEM, sir? Leave them to be pillaged. We have no obligation to protect them. But your majesty, the first emperor declared a never-ending treaty with the BEM after the BEM helped us in supplies during the Great Civil War. That was more than a century ago. The only reason that I continued relations with the BEM is that there was no reason to cut it off. What matters most now is that we repel the possible coming invasion. Once we do, we can go back to the offensive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15: A Jin Port Secured. 0430 October 8, 2019 CE 0515, early hour, and 8th, 195 AE Moston, BEM Kingdom, BEM Continent. A Jin port isn't an actual port as the name states. Its close proximity to the sea gave it that name. The town of Moston, more well known as the gateway to a Jin port, is the actual port. There is a main road from the town that leads directly to a Jin port, which is only a few miles away. Fort Jin port, which is now a steaming pile of rubble, is a few miles east of the town. Civilians are looking out of the town towards the port. Most of the BEM ships of the line had been destroyed by the flying arrows. Now they aren't looking at the destroyed ships, but at the incredible scene that was unfolding in front of their eyes. Many ships and weird flying machines are coming towards them. In the CAA V7S and MV-22B Ospreys make up the vanguard. Behind them are LCACs and LCUs carrying Humvees, LAV-25s, and M1A1 Abrams. Nick looks through the periscope of the Abrams. Once the beach is secured, we are moving up into the town. Be prepared for any hostiles, Sergeant Dillian Avery, the gunner, commented on that. At least this should be easier than Iraq. No RPGs. No IEDs. Nothing can throw this baby, Private First Class Brian Marks, the loader, piped up. Ever heard of Murphy's Law? Nope. Well, it states that everything that could go wrong will go wrong. I read about it online. Our intel tells us that these guys are only armed with cannons at the most. Our intel tells us jack shit. I have read the history. Bay of Pigs, Pearl Harbor, 9/11. Nick hasn't really listened to what has just been said between Dillian and Brian and interrupts them. Get ready, boys. Near Fort Jin port, the horse rider sent by General Hammond is looking towards the sea. He notices the landings and instantly gets back on his horse. On the beach forward, Connolly, the LCAC had landed and the metal holding back the beast opened. All around them, there are Marines pouring out of AAV-7S and MV-22B Ospreys landing and unloading troops. The beach hut was secured. Connolly, get us to the outskirts of the town. We will be followed by LAVs and a couple of other Abrams. Dillian, shoot if there are any hostiles. I don't care if they are armed with swords. Just shoot them cause they will endanger the infantry. Nick hoped to God that there isn't anybody stupid enough to try and attack them. Especially if the said attacker was only armed with a musket. 0450 October 8, 2019 CE 0525, early hour, and 8th, 195 AE. A Jin port, BEM Kingdom, BEM Continent. The horse rider arrived back to the base of operations at breakneck speeds. General. Invaders. They are arriving in tanks and aircraft. Where are the reinforcements from Fort Jin port? The entire fort is gone. The same thing to what happened to the Kingdom Palace. General Hammond slammed his fist on the table. What are the numbers? I don't know, sir. I got back here as soon as I saw their machines. There seemed to have been 40 or so aircraft and tanks. Hundreds of soldiers. General Hammond wasn't sure what to do. He had only about 1,000 soldiers and guards. Not enough to repel any substantial invasion force. Especially when the enemy had advanced weaponry. General Hammond sighed. This was the capital city, he had to defend it no matter what. Gather the troops. We will stop them at the gates of our city. For the kingdom, a few minutes earlier Moston, BEM Kingdom, BEM Continent. Nick's M1A1 Abrams arrives outside of the town. It is awfully quiet. Connolly, move slowly forward. Damn these precautions. I can drive full speed towards their city. Slowly. Dillian laughs. Chill, Connolly. This ain't the Gulf War. The Abrams slowly edges forward as Nick observes the surroundings. Seems clear, the infantry can secure the town. A few minutes later the Abrams situated themselves at the end of the town. The town had already been secured by infantry. Most of the residents are viewing them through partially closed windows and doors. More units are being landed onto the beaches as time went by. Brian snorts. Well, that wasn't much? Could they have already surrendered? Don't get your hopes up. Back in Iraq, we believed we won when we removed Saddam Hussein. Boy, were we wrong. Enough Iraq references, Dillian. Nick, we got any orders? We will be proceeding forward in a bit. Connolly, a few more minutes later we are to get to the outskirts of the capital. Abrams, Lavs, and Humvees will follow. Hell yeah. Full speed ahead, normal speed, Connolly, or, no fun, says Conley jokingly. 0500 October 8, 2019 CE 0530, early hour, and 8th, 195 AE Aginport, Bem Kingdom, Bem Continent. They are approaching what seem to be the outskirts of the city. Around them are still plains, but houses could be seen. Near the houses at the outskirts of Aginport the tanks are approaching. Get into formation. Our general's orders are clear, they shall not pass. At the entrance of Aginport on the road that connected it to Moston, 2 preloaded 3-pounders are suddenly rolled up out of the cover of the houses and onto the street. These cannons were kept in a guard armory in case of a mass uprising. Fire. 1 cannonball misses and struck the ground on the left of the tank. Dirt was thrown up into the air where it hit. The second one struck home. Right on the front of the tank. It bounces off like a ping-pong ball hitting a paddle. Reload. Quickly, on each cannon, one of the cannon crew ran to the front of the cannon to clean it with a sponge. Inside the M1A1 Abrams 2 cannons spotted, load M1028, loaded, an M1028 canister round flies out of the Abrams tank barrel and struck one of the cannons. Being on the receiving end of an American M1 Abrams is not a good experience. Wise men in the near future of this world will say that. The canister round explodes into hundreds of high-speed balls that take out both the cannons and their crews. It literally liquefied those in its radius. Dillian seems quite curious about what had just happened. I do have to say, much easier than taking out a man holding an RPG. I always wondered how a cannon would fare against modern armor. This is Armadillo 1, we ran into an ambush. 2 cannons. Threats are neutralized, we are moving. After reporting what had just happened, Nick sighed. Connolly, forward. Be careful, we have probable hostiles in the city. Nick feels worried but at the same time, not worried. It feels natural for him to feel a little jittery in entering an urban area with a tank. Tanks are not meant for urban warfare. His M1A1 isn't even equipped with Tusk, the urban survival kit. On the other hand, his enemies should have nothing that was capable of stopping the tank. Aginport, Bem Kingdom, Bem Continent. A few minutes later, General, the cannons did nothing. The enemy convoy is advancing into the city. The general was looking at the map of the city. We'll stop them here and surround them. But General, we only have muskets, we can't just surrender the city without a fight. Outskirts of Aginport with infantry securing the back, the convoy of M1A1s, LAV 25s, and Humvees moves into the city. Nick is looking through his periscope and tracking everything. The city is like an 18th century European city. The street is big enough to fit his Abrams quite well. Right now, the streets are empty and the houses have their windows and doors shut. They move at a brisk pace towards the center of the city. Nick hopes that the city would have no more hostiles and that the populace would wizen up to the fact that they probably couldn't defeat this convoy. As they move forward, they enter what seemed to be a massive town square that is full of soldiers. Further into Aginport, stop the tank. Don't fire. What? Why not? Let's see what they do. What they do. Nick. They are hostile enemies, Dillian. Give them a chance. Give them a chance. Are you crazy? They know they can't damage the tank with their guns. Opposing view. The metal sand-colored beast in front of them came to a stop as if waiting to see what they would do. All of the BEM soldiers have never seen a tank. They only have heard of them and what they looked like. Some looked determined to defend their homes, others trembled a bit. Fire. They have already loaded their muskets, so they raise their rifles to shoot and volley fire. Most of the musket balls fly straight at the tank. They all ping off. Inside the M1A1 Abrams C, they open fire. Nick, use the machine guns. I don't want to cause any collateral with the 120. Got it. The M247.62mm machine gun on the coaxial opens up. Flashes come out of the coaxial as Dillian swept right and left using the machine gun. The bullets rip through the unarmored yellow regimental coats of the BEM soldiers. Blood is flung everywhere and soldiers are torn apart. There's instant panic in the organized lines of BEM soldiers. Never before have they actually seen a weapon that could fire that fast. Many drop their muskets in an attempt to flee faster. Private Mark sighs. Can't we just shoot in the air to scare them away? You won't feel bad for them when they are armed with RPGs. Just like in Iraq, give a damn civ an RPG and there they go murdering your friends, says Dillian as he continues to operate the machine gun. 5 minutes later the square was deserted of any BEM soldiers. Only the dead remain. There is at least 40 dead. An entire line formation. 0520 October 8, 2019 CE 0540, early hour, and 8th, 195 AEA commanding officer who ran the moment his troops were fired upon, is huffing from the running when he got to General Hammond. General, we failed. What do you mean we failed? We couldn't stop them. How many men are left? Where are the survivors? There were 500 men at that square, I'm not sure. They had weapons similar to that of what I had read about Amok. We opened fire once they got into view but we stood no chance. The moment the tank opened fire, our lines were immediately scattered. Their gun tore through an entire line of soldiers, they ran. Are they still able to regroup? The commanding officer shook his head in a hurry. I don't know where they are. The line immediately disintegrated. General Hammond didn't know what to do. The Americans are already en route. Half of his force is already gone. There has been no response from the Mocs. He can't defend the capital anymore. The only option he has is to retreat. 0535 October 8, 2019 CE 0547, early hour, and 8th, 195 AE. Seems like this is the King's Palace. M1A1 Abrams, LAV-25s, and Humvees roll up around the destroyed Kingdom Palace. There is an extremely wide street that goes around the Kingdom Palace so the convoy could line up on it. Marines disembark from the LAVs and Humvees in order to secure the area. They have secured the political center of the BEM Kingdom. Elsewhere in BEM, everywhere in BEM, citizens know that something is happening. Some have witnessed the destruction of a military base, others have heard of the destruction, and most have seen the flying arrows. How in a minute, without notice, and out of nowhere, the bases would just explode. Then the flying arrows came spreading messages of war. In a minor town in BEM, a man is sitting on a table with his hands holding his hand and looking at a very old book. He then looks up at the sky. Dear Goddess, are these the demons that you have warned about? They're flying arrows? They're weapons that come out of nowhere? Oh, Goddess. Where is the hero that you have promised? If these ancient texts are true, you have promised to summon a hero in our time of need. I beg of you, as your devout follower, to save humanity. Chapter 16 Mach, you're next. The invasion of BEM had gone on quite smoothly. With the capital already under American control and the king dead, the governors of the various BEM provinces have sent negotiators. In addition, cruise missiles have also done their jobs. Major forts that were housing tens of thousands of BEM soldiers had been wiped out at the beginning of the invasion. With less than 100,000 soldiers spread out across the continent, the governors knew that the only way to save themselves is through negotiations. Through the message sent by the Americans, they understood that the Americans just wanted to replace the government. If they could curry favor with these Americans, they might hopefully be able to become the next king. 2122 October 8, 2019 CE 0141, new hour, and 9th, 195 AE in a free on-board, forward operating base, outside of Aginport. Hey, Staff Sergeant, is this over already? Just a political shit now. You think we gonna get deployed to whatever that Imperium place is? What else are they gonna deploy? Private, Nick stamped out the cigarette butt after he threw it to the ground and walked away, leaving Brian behind, who was leaning on the tank. Aginport has been completely occupied by American soldiers. There was minimal damage because of the lack of resistance and the fact that the cruise missiles only targeted political and military valuable targets. Since the capital also served as the political center of this province, the entire province was politically under American control. 0630, mid-hour, and 11th, 195 AE near the center of the Mach Imperium, a passenger steam train sped down the tracks. Inside the train, on one of the seats, a soldier is penning a letter. Dear Mother, I hope you forgive me for not writing back to the various mail you have sent me. The trenches are not a comfortable place, so I have rarely gotten a chance to sit down and write to you. I enjoyed reading the mails and I'm glad to hear that Aurora has been engaged. Tell her congratulations and that her older brother will be back soon. I hope that Father and everyone else in the village is well. Mother, you do not have to worry about me. I'm currently being redeployed to the eastern beaches. I have always wanted to visit the beaches, I hope to enjoy my stay there. The trenches on the front were not the nicest places to be, so I would probably enjoy this change. I hope you well, and I will write again once I have more time. Love, your son, Furious. Laughter can be heard in the other seats of the train as soldiers talked amongst themselves. Being on a train is a nice experience after being in the trenches for so long. Furious's friend, Mercator, looked over his shoulder. A letter to your mother? Yeah. Furious slips the letter inside in his bag. Nervous? Well, somewhat. Who wouldn't? I heard that a third of the Navy is destroyed and the BEM has been defeated. Furious, there's nothing to worry about. The Emperor is calling for people to join the army for the defense of the Empire. There should be about an extra million ready men by the end of the season. The enemy can't stop us all. I heard that they are even constructing trenches and bunkers near the beaches. There are also rumors that the generals are thinking about pulling the land ships out of retirement. Industries? I thought we had hundreds of industries. Why do we need industries? There's more armaments on them. I heard they're gonna be used like mobile bunkers. From what I heard, the enemy we will be facing is well armed. We are gonna need those extra industries. Our enemy's navy must be very good to be able to easily squash ours. Mercator snickered. Our navy has been on their high horses for too long. About time someone knocked them off. Mercator, the navy is an integral part of our Imperium's defense. Without our navy, couldn't the enemy just bombard our positions? Heard that there is also the construction of naval fortifications. With that in mind, Furious wasn't keen on the idea of using naval forts. Isn't that a strategy of those Magosians? It works for them. Why not use it? I hope we don't get positioned there. Rather not face the bombardment of a navy that can rival ours. Don't worry. I heard that the recruits are going there. We are most likely going to the second line of defense. I think the Emperor doesn't want to waste experienced soldiers if the recruits can stop them. Their navy might be good, but that might not be true for their army. They are from a continent with no other adversaries. Maybe their navy is better since they are surrounded by the ocean. As I said, they can't stop us all. The size of our army would be similar to the invasion force we amassed in the last war about the Magus. At that time, 500,000 Machian soldiers are being transported like Furious and Mercator, 125,000 from the mock Magus front, and the rest are the ones based around the country. Industries, and artillery pieces can be seen on trains across the country as they race towards the same location. Across the Imperium, men are eagerly signing up for a chance to experience the glory of war. Rarely in history had the mock Imperium called upon civilians for war. They had always had a huge and well-trained standing army against a Magus Imperium. Men were not interested in joining the army in peacetime because they have heard of the boredom of the trenches. Since there was no actual war occurring, the army was mostly guarding the border with the Magus. Now, they had a chance to experience the glory of war without the need to wait or train. 2000 October 12, 2019 CE Tampa, Florida. Mr. President, Operation Rising Eagle is a complete success. We will be proceeding forward with Operation Diving Eagle. That's good to hear, General. General Thompson put down the phone and sighed. Out of all the things that had to be done for Operation Rising Eagle, the main thing, the invasion, was the easiest. The logistics and political parts are the hardest. The logistics seem to be mostly solved at this point. The military Sealift Command is now sending supplies to BEM. An airfield near Jingport is under hasty construction to bring in supplies by plane and add air support from the Air Force for the upcoming Operation Diving Eagle. It would require a month. Of course, this gave the enemy time to prepare their defenses. If they were facing modern foes, it wouldn't make sense to give the enemy time. General George S. Patton said, "A good plan violently executed now is better than a perfect plan executed next week." For example, the Nazis gave the Soviets time before the Battle of Kursk when the Nazis decided to delay their offensive to build up tanks. This led to a Soviet victory. However, the Nazis were facing an opponent who was equal to them. The United States now faced an enemy woefully unprepared for modern warfare. That difference nulled any way for the Machians to gain an advantage by being more prepared. It actually might even help the United States. If they could wipe out a well-prepared Machian defense within days, then the morale of the Machians will plummet. Now the only issue is political. Who will replace the BEM king? It is obvious that the various governors of BEM want the title. Each came to Jingport with negotiators who brought gifts. On the plus side, none of the governors are acting hostile. They have all agreed to surrender and listen to the United States. Because the missile strike targets were only the Kingdom Palace and various military installations, the political structure of the BEM Kingdom is mostly intact. In order to take advantage of this, the United States decided to keep things as is. The governors will still be governors. They have been warned that their fate will be similar to the king if they step out of line. The only change would be that the United States government has replaced the king. That will only last until after the war with the Machians is finished. The best course of action afterward would be finding a suitable puppet. They needed someone who will listen to the United States and also be accepted by the BEM. This decision will come in the future. 0711 and 11th, 195 AE Primopolis, Septentrio Magus Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, Continent. Emperor Arstant faced his group of advisors and Robert. I believe we should launch an invasion of the Machians to coincide with the Americans. We can regain the land we lost in the last war. The Fourth Amok Magus War, which occurred 35 years ago, started when the Machians launched an all-out surprise assault. The Machians were able to push through about 400 miles of land before being stopped. Then the Magusian counterattack was able to regain 200 miles. This led to the end of that war, since both sides were exhausted from fighting for almost 3 years. Your Majesty, I highly oppose that decision. We are not ready to face the large Machian army. From our spies, I have heard that they are raising an even larger army. A few of the advisors seemingly nodded their heads in agreement with what Kaya said. The emperor was not happy. The Americans easily destroyed a third of the Mok Navy and defeated the BEM within a day. With their invasion coinciding with ours, we can easily take on the Mok. Why are you so opposed to this idea? Defeating the Mok Navy and the BEM means nothing. The BEM has greatly inferior technology, and defeating a navy does not mean superiority on land. Emperor Arstant narrowed his eyes. If you do not want to use the military, I would like to borrow it for a time. Your Majesty, think wisely. You have to understand that I'm trying to prevent a disaster. If the Americans do win, we will never be able to regain our lost lands. KSI sighed. Your Majesty, how about this? We could wait until the Americans strike before launching our invasion. If the American invasion starts successfully, then we can attack. If not, then I was right. 0430 November 11th, 2019 CE 0515, early hour, end 42nd, 195 AE. What was once a large open field 20 miles out of Aginport has now turned into a small airfield. The airstrip is long, but the rest of the airbase is lacking. However, all necessities required for the Air Force to operate there is present. In the future, more facilities will be added, but it currently has enough to support what the United States is going to need for Operation Diving Eagle. A Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt II is the first plane to land on the airstrip. With the help of aerial refueling from KC-135 stranded anchors, aircraft are able to make the trip from the United States to BEM. Of course, that means the planes could also directly fly to and bomb Mok without the need for a stop at BEM. However, rearmament would have been a major issue, and it wasn't logistically sound. Ron the Black Cat Industrial I Chapter 17 Diving Eagle. 0703, mid-hour, start 6th, 196 AE. Furious listlessly looks up to the sky. To him, this is the Mok Magus from all over again. Although the Emperor said that an invasion was imminent, a season has already passed. The naval fortifications on all of the possible landing sites have mostly finished construction. Industrials and IIs are stationed next to the naval fortifications and behind the trenches. Artillery had been set up behind the front. The Navy patrolled the oceans, and formations of Maximal fighters constantly flew overhead. All the men are ready for combat. The only thing missing was the enemy. Mercator, is there even an enemy? Maybe they got scared. Seems like they don't want to attack us on land. Well, at least this new trench does feel a bit better than the old one. Less filthy. A trench is still a trench. Now I'm thinking the recruits are lucky. They get a free vacation on the beach. Heard the beach isn't better. The recruits are getting bored there too. I wish I could just go home. I'm definitely going to miss my sister's wedding if this goes on. We still have about a year on the contract. My sister's wedding is probably going to be after a year. You get to go home to attend that then. No, there are rumors that until the situation is resolved, we are going to be staying here. Huh? It can't be longer than a year if the enemy never shows up. 1820 January 6, 2020 CE 0110, new hour, start 7th, 196 AE 100 or so miles off of the Machian Imperium Submarine Squadron 6, consisting of 6 Los Angeles-class attack submarines and 3 Virginia-class attack submarines, is patrolling the oceans close to the Machian Imperium. Its purpose is to be an advance force and sink any Machian ships they find. Captain, the sonar detected a large group of Machian ships. 10 ships accompanied by 1 submarine, a Desmond-class battleship supported by destroyers, cruisers, and a submarine is patrolling the ocean. They have been relegated to this patrol role because of the heavy losses the Navy had sustained in combat with the United States and the fact that any ships that try to sail closer to the BEM continent get sunk. It was a massive embarrassment for the Navy to lose so many ships. However, they are still a force that could still be called number 1 when compared to the Megas. Currently, the threat of an American attack is too large for any Machian ship to travel further out. The Machian Navy also has understood that attacks by the Americans are unpredictable, so lead ships of naval formations are now required to report their situation every hour. In addition to this, the Machian Navy decided to add submarines to their naval squadrons in an effort to understand what allows the Americans to sink their ships so fast. They hoped that the submarines would be undetected by the American Navy. A few minutes later, the 9 attack submarines approached their target undetected and got within the firing range. 11 targets sailing in a formation at a slow speed, blissfully unaware of the silent submarines of death approaching them. 11 Mk-48 torpedoes launched from the tubes of the submarines and head straight at the Machian naval squadron. Swimming through the ocean at speeds of 63 miles per hour, the first torpedo hit the Machian submarine and detonate on the side of the sub. With a warhead of 650 pounds, the explosion rips the submarine in half and to any possible crew that had survived the explosion. A pillar of water rises out of the water where the submarine was. The accompanying ships immediately try to establish contact with the submarine in order to figure out what that pillar of water was. It is too late. One by one, torpedoes start hitting their marks. IS Tregenta Quinque is the first surface ship to be hit by a torpedo. The explosion lifts the destroyer up as it breaks in half. Not even a second after the explosion, other ships start facing the same experience. Shouts of panic set in the still unhit ships. They are facing an enemy that they can't even see. Americans. The Americans are attacking. Contact headquarters. We need reinforcements. It's too late. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. I don't want to die. Sailors are jumping overboard even if their ships aren't even hit yet. The officers of the ship try to futilely calm their men by shouting orders and words to lift their spirits. The last torpedo hits the IS Emilia, the Desmond-class battleship, and blows a hole in its starboard. Within seconds, water is gushing in the ship and it starts listing right. The 9 submarines continued on. 200 miles from the Machian Imperium. 4 carrier strike groups are waiting for the start of the air campaign. 4 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers, 20 Arleigh-class destroyers, 4 Ticonderoga cruisers, and 4 Los Angeles-class attack submarines. American airfield in BEM. The airfield has gotten quite large when compared to what it was a couple of months ago. Men run around in the airfield as ground crews prep. The aircraft and airmen prepare for their missions. F-15Es of the 4th Fighter Wing are being loaded with missiles and bombs that will be used to take out a variety of military and political targets. F-16Cs of the 20th Fighter Wing are being prepared as escorts. Barksdale Air Force Base, Louisiana B-52Hs of the 307th Bomb Wing are also being loaded up with missiles and bombs for strikes on high-priority targets. They will make a round trip from their Air Force Base to conduct the strike. 2000 January 6, 2020 CE0100, New Hour, Start 7th, 196 AE free on board outside of Agincourt. Bemnick looks at his watch as his crew gets into their tanks. The air campaign should be starting quite soon. Uma looks up from his position, so we are getting deployed after that. Seems like it. Connolly. Dillian laughs. We'll probably just be facing the bombed out remains. Nothing much for us to do. Just clean up. Brian counters. Not quite sure about that. Heard we will be facing about 1.5 million men. That big of an army should require weeks of bombing. The Air Force is probably just gonna soften them up for us. We will be doing some work. What if your intel is wrong? What did you say before? Murphy's Law? No. Murphy's Law is the idea that everything that could go wrong will go wrong. Not whatever you are saying. Pipe down, you two. We have to get this tank ready. If we don't get there fast enough, the A2S from the Army will get there first. Connolly, we're going. 2010 January 6, 2020 CE0205, Rise hour, start 7th, 196 AE Industropoulos, Mark Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, continent. There is heavy pounding on the door to the bedroom of Emperor Industris. It jolts the Emperor and the Empress awake. Your Majesty, an urgent voice came from the closed door. The Emperor rubbed his face tiredly and got out of the bed. He proceeds to open the door. What is it? It's still the middle of the night. We have lost contact with one of our patrols. We did not receive their hourly report. This gets the Emperor's attention. Is it the Americans? Most likely, Your Majesty. The Emperor looks back towards his wife. We are leaving Tribilia. Wake the children and get them ready. He then turns around to face the reporting servant. Have the luggage, coaches, and people prepared. Understood, Your Majesty. The servant quickly headed towards the servant quarters. 2020 January 6, 2020 CE 0110, new hour, start 7th, 196 AE American airfield at BEM. Fully loaded F-16Cs and F-15Es start to take off from the airfield in procession. Multiple V formations are formed in the skies. All directly headed towards the Machian Imperium. 2045 January 6, 2020 CE 0222, rise hour, start 7th, 196 AE 200 miles from the Machian Imperium. Tomahawk cruise missiles take to the skies from the Arleigh Burkes and Ticonderogas in the 4 carrier strike groups. Industropoulos, Mark Imperium, Damum, Imperatoria, continent. It is the early morning and the city of Industropoulos starts to awake. Cars and people start appearing on the streets. Life is normal even with another enemy country appearing. To them, it seems to be another front that won't change for decades. Just like the front with the Magusians. It even feels less of a threat since the enemy is separated by the ocean. A loud explosion rocks the bustling city as the palace and government buildings mysteriously explode. Stunned civilians look towards the center of the city where the smoke rose. Major factories, coal-fired power plants, airfields, military installations, and oil refineries across the Mark Imperium are struck by tomahawks. These locations were marked out clearly as targets through earlier satellite observations. The beaches of the Machian Imperium facing the Eastern Sea, Atlantic Ocean, in a naval fortification that has a 145mm gun, the crew manning it is lazing around. This is boring, I know. The posters promised us the adventure of war. It's been a season and I don't see no war. Kinda regret signing that contract. There's nothing to do at home, but at least I can go anywhere I want back then. Hey, do you guys see that? Say what? Look up at TH. Before he could finish, an explosion blows apart the fortification. Squadrons of F-15Es drop GBU-10 paveway IIs on the line of naval fortifications. With a 2,000-pound warhead, they are specifically made for bunkers like these. The second line of defense of Mercator. What are those? Mercator squints his eyes toward the sky. Those are planes. They aren't ours, are they? Unless we developed a new plane and there's an airfield in the ocean, then no. Their heads turn to follow the weird-looking planes as they fly overhead at incredible speeds. The artillery behind us. What are our anti-aircraft guns doing? I think they are too high and too fast. 5 miles behind the second line of defense, hundreds of 84mm artillery are set up in a neat line far behind the front. Artillerymen are elevating and lowering their artillery as practice. 77mm anti-aircraft guns are placed around the artillery. With an ability to fire 13,000 feet into the sky, no known domesticated dragon or plane should be able to avoid it. Within seconds of being spotted by the Machians, F-15Es flew overhead. While the anti-aircraft guns are still being adjusted to aim at the F-15Es, the jets already flew far out of sight. Moments later, the line of artillery explodes in a massive fireball as secondary explosions occur because of the artillery ammunition lying around. AGM-65 Mavericks had been dropped from the planes onto them. 50 miles south of Industropoulos Venusia Haydn Airfield, many camouflaged airfields are scattered across the Mark Imperium in order to avoid being scouted by Magusian Dragon forces. These airfields are hard to be seen by satellites. They have been painted the color of their surroundings and are somewhat covered by vegetation. Sir, we have received reports of an aerial attack on the new front near the town of Dimale. Dispatch the fighters. About an hour later, Maximal fighters are overhead as they look down towards the now destroyed artillery line. Although they got here as fast as possible, they couldn't find any enemy. All they could do at this point is to return home and give a report about what they saw. 0820 January 7, 2020 CE 0810, mid-hour, start 7th, 196 A convoy of cars accompanied by military vehicles is making way down a forested road. In one of the cars, the emperor and his family are unharmed and are on their way to a secret location where they will stay for the period until the war ends. Chapter 18 Death from Above. 0238 January 9, 2020 CE 0518, early hour, start 9th, 196 AE in the air over the Machian Imperium Fox 3. Fox 3. Fox 3, 3 AM 120 AMRAAM detached from each of the wings of the two FA-18EF Super Hornet. In a combat air patrol over a town near the beaches of the mock Imperium, the two Super Hornets had detected 6 aircraft about 90 miles away. 90 miles away, a squadron of Maximal fighters is on its way to patrol the airspace over the beaches. Constant reports of enemy aircraft have forced the Machian Air Corps to resort to the idea of consistent air patrols. Before, whenever there are reports of enemy aircraft, airplanes would be detached to scour the area to find them. However, every single time the enemy aircraft can get away and leave a wake of destruction behind. A few minutes later 6 missiles streaked through the skies at Mach 4, 3045 mph, towards its targets. Flying at 110 miles per hour, one of the 6 Maximal pilots noticed 2 small dots in front of them. It didn't seem like enemy aircraft because of its small size and how it didn't match the description of what had been witnessed. The 2 small dots soon turned into 6. By then all of the pilots had noticed them. Whatever it was, it seems to be coming closer every second and is heading directly towards them. The 6 fighters break formation to not collide with whatever is flying towards them. To their surprise and horror, the 6 dots all adjusted course, one following each fighter. They desperately try to shake the dots. They apply what they had learned in training on how to dodge wyverns and other planes. One of the pilots starts an upward climb hoping that whatever is following him can't change altitude. This upward climb slows the fighter down. The pursuing object also starts an upward climb seemingly without slowing down. In seconds, the dot has struck the fighter. In a fiery ball, the Maximal fighter explodes in the air and the pilot dies. The 5 other fighters turn around in hopes that they could outrun the objects. It is a futile attempt as in mere seconds, all 5 are destroyed. 0440 January 9, 2020 CE 0620, mid-hour, start 9th, 196 AE Venusia Haydn Airfield. On the grasses near the airfield, a man with a clipboard runs up to a uniformed person who is watching the planes take off and land. Sir, Squadron 22 is late by an hour. We have no reports of them coming back. Which area have we sent them to? I believe the sector above the town of Ostia. Squadron 33 should be patrolling that area now. Let's see if they find them. On the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier USS George Washington, Captain, we are detecting increased enemy air activity. We just had 2 Super Hornets shoot down 6 possible Machian warplanes. Clear the skies. Understood. 0740 January 9, 2020 CE 0750, mid-hour, start 9th, 196 AE Venusia Haydn Airfield. Squadron 33, Squadron 346, Squadron 264, Squadron 566, Squadron 578, Squadron 351, Squadron 510, and Squadron 270 are late by an hour. We are deeming them as lost. We are receiving reports of people witnessing our planes being shot down with no visible enemy in sight. The planes will seem fine and then in mere seconds, they will start performing evasive maneuvers before turning into a giant fireball. There are also reports of things like small metal arrows flying towards the plane, but that isn't confirmed yet. How is the other airfield charged with patrol doing? They have lost 9 squadrons. We can't keep this up. Stop all patrols. But sir, we will leave the entire country vulnerable to air attack. These patrols aren't working. If we continue at this rate, we won't have enough fighters to protect our bombers. What do we even need the bombers for? The Emperor has given orders that once the Americans land, we will bomb them to oblivion with our bombers. Sir, the bombers are useless in this situation if they can shoot down anything we put in the sky. The enemy will be flying anywhere they want with no opposition if we stop the patrols. The patrols have done nothing but lose planes and pilots. As you said, they can shoot down anything. Why waste the fighters when we can do an all-out surprise attack and obliterate their landing force? We need bombers escorted by fighters for that. If we have enough fighters acting as cover for whatever they are shooting down our planes with, then the bombers can get to our enemy. We need to at least find a way to shoot the enemy down. Is this what the Machian Air Corps is? Are we too cowardly to defend our country's skies? Anger flamed in the airfield commander's eyes. That's enough. I'm not wasting any more pilots on useless patrols. Get back to your station. 0740 January 10th, 2020 CE 0750, mid-hour, star 10th, 196 AE near the town of Iska, in between the beach and Industropolis. Pomponia is strolling down the quiet road with groceries in hand. All around her are the beautiful flat plains and the clear blue skies. Her house is about a couple of miles away from the nearby town of Iska. She moved there because she liked to live in solitude and enjoyed the beautiful scenery. A slow roar came overhead and Pomponia looks up. It is a scene that she has seen many times recently. On the first few occasions, she went off the road to avoid being spotted. After a while, it seemed like those planes didn't care about her, so she resumed walking as she always does. She hopes that her peace won't be broken by this war, but knows that war is coming to her. The constant roars she hears throughout the day shows that the Machian Air Corps doesn't stand a chance and that the enemy would be upon them soon. So far, she has not seen any Machian airplanes for the entire day. She has also heard that most cities have lost their electricity because of the bombings. 0830 January 10th, 2020 CE 0815, mid-hour, star 10th, 196 AE Port Bannock. Many warships that aren't out on patrol or aren't on the other side of the Imperium can be seen at this port docked. Losses have been mounting for the Great Eastern Fleet because of past battles with the Americans and the patrols being attacked by them. With the Machian fleet losing more than half of its ships, the admirals have decided that they can no longer help. They have decided to dissolve the Great Eastern Fleet and integrate them with the Great Western Fleet, sending all the ships onto the other side of the Imperium and leaving this side with no navy for defense. It was obvious to all that continuing naval operations on this side of the Imperium would be futile. They needed to make sure that they still had a good enough navy to keep the Magutians at bay. What remains of the Great Eastern Fleet is preparing to leave the port. All of a sudden, explosions occur on many of the docked ships. About 20 minutes earlier, less than 170 miles away, squadrons of F-15Es unleash a horde of Harpoon missiles and turn back. Satellite observations had shown a gathering of Machian warships at the port that they are currently targeting. To ensure that the seas are clear for the amphibious assault, it was decided to destroy all Machian warships. This gathering was the perfect chance for that. The submarines have shown the Machian Navy death from below. Now it was time to show them death from above. 0230 January 11th, 2020 CE 0515, early hour, start 11th, 196 AE airspace right outside of the mock Imperium. 10 B-52Hs loaded up, each with 70,000 pounds of munitions, approached the Machian Imperium. With most of the airfields, factories, power plants, military installations, oil refineries, and important government buildings bombed to oblivion, it has a special target. A target perfectly suited for a bomber. Carrying CBU-87s, cluster bombs, it headed towards the Machian trench line. A static defense with anti-air emplacements so obsolete that it has no hope of reaching the altitude of a B-52. The trench is up. Mercator, what is it? Furious, run. 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 Furious scrambles over the trench and starts sprinting. Around Mercator, soldiers look up and point towards the massive plane that is flying directly towards them. What is His Majesty's name is that? Hey Furious. Furious, wait up. Some soldiers do the same and start running out of the trench. Most just stare at the black dragon-like plane as it comes closer. Some that try to run is ordered back to the trenches by an officer. As the ones who remain watches, they notice objects falling out of the bottom of the gigantic planes. Towards where the plane dropped the objects, the ground there starts to explode. Officers shout to their soldiers to get down. Soldiers dive to the ground. 20 minutes later, 3 miles out of the trenches, out of breath, Mercator huffed his words to Furious, who was next to him, seemingly dying from the running. Furious, what was that about? I felt death. I just felt that I needed to run. To get far away. We are going to get punished for this. It looked like one of those legendary dragons from the stories. Anybody would be scared of that. They turned around. They had run a couple of miles from the trench. Just then, a massive explosion along the trench occurred. They had to shield their eyes because of the fiery blast. It got bombed. I hope everyone's fine. I think I saw some others run with me when I ran out. I think the trench is deep enough to protect everyone. The tanks are probably gone though. An hour later, back at the trench, see, I saved our asses. The trench is gone. What replaced it is a massive crater forming a line where the trench was. Not even bodies seem to have remained. Mercator tried to look down the trench line to see if anything remained. How long does this go on? They couldn't have bombed the entire trench system on this front. Mercator, I think we should retreat. There's no reason for staying here. Anybody who didn't run is dead. Where do we go? How about the closest town? That should be Andria, in the throne room of the Emperor of Magus Imperium. Can't we begin the attack, Your Majesty? I still highly oppose that decision. You said that if the American invasion is successful that we can attack. Of course, we can attack if the invasion is successful. Well, the invasion is successful. What are you opposing? I don't see any invasion. What? No invasion? Didn't you hear that the Americans have nearly disabled the entire Mach Air Corps and destroyed a large part of the Machian fleet in the eastern seas? The Machians are literally on their last legs, but the Machians still have more than 1 million of men on our side of the front. Their western fleet is also completely intact and dangerous. Chaos, just because your grandfather was the one who stopped the Machian advance doesn't mean you get to impose your will onto my military. Your Majesty, I will let you know that I have many generals that are more loyal to me than to you. KSI Genus, are you speaking of treason? Emperor Arstan spat those words out like poison. He understood that Chaos had many generals who supported him but did not like it when Chaos used that card to give himself power. Your Majesty, all I want is to protect and defend our nation. Nothing else. Now is not the right time. If all you are going to talk about is invading the Machians, I will excuse myself. Chaos walked out of the throne room without looking back. Chapter 19 The Eagle has landed. 0515 January 11, 2020 CE 0637, mid-hour, start 11th, 196 AE midway to Andria. Mercator, Furious, and 30 other soldiers continue along a road that leads to Andria. Mercator and Furious had met the other 30 soldiers along the way. These soldiers had also run like them when they had seen the giant bombers. Not far down the road, they see a soldier poking his head out of the forest that was adjacent to the road. The soldier shouts to them. Hey, Mercator, who is at the front of the group, replies. Hi, there, are you soldiers from the front? Yes. I'm Sergeant Mercator Cortis of the 106th Infantry Regiment. Where are you from? I'm Private Kizo Pratis. With the 10th Tank Battalion, Kizo looks up towards the sky before continuing to speak again. Quickly get off the road. They get off the road and continue into the forest. 10th Tank Battalion, we were supposed to arrive at the front yesterday but we got bombed. We had to divert into the forest to continue. Tanks aren't good in forests but it was still manageable since the trees weren't dense. What are you guys doing here from the front? The front's gone. The naval fortifications, trench, and artillery have been bombed to oblivion. We're retreating to Andria to try to establish communications with the headquarters. A look of surprise is seen on Kizo's face. Is this all the survivors from your sector? I only see about a platoon. Mercator shrugs as they come up to the tanks. There should be some more. I don't expect much. Most didn't get out in time. Cassia sighs. Then there's no more reason to continue towards the front anymore, yet. By the way, I thought you said this was the 10th Tank Battalion. If I remember correctly, a tank battalion should consist of about 36 tanks. Kizo smiles bitterly. Quite knowledgeable of you. We originally had 3 companies of tanks. We are the only ones left. 36 tanks turned into 12 in mere minutes. We heard a roar and saw the enemy planes fly overhead. Before we knew it, the 2 companies of our battalion in front of us exploded. Are you still going to continue towards the front? I have to report what you just told me to the commander. I will go find him now. Kizo quickly runs off and leaves them to follow the industrialize. A few minutes later, the tanks stop. Kizo comes back with a man in an officer uniform. Which one of you is the leader of this platoon? Mercator salutes. I'm just a sergeant, sir. We are just disorganized retreaters. Just trying to establish contact with a superior officer. Since you are an officer, we will follow you. The officer looked at the retreaters before sighing and turning towards Mercator. I want you to lead them. We're turning back to Andria. Kizo, continue looking for anyone on the main road and don't forget to follow the tank noises. Yes, sir. 0620 January 11th, 2020 CE 0710, mid-hour, start 11th, 196 AE free on board Dagger near Jinport. In the command center, there are computers everywhere as men work round the clock. Sir, we have located the source of the enemy biplanes. They seem to be taking off from these two airfields. In his hands is a folder containing a satellite map with red circles drawn on where he is pointing. They are very well camouflaged. That looks very like a part of a forest. We will need to strike those. Keep an eye out for more. A few minutes later, 100 or so miles off the Mach Imperium 30 Tomahawk cruise missiles launch from Arleigh destroyers and Ticonderoga cruisers. 15 heading in one direction and the other 15 in a different direction. Less than an hour later, airmen have gathered around in a massive building to listen to their base commanders speak. Listen up, men. These are trying times for our great Imperium. Our pathetic Navy has failed us and the Imperium. It's time for the Air Corps to rise. We will not be an embarrassment like the Navy. The Emperor has ordered all of you to be the saviors of our nation. Do not disappoint him. Once we receive reports that the enemy has landed, all air units on this base will swarm the enemy. All other airfields will do the same. The fighters must protect the bombers at all costs. The success of this mission depends on the bombers. Those who fall will be remembered as heroes. Do not fear death. Understood? Yes, sir. Suddenly, the building shook violently. The sound of explosions resonates throughout the base. A person runs into the building. Enemy attack. Get to the planes. Airmen run out of the building in a disorganized hurry. Seconds later, more explosions resonate through the air. Then a shout of panic arose. The runway has been destroyed. We can't take off. Find cover. Find cover. A massive explosion sends shockwaves across the airfield. Something had hit the building where bombs had been stored. Man the AA guns. Find enemy planes. 30 minutes later, the base is burning brightly as fires rage. Black smoke billows to the sky. Sporadic explosions occur wherever the fires touch. Ammunition 1202 January 11th, 2020 CE 1001, down hour, start 11th, 196 AE in Essium Castle. A person in military uniform knocks on the door. A haggard voice replies. Come in. What's the report? The voice came from a man who is looking at a map placed on a big table. Around the table, there are other men in uniform. The entering person saluted. Your Majesty, we are suffering massive losses in our infrastructure and military installations. We have just lost 2 of our hidden air bases. They were the ones operating the patrols. How is the front? We lost communications with it. The last news we know is that the trench is fine, but the artillery and naval fortifications are gone. Send more tanks and artillery. Get them from the reserves. Anywhere that's not vital on the Magus front. Understood. After the person exits, a heavy silence set in 1932 January 11th, 2020 CE 0146, new hour, start 12th, 196 AE 100 miles off of the Mach Imperium. Nick and his tank crew board their Abrams. Around them, crews of other tanks are standing around. The tanks are on an LCAC in the belly of the USS Kearsarge, a Wasp-class amphibious assault ship. Around the Kearsarge, multiple other amphibious assault ships accompanied it. The seas had been completely cleared from the combined efforts of submarines and strike fighters. We will just be securing the landing area and nearby towns. The III Corps of the Army will do the actual push to the enemy capital. Brian looks curiously at Nick. Won't there be any heavy resistance? Like the beach landings of World War II, the Air Force has been bombing them for 6 straight days. If they did their job right, don't expect much. If they didn't, then we are in for a ride. 2000 January 11th, 2020 CE 0200, rise hour, start 12th, 196 AE. Nick and his crew felt their tank wobble as waves hit the LCAC. Seems like the Air Force did their job. Brian looked at Uma questionably. HM? What do you mean, Connolly? No bombardments. I heard this country had World War I technology. They should have set up artillery or something to try to stop our landing. A few minutes later, after the LCAC deflated and opened, their Abrams touched the sand of the Machium beach. Nick looks out of his tank. Wowie boys, the Air Force really did their job. A few miles in front of them, there are rebels of what could be barely recognized as fortifications. Other tanks start forming up on the beach as more and more LCACs land. AAV-7s come up from the sea and start disgorging Marines. Andrea Mercator, when do you think they will finally come? I don't know. Haven't you asked that question multiple times already? Well, we're stuck in another trench now, at least it's in a town, yeah, with no people around. With the arrival of what remained of the 10th Tank Battalion and survivors of the trench, the Machian forces that are in town are 12 tanks and around 100 infantry. Using the telegram, they have been able to establish contact with headquarters and learn that more reinforcements are coming. Of course, the reinforcements were ordered to go to the trenches, but that idea was scrapped when the survivors reported the destruction of the trench line. Headquarters then ordered them to evacuate all civilians inside the town. Most civilians had complained, but they had no actual ability to oppose it. 15 minutes later, road to Andrea. Why are we advancing so slowly? Can't the lead tank pick this pace up, Connolly? This is a forested place. We have to be careful. Uma Connolly grumbles to that reply. Their platoon of 4 M1A1 Abrams had been tasked with securing a town close to the beaches. 4 other platoons have been ordered to do the same for 4 other towns. These are all the towns within 15 miles of the beach. 2044 January 11th, 2020 CE 0222, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 A. Andrea. A soldier bursts out of the nearby forest shouting and running towards the officer. Captain! Captain! Enemies! Enemies! They are moving slowly down the road. They will be here in minutes. Numbers? I could count many tanks about the size of our Industrial 1S. Get to your positions, men. We will hold out until our reinforcements arrive. Less than 3 miles away from Andrea, the forested road is quite peaceful. Nothing had disturbed them or tried to stop them. Then the platoon leader came over the headset. I have a visual of the town. Multiple hostiles. Engaging. The lead tank lurched back a bit after it sent a round flying towards the enemy trench. We are moving forward. Andrea Mercator is peeking out of the window of the house. We are so lucky to be repositioned here. Furious is crouched underneath the window. Mercator, what's the situation outside there? The enemy tanks just blew up the trench at the entrance with a single shot. A few minutes later, multiple rounds ping off the sides of the 4 Abrams. Holy cow, Brian shouts in surprise as a couple of shots ping off their tank. Alpha 3, Alpha 4, deal with the left. Alpha 2, with me. The lead tank and next tank swing their turrets right to aim at the enemy tanks. Using their thermals, they can see the enemy heat signatures in the forest. I have sights on one, loaded, sending. The small enemy light tank explodes in a fiery ball as the M830A1 heat, high explosive anti-tank, hits it. Back up, back up. Within mere seconds of the start of the tank battle, a third of their forces are already gone. The enemy has seemingly suffered no casualties. Their captain had come up with an ingenious plan to catch the enemy off guard. Instead of putting the tanks in the town to guard it, they can station the tanks inside the forest. This will allow them to launch a surprise ambush while the enemy comes up the road towards the town. Of course, this didn't account for the enemy being invulnerable to their guns. The tank crews in the surviving tanks start to panic. What kind of tank can ricochet multiple shots to its side? It is as if they were trying to shoot through 100 millimeters of solid steel. To them this is ridiculous. Equipped with its classified Chobham armor, the armor all around the Abrams can be comparable to several hundred millimeters of steel. Chapter 20. The Army goes rolling along. 2050 January 11th, 2020 CE 0225, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE. A few miles out from Andrea, while the Industrial IIs try to retreat into the town, the Abrams quickly and efficiently destroy each one of them with 100% accuracy. The Industrial IIs tried to return fire, but their 40mm can barely do anything. A few minutes later, the charred remains of the 12 tanks sit in the forest as the 4 barely scratched Abrams make their way towards the town. Andrea Mercator looks through the window as the sand-colored enemy tanks continue towards him. Furious, we are getting out of here. Our tanks are gone. Why are we abandoning our position? We don't have anything to go up against armor. They only had 4 tanks and they wiped our 12 out in mere minutes. Us infantry can't do anything against that. Come on now, Furious. I thought you liked running. 2054 January 11th, 2020 CE 0227, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE. Andrea. The platoon of Abrams stop in the town. Machian soldiers are seen further down the street hurrying out of the town. It seems like they are making a run for it. Don't shoot. Come on, Nick. They are enemies. Dillian, no. Our job is just to make sure that no enemy soldiers approach. They can run away if they want. 2116 January 11th, 2020 CE 0238, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE. A couple of miles from Andrea. After getting a good distance away from Andrea, the surviving Machian soldiers stop to rest. Furious sighs and looks toward Mercator. Where are we even running to this time? We can't keep this going. Every time the enemy does something, the only thing we do is run. Our infantry regiment doesn't even exist anymore. We will link up with the reinforcements. We still have a company of infantry with us. They aren't even part of ours. Can't we just go home? We have done our duty at the front and done it again in the town. All I want is to be home with my family and be there for my sister's wedding. The other men in their group, all ranked at or lower than corporal, start grumbling in agreement too. They all look towards Mercator, who is the highest ranked out of them. Mercator sighs a bit. Listen, desertion is punishable by execution. If they catch, Mercator is cut off by Furious. But we don't even have any assigned unit. They're all gone. Don't you see? This doesn't even count as desertion. It does. We are still soldiers. If they find us deserting, we will be executed. But have you seen what happened? Have you seen? Furious points towards Andrea. The enemy is impossible to beat. If we continue like this, we are going to die. That isn't certain. But what I do know is that if we desert, we will be executed. That's guaranteed death. Furious, we are fighting this war to protect our families. The enemies are on our land. If we let them through, we will lose everything we hold dear. Our families. Our country. Even our lives. This war was started by the Emperor. It doesn't concern us commoners, it does. The enemy doesn't care who is who. As long as we are Machian, they will kill us. Furious and Mercator looked at each other tensely. A moment passed before Mercator sighed and turned towards everyone. Listen, everyone, I have no power to actually make you all stay. You can leave if you want. But hear this, the moment you leave is the moment that you are not my responsibility. If you are getting executed for desertion, it does not concern me. Those who want to stay, we will regroup with the reinforcements. A few men start to go their own ways. Most decide to stay. Furious, you going? Are you sure you don't want to come with me? That is desertion. I actually want to live, Mercator. For almost all my time in the military I have been with you. You are my best friend. I don't think we can live any longer if we continue like this. I really wish you reconsider. Furious stood there looking at Mercator's determined eyes. A minute passes while both continue to stare at each other. Furious sighs. Ugh, fine, I will stay with you. I just can't abandon you. Come on, let's go. Mercator turns towards the others who haven't left everyone else staying with us. One of the men shouts. Yet, we really can't go anywhere. Our homes are days away. 0300 January 12, 2020 CE 0530, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 Andrea. The army is taking their damn sweet time getting here. We will be at the enemy capital by now if we didn't have to wait. Nick looks down from his open commander hatch at him. Be patient. We don't have enough units to actually push deeper. The engineers are also setting up a free on board near the beaches, so that's going to take time too. 0524 January 12, 2020 CE 0642, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE in a village. Mercator, Furious, and the remaining soldiers rest. Can't we just commandeer their vehicles? For the 100th time, no. Furious, we can't just steal their vehicles. It's not stealing, we are just borrowing them in the name of the Imperium. We will try to return them afterward. A no is a no. Oh come on. We have been walking for many hours already. Even more people have deserted. We still have a company of men. They haven't all deserted. We are bound to run into the reinforcements soon. As of now, rest up. We will be walking again soon. 0612 January 12, 2020 CE 0706, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE. Andrea. Finally, the army is here, with the infantry taking up positions around the town. The crews can relax out of their tanks. Brian looked at the large amounts of units curiously. Wow, that's a lot of M1A2s. How did they even get here? I thought only the Marines had amphibious assault capabilities. Dillian, being the know-all of the Iraq War, explains. Usually it requires the government hiring privately owned cargo ships. I'm pretty sure we have enough extra cargo ships to transport the entire army here. Most American cargo ships became useless after being transported to this world. The only thing that can be used for now is transporting heavy stuff around the United States. Brian looks towards Nick after nodding. Sergeant, what are we going to be doing now? We will be following them. It's a non-stop road trip to the enemy capital, boys. 0716 January 12, 2020 CE 0738, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE. Mercator, Furious, and the company of soldiers approached the next town. They noticed tanks and infantry streaming out of the town. Finally, reinforcements, having walked nearly 20 miles, they could only stagger towards their destination. The convoy stopped in front of them. Towards the back, an officer steps out of his vehicle and approaches them. "Halt. Identify yourselves," Mercator breathes out his reply. Sergeant Mercator Cordes of the 106th Infantry Regiment. "We came from Andrea, Captain Bruce Sura. Were you the ones who reported the situation at the front?" "Yes, I thought you guys were instructed to stay put." The soldier looked towards Mercator and his group. "Where's the 10th Tank Battalion? We got attacked." "The 10th Tank Battalion got destroyed at Andrea. Air attack?" "No, the enemy has landed." "Is this all the survivors?" "Yes." "Can we have a rest, sir? We have been walking for many hours and we are tired." "Sure. I will have to inform the Major General." A few minutes later, the captain followed by what seemed to be the Major General headed towards Mercator. Mercator stood and saluted at them. "At ease." "Sergeant, what were the enemy numbers?" "I saw 4 tanks." "4 tanks? I thought the 10th Tank Battalion still had 12. How did 12 lose to 4? The enemy tanks are much better than ours." When the 10th Tank Battalion tried to engage the enemy's 4 tanks, the 10th Tank Battalion was destroyed in a matter of minutes. It didn't even seem like our tanks did any damage. We had to retreat after the enemy started focusing fire on us. "Did the enemies not give chase?" "No, they stayed put in Andrea." The Major General nodded. "Are your men still able to fight?" "These aren't my men, seeing that we are just scattered survivors from the various infantry regiments from the front, but can they continue to fight?" "At our current condition, we can't walk anymore. Some of us don't even have our guns. We will give you some of the extra weapons and you can ride on the Industro-Is." "Understood, sir." "Thank you, sir." The Machian 6th Army Division, consisting of infantry, Industro-Is, Industro-Is, and horse-drawn artillery, continues down the road. 0808 January 12, 2020 CE 0804, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE Malacca Hidden Airfield. "We got orders. The bombers need to be dispatched to Andrea and the beach near it. The enemy's finally landed." "Yep." The base comes alive as ground crews start loading the bombers. Less than 30 minutes later, V formation of bombers and their fighter escorts take to the sky. In another base, the same thing happens. In the skies above the landing area, in an E-2 Hawkeye, launched from the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, a radar operator is staring at a radar screen. "Holy cow," is his response when hundreds of dots start lighting up on the screen. USS George Washington. The radar on the Hawkeye is data linked to the ships and the carrier strike groups. "Admiral, you have to see this." The Vice Admiral looks at the screen of the radar operator on the ship. "Get the Super Hornets in the air." 15 minutes later, 4 squadrons of Super Hornets, 44 in total, cruise through the skies towards the horde of enemy aircraft. The Super Hornets burst out of the clouds and into the view of 100 biplane fighters and bombers. Fox 2. Fox 2, AIM-9X Sidewinders launch from the wings of the FA-18s towards the cloud of enemies. The Maximals biplane fighters speed up in front of the bombers. For the Imperium, moments later, explosions occur as the missiles hit the wall of Maximals. Bits of wood, cloth, and metal drop out of the sky as the Maximals formations are decimated. As the Super Hornets get closer, a hail of bullets is unleashed from each of their 20mm M61A2 Vulcan, a Gatling-style rotary cannon. The hail of bullets cut down any of the biplanes in its way, like a knife slicing through butter. The biplane fighters try to return fire by firing their twin-mounted AG-2 machine guns, but they couldn't aim fast enough as the enemy planes fly past them at speeds of up to 777 miles per hour. One of the Super Hornets' wings accidentally hits the wing of the Maximals. The biplane's wing, made out of cloth and wood, is instantly ripped and the biplane is sent spiraling into the ground. The Super Hornet's wing, on the other hand, is completely fine. The remaining Maximals try to turn around in order to continue engaging the Super Hornets and protect their bombers, but the Super Hornets are already coming around to engage them again. The biplanes are cut apart as the Super Hornets wreak havoc everywhere in the Machian formations. The biplane bombers try to break off in order to escape, but are shot down as the Super Hornets zoom past them. A few minutes later, inside one of the Super Hornets, all hostiles are down. We are returning to home plate. Chapter 21, Battle of the Eastern Plains. 0740 January 12, 2020 CE 0750, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE near the town of Iska. Pomponia looks out of her house's window as sand-colored tanks rumbled across. The first wave is the big tanks and then came the smaller ones. They have no semblance to the Machian tanks she had seen in the newspapers. It was clear whose tank those belonged to. Albeit a bit worried, she is glad that they seem to have ignored her lone house in the plains. About an hour earlier, she was in the town of Iska when soldiers who were retreating from the trenches came. They had said that all the Machian units on the front have been destroyed and warned the townsfolk of the possibility of the enemies coming through. It was just yesterday that some people from Andria came to find their relatives or passed through. They had said that the soldiers claimed that the frontline defenses were destroyed and that the soldiers had to use the town as a last line of defense. Pomponia returns to drinking her tea after watching the scene for a bit. She wasn't that concerned about what happened to the mock Imperium. As long as she can continue to live her secluded lifestyle, she will be content. 0820 January 12, 2020 CE 0810, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE. The Eastern Plains of the Mock Imperium. The 1st Armored Brigade Combat Team, part of the 1st Armored Division of the III Corps of the U.S. Army, is the spearhead leading the charge for the III Corps in the 2nd Marine Division. The 1st ABCT consisted of their headquarters and headquarter company, the 6th Squadron, 1st Cavalry Regiment, the 2nd Battalion, 27th Armor Regiment, the 4th Battalion, 70th Armor Regiment, the 1st Battalion, 36th Infantry Regiment, the 2nd Battalion, 3rd Field Artillery Regiment, the 16th Brigade Engineer Battalion, and the 501st Brigade Support Battalion. This consisted of M1A2 Abrams, M2 Bradley Infantry Fighting Vehicles, M3 Bradley Cavalry Fighting Vehicles, M109A6 Paladin 155mm howitzers, Humvees, M113 derived support vehicles, and various types of trucks. Attached to them is the II Marine Expeditionary Force, is a platoon from the 2nd Tank Battalion. After driving out of Andria, they have quickly exited the forested area and into a wide open plain. They have passed many towns but they were void of enemies. Only civilians were there. The platoon from the 2nd Tank Battalion of the Marines followed a tank company from the 2nd Battalion, 27th Armor Regiment as a forward element for the 1st ABCT. The tank company with its attached Marines tank platoon, which will total 18 tanks, is many miles ahead of the 1st ABCT. Uma is having the time of his life driving at full speed down the plains. The Abrams isn't exactly fast with only a maximum off-road speed of 30 miles per hour, but it still is a nice experience. 5 miles away, sitting on top of the Industrial One as it thunders forward on the plains, Furious groans and looks toward the sky. This is much better. I'm never walking for that long ever again. Say, Mercator, when do you think we will ever get home? Heard the railroads are all gone because of the enemy bombings. Where did you live again? My town is quite close to the center of the Imperium. The nearest city is probably Birdie. You will probably miss your sister's wedding now. Nothing I can do at this point. Would have loved to be there. Well, they might postpone it because of the war. Anyways, do you think we will win this war? I'm not sure. The enemy bombings have been slacking off but their ground units are here. If we can push them back to the sea, we will win. We will probably encounter them along the way to Andria and then hopefully push them back. A few minutes later, a soldier on a horse is quickly riding through the plains. He approaches the formations of men and tanks marching towards him and rides to an officer. Sir, I'm with the recon group. There's an enemy formation approaching us. Numbers and composition, I could see more than 10 tanks, sir. They are about the size of our Industro is but have the speed comparable to that of a horse. An officer shouts orders as men run around with shovels. Quickly. Get the tanks up to the front. A small enemy contingent will be here soon. Mercator, Furious, and a lot of other soldiers are digging a small mound to act as cover. The flat plains are not good terrain when you don't want to be out in the open. How did they get here so quickly? Don't worry, just keep digging, Furious. It's a small number of tanks compared with the hundreds that we have. There's no way we will lose. 0828 January 12, 2020 CE 0814, mid-hour, start 12th, 196 AE. What seemed to be a long small mound in the middle of the plains appears in their view. Of course, this won't concern anyone in the tank company and the attached marine tank platoon, if not for the fact that there are multiple enemy tanks scattered behind it. The captain of the company comes through on the radio. Fire at will. Continue moving forward. The twin 57mm of the Industro is open fire as the battalion of Abrams charge headfirst towards them. Conley shouts out while looking through his driver port. What the heck? Do their guns outrange ours? Sure, they might have more range, but their accuracy is complete shit, replies Dillian as explosions occur around them also. I don't think they can even pen the armor on our tank. Just as he says it, some lucky shots explode on the nearby Abrams but do no damage. Rumbling across the plains, the Abrams gets the enemy tanks within the range of the Abrams 120mm. I got my sights on one in range. Do I fire? For God's sakes, Dillian, fire. Whilst charging straight at the Machian lines, the group of Abrams focus their fire on the Machian tanks. Heat rounds create fiery explosions upon impact with the Machian tanks. The Industro IIs with their 40mm gun are sitting ducks and can't return fire because of the shorter range of their guns as compared to the older Industro is. Their maximum of 22mm of armor, although better than the Industro 1's maximum of 16mm, also doesn't help. The M830A1 heat round of the Abrams can penetrate up to 420mm of steel. Shells from the 57mm of the Industro IIs fly towards the Abrams, but their inaccuracy and inability to go through the Abrams armor make the effort futile. Less than 10 minutes later, still having no Abrams destroyed or even disabled, they continue getting closer while firing upon the enemy. Even after getting hit multiple times, the Abrams tanks just shrug everything off. On the other hand, the Machians are losing one tank for every second that goes by. The 200 Industro's NIIs have been whittled down to half their numbers. As the Abrams get closer to the mound, the front Abrams notices movement and heat signatures behind the mounds. A few more minutes later, with his head nearly kissing the ground, Furious looks to his left as bullets whiz past above him. To the left of him is the captain they had talked to when they had encountered the reinforcements. Captain, what do we do? Our tanks are useless and we are pinned. The captain lifts his head to answer Furious. We will have to. The captain couldn't finish the sentence as a 7.62mm bullet enters his head and comes out the other side. The captain's head falls lifelessly onto the ground. Blood splatters across Furious's face. Furious turns toward Mercator and Mercator notices the shock in Furious's eyes. Furious. Calm down. Keep your head low. An enemy tank crests the mound and comes down, crushing those who were below it. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. Furious is shaking uncontrollably in fear. Mercator has his face hugging the ground. Just keep calm. Keep your head down. 0850 January 12, 2020 CE 0825, mid-hour, star 12th, 196 AE. At this point, the morale of the Machian 6th Army Division broke. Retreat. Get out of here. Those shouts can be heard from those that took up positions behind them. Machian soldiers stood up and broke into a run. Machine gun fire is all around them. The few remaining Machian tanks also start backing up. They were also subjected to heavy fire. Still lying on the ground, Furious panics. Mercator, what do we do? Their fire doesn't seem to be focusing on us. Mercator raises his head a little. We should run. Mercator and Furious quickly get off the ground and start sprinting. Some bullet still whiz past them. An Industro II explodes a few hundred feet behind them. Ag. Furious looks behind him to see that Mercator has fallen onto the ground. Mercator. Furious runs back to Mercator and extends a hand to help. I got you. Come on, get up. I can't. Something hit my leg. Just go. Wait, what are you doing? Furious grabs Mercator. I won't leave you behind. Didn't I say I couldn't abandon you? With Mercator on his back, Furious starts sprinting out of the kill zone. More than 10 minutes later. Cease fire. They are out of range. We have some infantry surrendering. The battlefield became quiet as the machine gun and tank fire from the Abrams stops. Across the plains, Machian soldiers stand up with their hands in the air. Brian looks out of the tank hatch and whistles. Wow, this is a lot of prisoners. What are we going to do with them? We still have to get to the capital, but we can't leave them behind. Nick watches as the Machian soldiers throw down their rifles. We are going to link up with the rest of the 1st ABCT. They have space for prisoners. A few minutes later. Mercator, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. Furious had sprinted quite far from the battle. He feels something trickling down the back of his pants. I'm going to need to set you down and check on that wound. Further down, Furious sees a group of Machian soldiers lying on the ground near some sparse trees. There seem to be people tending to the wounded. Furious runs to them and sets Mercator down near one of the trees. There is a massive gash on the back of Mercator's left leg. Something like shrapnel had ripped his legs. An expanding blood pool starts to form on the ground from that wound. Medic. Medic. Is there a medic here? A soldier comes running to them. I'm a medic. What's the problem, my friend? He's been hit with something on the back of his leg and he's losing a lot of blood. Rip a piece of cloth and put it on the wound. Apply pressure to it. I still have to tend to some of the more heavily wounded. The medic then went off. In the first major land battle between the mock Imperium and the United States of America, the Machian 6th Army Division was nearly wiped out by the 2nd Battalion, 27th Regiment of the Army and its attached platoon of tanks from the 2nd Tank Battalion of the Marines. In less than an hour, 18 American tanks victoriously contended with 200 Machian tanks and 9,000 Machian infantry. Out of the 200 Machian tanks, only 30 survived the battle. Out of the 9,000 Machian infantry, around 4,000 had died and 3,000 were captured. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 To the Capital. 0930 January 12, 2020 CE 0845, mid-hour, star 12th, 196 AE. The eastern plains of the mock Imperium. We will continue advancing towards the enemy capital tomorrow. Although we will be closer to the brigade this time. That was a large number of enemies. After telling his crew, Nick looks down from his commander's hatch at the turret of their Abrams. There are some scorch marks from the fire that it had sustained. God bless depleted uranium. I wonder why they even put it into the armor, Brian asks curiously. Probably because it works as armor. An American soldier who knows how to speak Latin is currently talking with what appears to be the most highly ranked of the Machians. After a bit of talking, the surrendering Machians seem to be thankful for some reason. Furious walks while carrying Mercator on his back. Mercator had been treated by the medic and is somewhat fine now. Of course, he can't walk and probably still requires more treatment, but that didn't really matter to Furious. At least Mercator is still alive. Now, what are we going to do at this point? You can't even walk anymore. The mock Imperium is done for. Well, you can say that again. There weren't even more than 20 enemy tanks. They decimated an entire division backed with hundreds of tanks in less than an hour by themselves. There's nothing we can do against that. I'm just going to go home. What about you? Where did you live anyways? In the capital, huh? Oh yeah, you told me about that. Well, that's not going to be a good place to stay during this time. You don't have any close relatives, right? Yep. Why don't you come over to where I live and stay for a bit? We have space. You might even be able to attend my sister's wedding. Mercator chuckles a bit. Do you even know how we are going to get there? It's hundreds of miles from here. How about we borrow a car? Again, Furious. No. We are not stealing. Oh come on. Then you got any better ideas? You can't walk with that bad of an injury, and I'm definitely not carrying you all the way there. Actually, I need to get you to an actual doctor first. Let's go find the nearest town then, not on this road. I'm afraid the Americans will find us. 0940 January 12, 2020 CE Tampa, Florida. General, here's the report from the first major battle. General Thompson reviews the report that had been handed to him by his aide. Excellent. This is a guaranteed victory. Hell, we may even come out with 0 casualties. That's not something you hear every day. 1520 January 12, 2020 CE 1140, late hour, star 12th, 196 AE in Essium Castle, mock Imperium. The 6th Army Division had been destroyed in a battle in the eastern plains. Emperor Industris slams his fist on the table. What is left of the 6th Division? From what reports we could gather, not much. An optimistic estimate would be around 2,000 infantry and 50 or so tanks. Do we know the enemy numbers? No more than 20 tanks. 20. Even we didn't believe it at first, but all the survivors we could get a report from had claimed less than 20 tanks. Again, the Emperor slams his fist on the table, but this time with more force. He looks up and shakes a finger towards his commander that is in charge of the front against the Americans. I know what you are trying to do. You just don't want to make yourselves look bad by losing to the enemy. What? Your Majesty. Silence. After a short burst of anger, the Emperor then goes a bit quiet. You can't possibly lose if we send entire armies from the Magusian front to yours. The commander in charge of the front against the Magusian stands up in an instant from his chair. Your Majesty. We can't possibly do that. The moment that front is gone, the Magusians will flood in and we will be faced with a two-front war. The emperor glares at him. Don't you see? If we don't do anything, the capital will fall into enemy hands. But what will we do if the Magusians attack? Then only half of the forces from the Magus front will be sent to the front against the Americans. Have the forces? That's ridiculous. If we have the forces, we won't have enough men to sufficiently guard the entire front. We will be abandoning the eastern half of the Magus front. That part is not important anymore with the Americans closing in on our capital. The emperor then turns towards the commander in charge of the front against the Americans. In a stern and slow voice, the emperor commands him. That should be more than 500,000 soldiers supported by hundreds of tanks. Use these soldiers and tanks as you see fit. Stop the Americans at whatever cost. If you don't, the emperor stops there while staring at him ominously. Understood, Your Majesty. 2320 January 12, 2020 CE 0340, early hour, start 13th, 196 AE Magus front. In the eastern portion of the Magus front, Magusian soldiers peek out from their trenches after noticing the silence on the other side. To their surprise, there is no sign of life from the Machian side. Unknown to them, the Machian had secretly retreated yesterday night in the cover of the dark. 0020 January 13th, 2020 CE 0310, early hour, start 13th, 196 AE in the throne room of the Emperor of Magus Imperium. When the news of the retreat of Machian soldiers from the eastern Magus front last night reached Emperor Arstant, he immediately called for a meeting to ask Chaos again to begin the offensive. Your Majesty, with the withdrawal of Machian soldiers on the eastern front, we shall begin the offensive. Finally, we could have begun much earlier, but you just had to wait. Your Majesty, it is better to wait to have a perfect plan. Even if it takes years to develop, a perfect plan will guarantee success. What does having a perfect plan have anything to do with this situation? That is a piece of common knowledge in war strategy. It basically means be patient in war. It is never a good idea in a war to take the initiative. Always wait for the enemy to act. Now that the enemy is acting, we can take advantage of it. Emperor Arstant sighs. Igenis, just begin the offensive. 0140 January 13th, 2020 CE 0450, early hour, start 13th, 196 AE Magus front. Across the eastern Magusian trench line, Magusian officers blow their whistles to signal the beginning of the offensive. Magusian soldiers crest the trench lines whilst accompanied by their Majidanks. Majidanks are tanks with special engines. Majidank engines accept both normal fuel and mana given to them by a person. Of course, fuel has an advantage seeing that the mana pool of an average person isn't that big. On the other hand, if a great Magus is the person fueling the tank, then the tank can run for a longer time than using fuel. However, great Maguses would never be in the position of a lowly soldier because they are extremely valuable. Some of the Magusian infantry are carrying guns while some are not. The ones that are carrying guns have an average amount of mana. The ones that aren't are the ones that have enough mana to use the elements as weapons. The Machian soldiers and their Majidanks quickly approach the opposing trench without taking any fire. The Magusians slide into the enemy trench to find it completely deserted. The Machians have finally left after 35 years. It felt strange. For 35 years, the Machians and them have been sitting across from each other, just waiting for the other to strike. Now just in one night, their enemies left. After a few minutes, an officer among them yells while blowing his whistle. Don't stop. Continue, men. It's time to take back the land that was ours in the first place. Charge. This time the Magusian soldiers crest the Machian trench and Magusian Majidanks drive onward. The eastern plains of the Mach Imperium tearing through the plains, the first ABC team makes massive gains. Dillion sighs. It's quite peaceful. No enemies at all, they have only come up to abandoned enemy tanks and surrendering infantry. Connolly, while focused on driving, comments on that. That wasn't many enemy soldiers. I thought you said there were millions of them. Brian, I didn't factor in the fact that their war strategy is very outdated when compared to ours. Anyways, I have not slept a wink. When are we going to get there? Nick laughs a bit. Well, Connolly, I'm pretty sure it's still more than a couple of days away. 0220 January 13th, 2020 CE 0510, early hour, start 13th, 196 AE in Essium Castle, Mock Imperium. The commander against a Magusian salutes the Emperor as he comes in. Your Majesty, we are getting reports of large amounts of Magusian soldiers, Magitanks, and wyverns on our side of the eastern border. I believe they have begun their invasion. How is the western portion? They are being bombarded by artillery and dragon attacks but are holding up. Send the Great Western Fleet to that area. We have to make sure that they don't break through it. Emperor Industris looks down on the map that was on the table. He uses a pencil to trace a line on the Mock Imperium. This is where we will stop them. Right on the outskirts of the capital. But sir, won't the Americans get there before us? All that might be true, but we still have a considerable force stationed in the capital. They should be fortifying the capital. The forces will hold out on the capital until reinforcements get there. After reinforcements, we can establish a large trench network on this line to ensure that they don't break through on any sides. The Americans would also probably need time to get to the capital. I'm expecting them to arrive in a week or more, so that should also give us more time. The 1st ABCT has traveled through some towns, sweeping them for hostiles and asking the civilians if they had seen any Machian military movement. The civilians always seem to comply out of fear. So far, there have been no signs of any Machian military activity ever since the last battle. 0025 January 17, 2020 CE 0412, early hour, start 17th, 196 AE. A few miles from the outskirts of Industropolis, there was absolutely no opposition along the way to the Machian capital after the first major battle. It was surprising to the 1st ABCT because they had expected much more Machian counterattacks. It seemed as if the Machians have only focused on static defense. The battle the 1st ABCT had experienced was probably just the Machians accidentally running into them. Far in the distance, the 1st ABCT can see some of the tall skyscrapers of Industropolis. Brian made a comment after he noticed the skyscrapers. That building looks like it belongs in a picture in a history textbook of New York City in the early 1900s. It really does. Nick coughs a bit. All right boys, be ready. Although no one attacked us along the way, we are still expecting some resistance near the city. We are hoping there's nothing, but this is their capital city. They won't leave it undefended. So keep your eyes open for any possible ambushes. So when are we assaulting the city? We will have to wait until the rest of the 2nd Marine Division and the 1st Armored Division of the III Corps get here. Shouldn't be much time. Simple trenches ran through the outskirts of their capital. Industros are scattered around them to act as support for the infantry. The garrison consists of an infantry regiment of 1,000 men and 30 old tanks retired from the main army. Commander, the enemies are nearing. They have stopped not far from here, sir. Chapter 23 End of an Imperium. 0102 January 17, 2020 CE 0435, early hour, start 17th, 196 AE in Essium Castle, Mock Imperium. The commander of the front against the Americans is giving Emperor Industris a report of the situation. Your Majesty, the garrison forces at Industropolis have reported sightings of the enemy army. This early. Are those the 20 tanks that defeated the 6th? No, Your Majesty. It's a much larger force. It seems to consist of many tanks and other vehicles. How far away are the reinforcements? Because the railways were bombed by the enemy, they are still many days away. What about the Air Corps? Can't they do something? Anything? No, sir. Don't you remember? Nearly our entire remaining aircraft were shot out of the sky when you ordered an aerial all-out assault of the enemy landing forces. The garrison can hold, right? It's questionable. I think we will have to redder. Questionable? The garrison has to hold. It's my city, but your tell me the garrison will hold, but, no buts. The garrison has to hold. If it doesn't, your HUDs are going off. Understood? Now tell me. Will the garrison hold? Yes, Your Majesty, the garrison will hold. 0320 January 17, 2020 CE 0540, early hour, start 17th, 196 AE outskirts of Industropolis. The garrison soldiers of Industropolis sit in their hastily dug trenches waiting for the enemy. One of the soldiers hears something like a plane in the sky. He looks up and sees a weird-looking plane coming towards the ground. HM? What's that? Dirt flies into the air in arcs as bullets hit the ground in a straight line. Soldiers in that line are cut apart. Tanks fare no better as the bullets penetrate their thinly armored top. The crews inside suffer a similar fate to the soldiers outside. BRRRRRRRRTTT. A few miles from the outskirts of Industropolis, an A-10 Warthog flies overhead after unleashing a hail of bullets from its 30mm Go-8 Avenger rotary cannon upon the Machian trenches. Music to my ears. Seems like the Air Force will soften them up a bit before we go in. Quite nice of the Machians to build their defenses away from the civilians. The 2nd Marine Division and 1st Armored Division waits on the far outskirts of the city for the Air Force to finish laying waste to the Machian defenses. After the initial few days of the aerial campaign, the Air Force had quickly run out of targets on the ground. With the Machian garrison in Industropolis setting up an easily seen trench outside of the city, it is a perfect target for bombings. Industropolis sounds of loud explosions from the defenses can be heard throughout the city. In a small, rundown apartment, a child walks up to her mother. "Mother? We will be fine. All right, everything will be all right, dear. There's nothing to worry about." Contrary to her words, there is a tone of uncertainty. Quite a lot of Industropolitans had fled the city after the palace was destroyed. Those that had stayed were the ones who didn't have relatives outside of the city, were poor, or believed that their country will be victorious in the end. Just recently, news had broke that the Americans, the enemy, had landed on the eastern beaches. Aurelia Quattro and her 10-year-old son, Proculus, were too poor to be able to leave the city. Aurelia's husband, Galerius, had died a few years ago to illness, leaving her alone to raise their child. A week ago, the remaining residents had witnessed the soldiers of the Industropolis garrison going towards the outskirts of the city and setting up defenses. It was clear that the enemy was near. Now the explosions from the defenses signaled the start of the enemy's attack. 0320 January 17, 2020 CE 0540, early hour, start 17th, 196 AE. The explosions outside of the city stop as abruptly as it had begun. "Did we win, Mother? Can I go out now? I want to play with other children." "I'm sure we did. But stay in just in case." "But Ma," Aurelia is smiling, but there is worry underneath it. 0220 January 17, 2020 CE 0510, early hour, start 17th, 196 AE. In Elysium Castle, mock Imperium military officers including the commanders of the two fronts look at each grimly in the meeting room of the Anarchum Castle. "I don't think the capital will hold, with the Americans already assaulting the capital and our reinforcements still days away. It's impossible. We aren't going to win, are we? Looking at the speed of the American advance, we will have to pull back our troops all the way here." The military officials trace a line with his finger on the map. "That's giving up half of the country. Even if we give up half of the country, will we even be able to push them back? Our air corps are all but destroyed. Even if we had any spare planes, they would be shot out of the sky within mere minutes. From what our reports indicate, it is highly possible that American aerial weapons greatly outrange ours. Moreover, from observation, their aircraft are much faster than ours. There's nothing our aircraft can do against theirs. How is that even possible? They could be using magic, but there is no known magic that can do that. Besides, hundreds of our tanks can't even fight back against just 10 of theirs. From what survivors of the 6th are saying, hundreds of rounds from the Industros and IIs don't even leave a scratch on the enemy tanks. On the other hand, the enemy tanks can destroy ours in just one shot. We have to surrender. The Emperor will not agree. We may even be executed for trying to tell him to surrender. He has gone insane. There's nothing we can do." A short silence fills the room. "There's only one way out of this, isn't there?" Regretfully so, the commander in charge of the front against the Americans grabs a pistol. Less than 10 minutes later, Emperor Industris enters the meeting room after being called there by a messenger of the commander of the front against the Americans. "What is it? I hope this is good news." "The garrison has repelled the Americans, Your Majesty." Multiple military officials grab the Emperor. "What is the meaning of this?" "Unhand me, Your Majesty, please stop resisting. I am the Emperor of this country. You dare attack me." "Guards." 2 guards enter the room. The commander pulls out his pistol and places it at the Emperor's head. The Emperor's eyes widened in fear. "If you don't want the Emperor to die, do as we say. Drop your weapons." The guards, part of a company of infantry that has sworn absolute loyalty to the Emperor and follow him everywhere, immediately drop their weapons. They have also sworn to protect the Emperor at all costs. The Emperor starts to be enraged. "Fools, wise decision. Now get out of the room. If we detect any attempts at rescuing the Emperor, he will die." The commander of the front against the Americans turns back to the emperor after the guards quickly exit and close the door. Your Majesty, we have lost the war. We will be announcing our surrender to the Americans soon. This is treason. Treason. You won't get away with this. My guards will be back. You will regret this. At this point, the emperor was just spitting out random threats. Gag him, hey. Wamafufafumofu, 0320 January 17, 2020 CE 0540, early hour, start 17th, 196 AE outskirts of Industropolis. The 2nd Marines and 1st Armored start moving into the city. The outskirt defenses are dotted with craters and destroyed tanks. The civilians that had come to view the battle quickly went back into their homes. A few minutes later in Industropolis, a convoy of Abrams enters the city and heads directly towards the bomb palace. The convoy passes many houses that have civilians peeking out. The streets are empty. A few miles into the city, a lone figure walks towards the convoy. The convoy comes to a stop. A Machian soldier holding a white flag in the air advances down the street towards the lead Abrams. The tank commander of the lead Abrams gets on his radio. I am a messenger of the garrison commander of Industropolis. We are offering our surrender. Furthermore, our commander has received a report that our country is willing to negotiate. Humvees, Bradleys, and Abrams enter the city after the surrender. The streets are empty since civilians are still wary of going outside. Aurelia and her son, Proculus, look out of the window of their apartment. Down on the streets, sand-colored vehicles appear in a straight line. Mother. Look. What are those, Sergeant? You really should get back in the tank. There's nothing to worry about, Brian. I just want to look around. I heard that the Machians are surrendering now. This kind of seems like Manhattan except with older architecture. The commander hatch is open and Nick is taking a gander at the 20th century style city. Elysium Castle, Mark Imperium. Was this the right choice? Surrendering to the Americans, Mfufmamamofu, what else? Surrender to the Magus? They aren't going to let us off. We are hoping that the Americans treat us better than the Magus, but what if they don't? There's nothing we can do at this point. We still have to announce our surrender to the Magusians. However, the Americans will hopefully dictate most of the terms seeing that they captured Industropolis. We lost and that's that. The military officials are having a conversation in the meeting room amidst the emperor screaming through a piece of cloth that was stuffed in his mouth. The emperor was tied up, gagged, and placed in a chair in the corner of the room. Western Mach Magus front. The artillery on the Western Mach Magus front fell silent as an order of ceasefire was given on the Machian side. The Mach had telegraphed to surrender and asked for negotiations. 0742 January 17, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. President Hayes had eaten breakfast and was getting to his office. An aide runs up to him. Mr. President, great news. What is it? The Machian capital has fallen and they are opening up for negotiations. Mission accomplished then. I need to get on the phone to Thompson. You have made your country proud. Looking at the report that was just given to me. These are excellent results. Minor casualties. No vehicles lost. Perfect. Turns out that Machian military officials performed a coup d'état and arrested the emperor. Mach Imperium news spread throughout the Mach Imperium about the surrender of their country. Many are in despair and fear over the loss of their country to the Americans. However, more fear of what would happen if the Americans decided to allow the Magusians to dictate the terms. They know that the Magusians would be extremely harsh to them. Near the town of Iska, Pomponia sits on a chair in her house while drinking her afternoon tea. During her trip to town, she had heard of the news of the surrender of her country, but she didn't care one bit. She wondered about how her father was doing. That old man got what was coming to him. I hope this won't concern me. She thinks of this while stirring her tea. Chapter 24 Part 1 New Threats? 1859 January 17, 2020 CE Nashville, Tennessee. Jack flops down onto his couch after another day of work at his office. He grabs the remote and flicks on the TV just in time for the 7 o'clock news. This comes just a few months after the victory against the Bem Kingdom. In both conflicts, American forces have taken supposedly 0 casualties. In his address to the nation, President Hayes claims that this war is one of the most successful wars ever fought in American history. However, with the memory of the Iraq War still fresh, many Americans are doubtful that this is the true end to the war. Jack quickly gets bored and switches the channel to look for other more interesting shows. Life doesn't feel much different from before. Except for the decrease in a variety of produce and some minor problems early on, like a decrease in manufactured products, not much change was felt. A ridiculous thing is that some are calling the fact that the United States was transported to another world a hoax, claiming that it is a government conspiracy to cut Americans off from the rest of the world. They believe that the government employed a special technology to do so and that current events are being made up. 0110 January 25, 2020 CE 0335, early hour, start 25th, 196 AE Aginport, Bem Kingdom. A sand-colored vehicle moves down a busy Bem street. Some Bems gaze at the vehicle for a little while before reverting back to what they were doing. They were interested in what a car or a horseless carriage, as it is commonly called by the Bem, looked like. A few months ago, a lot of people would come out just to watch the cars pass by. However, now, most have gotten used to the cars that conduct patrols to keep order. In a bar on that busy street, two men look out the window to see the American vehicle pass through. I can see why we lost. They are on the same level as the Machians, maybe even better. News has been going around that the Machians have been defeated. Is that so? Well, either way, our kingdom stood no chance. At least they seem more helpful than the Machians. And hey, they don't seem to be forcing us to fight their wars or anything. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the future may be brighter than before. Yep. I heard from one of my friends who works in hospitals that the Americans are giving us some technology that would really improve our lives. The Machians would never do something like that. They only gave us the bare minimum and even demanded tribute. It has been many months since the invasion of Bem conducted by the Americans. Not much on the surface has changed. A distant relative of the king has been placed into power by the Americans. To the general populace, the new king seems to be merely another puppet under another powerful nation. However, there are good signs. The Americans seem to be willing to help with the development of Bem, unlike the Machians who gave them just bones. Medical technology and methods have been shared. Improvements in agriculture and infrastructure have also been provided. The Americans also seem to be interested in trades for food products and some of the raw resources that Bem has. 0826 January 25, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. Mr. President, the goodwill operations in the Bem are going great. The populace doesn't seem to be hostile to our forces. Chief of Staff John Wills is giving President Haye a brief report about the current situation after winning the war. That's good to hear. What about the mock negotiations? Have gone quite well. The Machian military officials are willing to surrender to our terms, which includes us occupying their country for a couple of years, having a government under our supervision, and constructing military bases on their land. They haven't demanded much. They seem to like the fact that we aren't enslaving them or demanding any payment or tribute from them. However, they do seem adamant about keeping their government mostly the same. President Haye smiles lightly at that report. That's great. Almost too good to be true. We do have two minor problems. The smile instantly drops from his face. Oh boy, why did I say that? First of all, it seems that the Machian emperor has decided to abdicate. In this circumstance, we would have had one of his children take over, but they are too young to take the throne. Are there any relatives that can take the throne? Well, the military officials did tell us that the Machian emperor had an illegitimate adult daughter that is living near the town of Iska. We could probably place her on the throne. Although we do have to find her first, that doesn't seem to be much of a problem. What's the other issue then? The Magus is demanding a stretch of territory on the border. About 200 miles deep into the Machian territory from the Magus. The Magus claims that it was land that they had lost in the Fourth Amok-Magus War. That occurred 35 years ago when the Mok invaded them. Do the Machians say it's true? Yep. Are they willing to let it go? Nope. President Haye sighs to that answer. Goddamn it. It's never easy. The Magus is threatening to declare war on us over that stretch of land. What are the negatives of giving them that land, other than losing that piece of land to build military bases on? Not much. Although the Machians are somewhat threatening to null the progress we have made in negotiations, it's obvious that they are just bluffing. They have no more power to actually confront us again than just give the Magus that stretch of land. I'm not sending innocent Americans to die fighting for another country's land. Especially after that country tried to attack us. That should be all then. Oh wait, there are two other things. What? First, from the Department of Defense, what do they want? John flips through the folder he is holding. Well, first of all, they are recommending that we repaint the desert camouflage that we have on our ground vehicles. Why? Well, Studying the satellite images, we have found that this world greatly lacks deserts. There are only a couple of small deserts around this world. Thus, we will have to repaint our vehicles. I see. The DOT is also recommending some adjustments on hardware acquisition. What adjustments? Since we don't have any peer adversaries to worry about anymore, acquisition of stealth fighters and bombers aren't that important. They are not recommending us to stop. Just to reduce the pace. We will still continue development just in case we ever get transported back to Earth. On the other hand, the acquisition of non-stealth aircraft is highly recommended since they are more suitable for current operations. For example, F-15Xs, that seems reasonable. What's the second thing? The second thing is about the private sector, Some companies are expressing interest in the BEM Kingdom and Mark Imperium. They see the New World countries as a lucrative market and a possible place for cheap labor. Originally they were wary of expanding out because of the lack of protection. However, with our occupation of the BEM and Mark Imperium, that issue is gone. I see. Well, as of right now, let's take some time to stabilize the BEM and Mark Imperium before opening the floodgates for these companies. Chapter 25 Part 2 New Threats? 1025 January 27, 2020 CE 0912 Star 27th, 196 AE Town of Savaria Furious knocks on the door of his family's house. Who is? I hope I didn't miss the wedding. Big brother. Tears form on the eyes of Furious's little sister as she hugs him. We thought you died. Furious smiles. Your older brother won't die that easily. Inside the house, an older woman looks from a room. Furious, I'm home, mother. Furious's mother slowly walks to him for an embrace. I knew you were alive. I'm just glad to be home. Mercator, who is behind Furious and is standing using crutches, coughs to get his attention. Oh yeah, this is a friend I made in the army. He's Mercator. Is it okay if he lives with us for a bit? His home is in Industropolis and it isn't really a good time for him to go back, of course. I'm going to call your father. He's working in the fields. We are having a celebration tonight. A few minutes later, Mercator, Furious, and Furious's family is at the dinner table. Son, ever since we got news that the Americans have landed and that your unit had been wiped out, we were extremely worried. Well, we were lucky and barely escaped. What exactly happened? Well, you guys have read the letter I sent you, correct? Yes. Well, Mercator and I got stationed at, through dinner. Furious and Mercator recounts their experience of the war. We were able to get a ride from this nice guy who has a sister near Birdie, 0027 January 30th, 2020 CE 0454 Start 30th, 196 AE near the town of Iska. A knock came on her door. Who is it? Pomponia slowly walks to her door confused. Usually no one would come to her house seeing that it is secluded. Recently, she had feared that the Americans would barge in during the invasion, but that never happened. Even more surprising was that she heard that the Americans didn't even pillage Industropolis when they arrived and won. Usually a victorious army would pillage and plunder a defended city. Pomponia opens her door slightly and looks out. A man is there looking down at her. Nice to meet you. I am a diplomat from the United States of America. Are you Pomponia Industris? March 12, 2020 CE Start 42nd, 196 AE? Crowds line the streets for miles. Confetti rains down from houses. Long columns of soldiers with bayonets shining from their Magi rifles march in formation. Behind them, Magi trucks pull Magi artillery and light, medium, and heavy Magi panzers motor along. Squadrons of Magi planes fly overhead. The infantrymen are singing to their national army marching song. Our glorious army marches on human land and sings this glorious song. A rifleman stands on human shores and silently hums along. Up and down we move forward, and the whole world may curse us or hail us. Whatever they choose to do wherever we are, let's go forwards. And we shall laugh like this, ha 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 ha. We're fighting for elves, we're fighting for our leader. We'll give the humans no rest. Wherever we are, let's go forwards. And we shall laugh like this, ha 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 ha. We're fighting for elves, we're fighting for our leader. We'll give the humans no rest. We are prepared to fight in many battles, to the north, south, east, and west, and now we stand ready to fight against the human plague. Our glorious army will never rest. We will destroy all humans so that no one will disturb our good fortune, and when our ranks are thinned, for us there will be no retreat. Wherever we are, let's go forwards. And we shall laugh like this, ha 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 ha. We're fighting for elves, we're fighting for our leader. We'll give the humans no rest. Wherever we are, let's go forwards. And we shall laugh like this, ha 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 ha. We're fighting for elves, we're fighting for our leader. We'll give the humans no rest. On a balcony of a palace overlooking a street where soldiers are marching through, a young and tall person stands looking proudly at this display of strength. My leader, the great Magus's death is nearing. The doctors are saying that he will die within the month. Send him my regards. He has done his duty for all elves. Finalize the preparations for surfacing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.